Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980 on the AM side, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You got a three-man Junks show today. I'm Cakes. At Money Metal Cakes is where you find me on that Twitter. I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
What's up? Good morning to you. And Eric Bickle.
Good morning. How are you, Rick?
What is up?
Hey, congratulations on that under call yesterday, Cakes.
The under, hold on.
You said that Paul Squeens against Cade Cavalli
Hey, what are you gonna do?
looking like an under.
Yeah, sometimes with Tingle plays, they
20 runs on the board.
they go sideways. Sometimes that
20
happens.
runs on the board.
Yeah, that wasn't
Unfortunately,
a great call.
15 by the bad guys.
Yeah, so the Nats dropped their opener in Pittsburgh. My focus was on the Carolina Hurricanes and Philadelphia Flyers game.
Yeah.
Because that outcome dictated whether the Capitals would have a sweat tonight against the Columbus Blue Jackets, but the Flyers prevailed in a shootout. They take down the Carolina Hurricanes. They secure the 2 points that Joe B was talking about on yesterday's show. So now tonight's game against the Blue Jackets means nothing for either team, other than the fact that it could potentially be Alex Ovechkin's last game in a Capital sweater if he decides not to come back.
Do you think the result of last night plays into his decision?
No, I don't think it matters whatsoever to him.
I don't think so either.
I think he's good. I think he just needs to take some time away from the game, huddle with his family, his advisors, with the team, and come to a decision.
Sucks to miss the playoffs, though.
It does. It's not great.
Do you want to miss the playoffs in your last season? Problem is, if he comes back next year, they can miss the playoffs again.
I mean, there's no guarantee that they would miss, but sure. I mean, there's always that chance. It's that possibility.
I don't know. When they showed that video of him and Malkin and the Protus brothers and the little kids like playing hockey in the house, I mean, this guy's whole life is hockey. It's just it's hard to imagine him walking away, especially the way the evidence is coming out. You know, just the uncertainty and, you know, waving off the handshakes and everything. I think he's coming back. And I've done a 180 on it. Complete 180.
It's unfortunate that they missed the playoffs. Grant Paulson had a tweet about the whole way that they come up with points in the NHL, that, you know, you get your full 2 points for a win, even if you win in shootout.
Right.
And you look at the Penguins, for example. They only have 41 wins on the season, but they're locked in as the 2 seed because they were better in overtimes and shootouts. The Caps have 42 wins, one more win than the Penguins, but they're not going to be in the playoffs.
Now, this is a wacky idea, but hear me out. Maybe at the next rules committee meeting, whatever, this proposal should be on the table.
All right.
For a shootout win, you get 1.5 points.
I don't hate it.
Instead of a full 2 points.
I don't hate it.
It's not like winning a regulation game. You're winning via a gimmick that's designed to not have an overtime that goes 20 minutes or a regular season game going into double or triple overtime, which the NHL definitely doesn't want.
Now, you do get a point for the overtime loss.
That's correct.
So you get a point for those overtime losses.
Yep.
But it's just a wacky. Jason used to always say, let's just throw the overtime losses into losses, and then that's a more realistic look at a record.
Yeah.
But it's just, we all know it's a gimmick, the way they do overtime and the way they do shootouts.
Right.
Some teams get rewarded because they're better in those situations. The Caps are not good in shootouts. Maybe the Penguins are better, and clearly last night the Flyers came up big and got their 2 points because they were better in a shootout.
I think
I saw some Caps fan bitter because Carolina apparently in the shootout put out 2 defensemen.
Right.
Like, what does Carolina do when you rely on other teams?
Carolina clinched already, and they were sitting 5 or 6 of their regular players. So they weren't taking that game seriously. They don't need to do the Caps any solids or any favors.
But here's the difference between
boo-hoo about that.
The Flyers and Capitals. So the Flyers and Capitals both have 42 wins in 81 games. But the Flyers 10-4 in shootouts. Capitals 2-6.
Right. I mean, it's been a thorn in their side the entire season.
I feel like they've been bad at it for a few years. It's just not great in that situation. It sucks. If you want to change the rules, that's fine. But they got to get better at shootouts.
Could just go back to the old, and nobody would love it. Tie in the regular season. Just have ties.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
So you get your 1 point for tie, 2 points for win.
Okay.
And then that's it.
I guess you could do that. Play one quick overtime session. If it doesn't result in a goal, it's
if
tied.
they had done that, my brain's barely firing. If they had done that, where would they stand? I'd like to see the math on that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
So you take away all of the shootout wins and losses, and you just add it.
Because the Flyers, for example, have 12 overtime losses. They have 10 shootout wins, 4 shootout losses. I mean, that's 16, 12. That's 28 games where they went into extra time.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Capitals have got 9 overtime losses, 6 shootout losses, 2 shootout wins, 2, 6, 8, 9, 17. Like, it's not even. So I think the Flyers might still edge them out with the ties, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to check. You'd have to check all the teams. But I don't know. I thought Grant pointed out some good stuff. Like point differential, if you just looked at goal differential, they were finished on the year plus 18.
Mm-hmm.
Flyers were plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm not saying they're better than the Flyers. Look, they made their bed. They dug a hole. And probably the backbreaker was last week. And I didn't watch the game. I was just monitoring it when I was in California. But they got smashed 8-1 last week.
Yeah,
in a must-win game
at Madison Square Garden. I know Carberry, he took some slings and arrows for starting Chucky Lindgren in that game, but we had him on. He said, "Look, Chucky Lindgren wasn't the difference in an 8-1 game. We just weren't ready for that game. Mm-hmm. We came out flat, and we got crushed. So I'm not going to blame it all on Chucky. I mean, Logan Thompson needed a rest at some point.
So it's unfortunate." We're the Sports Junkies, host a sports show. EB poo-pooed this, but DC Sports didn't do us a favor this year.
No,
the Commanders flailed this year after getting to the NFC Championship game, which was a great run. The Nats and Wizards on rebuilds, and the Caps, who are usually pretty reliable. I think they've made the playoffs 16 times during OV's tenure here.
Mm-hmm.
Missed the playoffs. So the Big Four don't make the playoffs.
I'm poo-pooing the idea that, we knew when they were sellers, this was the likely outcome. Give them credit for keeping it interesting.
But before the season, I think expectations are you made it to the second round last year, that you'd be a playoff team.
Yeah, sure. But I readjusted, saw they were okay, whatever. Wasn't working out. I don't know. But for me, I just been resigned to not being in the playoffs since they were traders at the deadline.
Yeah, once they dealt Carlson and Dowd, I was like, that's not a great sign for this current season.
Well, we knew it. Cakes was bringing up those percentages all year. Right. I'm just saying, big picture, it sucks. You got none of the big four teams in the playoffs.
It's like lamenting something that happened 2 years ago. Like I resigned. I was resigned to it 6 weeks ago.
Well, they still had a shot.
Yeah, I think last night. I give them credit.
Last night it's 2-2, and I'm like, I think Carolina was up 2-0 to begin the game, and then it's 2-2, and I'm scoreboard watching as I'm walking the dog last night. I'm like, come on, Carolina! I can't believe I'm rooting for Carolina.
Yeah,
because had they pulled off a win, let's say they won 3-2, full sweat today, full sweat.
Sure.
So just kind of a downer.
Would have been exciting thing. I give them credit again. I give them credit for keeping it interesting and playing as well as they did down the stretch.
They took it down to game 81.
Yeah, for something I think a season that was lost 2 months ago, and they fought to the bitter end and almost pulled it off.
All right, coming up on the show today on a Tuesday, we'll talk more Caps and NHL with Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. He'll join us coming up at 8:25. Will Dawkins will put a bow on the Wizards season. The Wizards general manager is on the show at 8:45. And we'll talk NFL with Armando Salguero from Outkick. He'll join us coming up at 9:25. That's all coming up here on The Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do, place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/local. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You definitely want to kick off your summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date is Friday, May 22nd, Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 a.m. It gets going super early and doesn't slow down all day. B. Mitch and Finley take over at 10 a.m. It's all presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. So, yes, the Junks are making our triumphant return to Dewey Beach, Delaware in just over a month. It looks like right about 5 weeks from today.
Yep.
It's going to be awesome. I know a lot of old friends are going to be swinging by.
Oh, yeah.
So look forward to it.
I'm going to have to get my shot deflection game on point and get them all like headed Mike Barr's way. That's probably going to be my, if I want to have like staying power at the Starboard and not just be there for like an hour or two, I'm going to have to up my game in that department.
Yep, that's true.
I may have one, but I can't do multiple shots and be
you could
expected
just
dead
to
get
function.
hammered. You could just get hammered during the show
and then leave.
then go home, take a nap, and then come back.
I could do that.
Could do that.
I could have a few drinks during the show.
Not as fun, though.
I did talk about this
Not
last
go home,
week.
but go to the hotel.
Go back to wherever we're staying,
Right.
nap for a little bit, recharge,
Then
and
show back up during B. Mitch and Finley.
then walk
tail
back,
end of the show.
Yeah, walk back to the Starboard and
Yes.
press the reset button. So we'll see. We'll see how all these things shake out.
So-
you got to have a plan, is what
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this morning I woke up and I felt weird. I feel just like sinus congestion. You know, I don't know if it's a change in the season or whatever. And I just didn't feel good. And I decided to pull an Ashton Hall. I went downstairs and I said, I'm going to give myself a ice facial.
Okay.
To wake myself up and maybe reduce some of the inflammation.
Okay.
First time I've ever done this. I just didn't feel well. I had a lot of pressure on my face. So I put a bowl, I put ice water in there, and I looked it up. I'm like, what are you supposed to do? How long are you supposed to do it? And I guess they said the average is like, they recommend maybe like four dumps of your head in there for 10 seconds at a time.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right.
So I did it. It wasn't that hard. And I have to tell you, I felt pretty good afterwards. It definitely woke me up. I almost feel like it should be part of my routine. It's just, it's impossible to not wake you stone cold up.
I would guess that would wake you up out of your slumber.
It was like 4:05 in the morning, and I just put my face in this bowl of ice water. I did it 4 times, 4 plunges for 10 seconds at a time. I don't know. See if it has any benefit. They say it might even reduce your eye bags.
Really?
For the day. That's just temporary.
Interesting.
Temporary stuff. But yeah, dude, I woke up and I just felt hurting. Today's supposed to hit. Is it supposed to hit 95 today?
I don't think it's quite that
Or is
high.
that tomorrow?
Like high 80s, I think. Maybe
High
low,
80s today.
maybe touching low 90s.
Yeah.
today.
So you got ice on your junk when you go into the sauna, and
Yes.
now ice on the face to wake you up.
Also,
It's
when I'm in
good.
the sauna, I take the ice from my junk because it's in a bag. Like yesterday, it was so hot in there, I put it on top of my head.
After
So
you had it on your junk?
Well, I mean, it's under my underwear.
I don't know if I like that.
It's probably
Put it
in a bag.
shower. It's in a bag. I mean,
It's still kind of gross.
Yeah, I guess it could be. But I go right to the shower.
Okay, but you're putting something that was down near your Bozak on your head.
Correct. Drenched
I don't-
in sweat.
I don't love that move.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but it's in a
personally.
bag. I got your back
you
on
do
that
you.
one.
You do you.
Yeah, yeah.
I got your back on that one.
Yeah, of course.
You know what? Last week, my kid was grossed out in California. She threw an almond croissant, but it was in a closed bag. Like
Yeah.
she ate about 3/4 of it, but there was a quarter left, and she threw it in the trash. And I scooped it right out of the trash, and then I took it out of it was inside the bag.
Okay.
The bag was closed, so the croissant did touch nothing else.
It has nothing to do with whatever the food was and how protected it was. It's just a terrible look to be fishing around in the trash.
Well, I wasn't fishing around because it was a split second. I was like, "What are you doing? I want to eat the rust."
Yeah.
I don't understand either of
I
these
wasn't going to
moves,
let that
but
almond croissant die.
Cakes, you do think if you sat on a T-shirt and then you threw the T-shirt over your shoulder or something, that would be gross? Like, it's the same thing.
I don't know.
Same thing.
I mean, how long are you in the sauna? You need
20 minutes.
You need to have the ice. You can't get through the 20 minutes sans ice.
No, of course you can, but the idea is that you don't want your all your testosterone to disintegrate.
Okay.
You're getting on 194 degrees in there.
Okay.
Keep your testes
Got
nice
it.
and cold.
Got it.
And then I just took my head. I was getting so hot. I just put a little ice on top of my head for a little bit.
I got your back. I think that's fine.
I actually put a little bit on my neck too. It's hot in there. Anyway, That might be part of my routine to actually wake me up a little bit. And if you get rid of
That's
the
why I
eye
take a
bags,
shower and I go the opposite way. I take a hot shower in the morning.
Does it wake you up?
Of course.
Yeah. I don't think anything wakes you up like a startling cold.
Yeah, you won't get a cold plunge.
Now-
Start your day with the cold plunge.
No, I did one cold
Now
plunge
you brought
one time.
up that dude's name is Ashton Hall.
I think
is that
that's
his
the
name?
guy's
So he
name,
went
yeah.
viral
He's
for
the one
that.
that
But
kinda making it-
the guy that's still viral that I do not understand the appeal of this person. Maybe it's just because I'm a boomer and
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure.
I don't see how anybody gets into this guy's bit. And you guys behind the glass, you're going to know who I'm talking about the instant I describe him. It's the big, jacked African-American dude who
Larry Wheels? Is that the guy?
No, he just walks around and he's just super over demonstrative about eating food. And you guys probably know who I'm talking about, but I don't know his name.
Yeah.
And I see him on the internet and I don't understand
Show me.
why he's popular.
It just shows up in your feed somehow?
He just pops up in my feed here and there, and he over exaggerates all of his movements.
Mar, do you know who he's talking about?
You know who I'm talking about, Drab. You probably don't know his name.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
I don't understand the appeal.
He's a jacked dude.
I mean, the guy looks like a linebacker, like 5 linebackers.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
And he
huge.
goes to a restaurant.
Yeah.
And he'll like order everything on the menu. His
Right.
plate will be as big as my board here.
Yeah.
And he'll have everything on the menu. Then he'll take the biggest bites ever, and then he'll get up and start doing some weird dance.
Yeah, he does a weird dance mixed in. He
Like
over
that while he's eating.
and I see it, and I'm like, who is it? Who is this appealing to? But it
You, because you looked at it.
No, it's just
no,
yes.
it's not appealing
it's
to
coming
him.
across my timeline. I don't.
I know,
follow
but you're
him.
giving it a
this guy
second.
Clive,
You're giving it a
Ibizubi?
second or two of time. That's all he needs.
I guess.
All right, but he's curious.
I know.
He didn't seek
No,
it
no.
out. You can't blame
I've
him.
never clicked on his.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Well,
click on it.
maybe I have
If you
clicked
pause
on
on it
once.
for a couple seconds,
Maybe
that's
that's
all they're
it.
trying to
Maybe
get.
that's all it is.
Okay, but
You paused
can't,
on it.
You're killing the guy for if he was intrigued.
I'm
by
just telling you how it
He
works.
didn't seek it out. He understands how it
Here's
works.
what I want.
He didn't seek
He
it
kind
out.
of did because he passed over others and he stopped on that
I
one.
need a
He's probably
timeline.
wondering what the F is
I
going
need-
on.
I need
Yeah,
a
the guy's
cleanse.
acting crazy.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
acting crazy.
I click on stuff I don't like all the time.
I've never seen a human act like that before. I need it cleansed
You know what?
off of my timeline.
I'm pretty well versed in the internet and
Yeah.
viral stuff. Never seen that dude before,
okay, well,
but
now
I'm
you're
sure I
gonna see
will
more.
now.
Now you're gonna see more.
So I
of
just
him.
clicked on him.
I apologize. You're gonna see more.
So,
of that guy in
what
your
is
feed.
his bit? Okay, I mean that's the most amount of food I've ever seen anywhere.
I know.
I
So
don't-
does he pretend that he eats all that?
I don't know. I can't explain it.
He just,
Put
and
it
then he
this
does
way,
a weird.
you would do it too if you had 2.2 million followers, because that just means he's set for life
I guess.
with the endorsements he
Actually,
can
I wouldn't do it because I hate dancing. And
do. No, you would do it. You'd be set for life, Cakes, if you had that kind of following.
I'm okay. I'm doing okay that I don't need to do his wacky bit on Instagram.
Yeah,
You're
actually,
right,
Cakes is kind of right.
I mean,
it looks
you're right,
depressing.
EB.
like,
He
what
would
he's
do
doing.
it.
Yeah, I think for the amount of money
telling
the guy's
you,
making.
Of course he would.
I'm that anti-dancing, and just the guy's making a fool of himself.
He's embarrassing himself.
Maybe he's just clowning himself.
Well, some would argue we embarrass ourselves every day on this show.
Okay, we do it for. I'm sure we do it for a lot less money than he's doing it for. But
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I don't think I could buy into his bit. Now maybe you could change my mind if you showed me his portfolio. Maybe,
Yeah.
possibly.
You could do that. You could be a Costco guy. You could be all those
No,
people.
I mean, the Costco guys are just. They've lost their steam. They just had like a 2-year, their 2-year anniversary. They look soulless, like they're just mailing it in. Like they know it's over.
Yeah.
They know they're in the dying gasp of their
Right.
15 minutes of
No,
fame.
this is wild. I've never seen this dude.
I can't believe all the reels you've seen. You've never stumbled
This is
across.
never. I
this
mean,
guy.
now it will forever, but it's never shown up on my
Well,
feed before.
I apologize. You're going to get that.
Do you
that
get other like
content fed.
foodie type things?
Not really. It's a lot of poker algorithm,
Yeah.
hockey.
Right.
I don't know what else. Hair metal, a lot of hair metal, like old hair metal guys still doing their thing
Right.
in their 60s. I mean, it's just this is my life. This is
Those are your interests.
This is my online profile.
Right.
It's what it is.
They figured you out.
They have figured me out. They got me pegged, so to speak.
Valdez, you know my little push cart that I use? You know, playing golf. Anybody that plays golf regularly that likes to walk, they get it. It's falling apart, right? Bought a cheap one. It's falling apart.
Did you buy
Yeah,
it from
that's-
T-
I-
Did
cheap
you buy
ones
it from Temu?
usually do that.
You didn't buy it from Temu, did you?
No, I bought it from Amazon, but I bought it for like $80.
Weren't
Okay.
you saying it was falling apart last season? Definitely.
bought a
I've definitely
hoop
heard
tee.
you talk
You bought
about
a
it
hoop tee.
No,
falling apart.
you know what it was? The seat.
The seat,
broke.
yeah. You
The
needed
seat
to
broke.
weld the seat on or
Yeah,
something.
the seat broke, but it still was fine.
Weld.
But the connector, where when you open it up, it's whatever. I got to get a new one. I'll probably just buy another cheap one. Be honest with you. Give me a reason to what should I be looking for in these things? All I really want is something to put my water bottles and I don't know. What do I need? I'm trying to think. What do I need? Why would I upgrade it?
I mean, I have a pretty.
You have a pretty good one.
I have a very good one, and it hasn't caused any issues.
Do you really need a seat? Is that
No.
a necessity?
No, of course not.
I mean-
My seat broke, but I do like to sit. I'm a big sitter, Cakes.
Well, of course. But, I mean, we sit enough in here.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
so
my
much
seat
sitting.
broke. I haven't had a seat for a year.
By the way, I'm being a total hypocrite because today I'm going to MGM National Harbor and I'm playing cash game and then I'm playing in an event in the evening. So I'm going to be sitting all day.
Yeah. No,
Literally all day.
I'm big on sitting.
Yeah.
And I might get another
Too
one
big
with,
on
with
it.
a seat, and I know I'll break it a year into it.
Right.
But anyway, is there anything I'm not thinking about? Because I've only had cheap ones, so I don't know what and I don't want an electric one.
Do you want me to send you? Want me to send you links?
Send me a
You want me to go
recommendation.
you want me to go get mine out of the car?
No,
you
no,
can,
no, no,
You
no.
can test push it around the studio.
No. But just why don't you, if you find one that you think makes sense.
You know
to
what? I'll find my exact model and send you the link. I've never had an issue with it, and I love it.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm not gonna spend a ton on it. Did you
Man,
get it from Facebook Marketplace or
These
something?
things can be expensive.
No,
man.
I got it when I worked at Bellhaven. They had a whole graveyard of them from all the rich donks that got new
Illegal.
ones, and they tossed them out.
I mean, some of
Right.
these things are like 2K.
Well, those are the electric ones.
Yeah.
So they have some where a lot of the guys, you see the older guys, and usually they have the little remote. So after you hit a shot, you grab your remote. I don't want to deal with that.
Right.
It just seems like too
You
much.
definitely lose the remote.
And I've definitely played with guys where it breaks, and now they're pushing that heavy ass electric thing,
I guess.
and it becomes a nightmare. There are some that actually you put a little remote in your back pocket, and it follows you around.
Right.
But those are dicey too because they don't necessarily know where they're going. Anyway, fellas, if you have a recommendation, send me one. I'd be sized. All right, so Cade Cavalli lasted 1 inning. Is
One
that
and a
correct?
third. 1 and a third.
He lasted 1 1/3.
He got into the part of the second inning.
Skeens' third straight outing where he was Paul Skeens.
Yeah,
Right.
he gave up 1 run and 1 hit
Right,
in six. I think it was 6 innings of work.
right.
That was a rough one for the Nats. They're 7-9. Pirates are off to a good start at 10-6. I will say C.J. Abrams hit his 5th home run. He's off to a good start.
The assumption is it the general assumption that they're going to move him at the trade deadline, or there's at least a 50% chance? That's kind of been the
There's
assumption.
been some scuttlebutt about that they're not going to be able to afford him. I don't buy into the whole afford thing. At some point, they got to start paying their guys.
Right. But who is he? Is he a Boris guy?
C.J. Abrams, I'm not.
I don't think he
I don't
is. All
believe
right.
he's an Abrams guy. I
No,
can look
he's
it up.
He's Rock Nation, I believe.
He's Rock Nation. Okay. But the assumption has been that they're probably going to trade him at the deadline, right? That's what the talk.
No, during the off season, there was a lot of talk that they were going to trade him. Now that has quieted down, and it's kind of unsure what they're going to do right now. But
They're gonna have to pay him.
there's no current trade rumors that he'll be gone at the deadline.
He's under a 1-year, $4.2 million deal right now.
Right. I've just been
Set
under
to
the
be a
assumption
free
he was
agent.
going to be traded.
Oh,
At some point, you got to sign your guys.
He's not going to be a free
No,
agent
he'll
until 2029.
He'll have arbitration and all
Yeah.
that.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, so he's got 2 more years where his salary is semi-controlled.
Yeah, what's the rush?
Well, just
Yeah,
get some pitching.
I'd be in no rush whatsoever.
Get some pitching.
But if you're Taboni and you get a great package deal for C.J. Abrams, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he deals him.
That's been the assumption I've had.
I was driving, listening to the game at one point, and Jackson Rutledge came into the game. So, I mean, you can focus on Cavalli, and he got roughed
I
up.
like Cavalli.
But Rutledge is another guy who has been hyped up. He's a big, tall guy, right? He's been a strong guy, throws gas, 6'8".
Oh yeah, he was
240.
He was supposed to be a stud.
He
Never
came
happened.
in. He also had an inning and a third. He gave up 7 runs, 6 hits,
Man, that was a rough day.
2 walks. I mean, he got worked when he was
mean,
in the game.
the
But the
Nats-
game was already over at that point.
Nats pitchers gave up 16 hits, 16 runs, all earned, 7 walks. It
Yeah, it wasn't a
rough-
good day for the
a
Washington Nationals.
rough day at the office for the pitching battery for the Nats.
When it's all said and done, Jackson Rutledge could say he was a Major League Baseball player, and he's had a 4 or 5 year career, but it just didn't pan out.
It's still early.
Dude, his career ERA is like 6.
He's 27, and for 2026, his ERA, care to guess his ERA for 2026?
Well, it's one game.
Well, yeah, it's like
one game.
in the 40s.
47.25.
It's one game.
Yeah.
But
he got roughed up.
Yeah.
He's been a disappointment. There's no doubt about that. I think he was a former first-round pick. Was he in the top 10? Maybe not, but I'm 99% sure he was a former first-round pick.
Ooh. See if Michaelis can rebound. That's not the guy you want to pin your hopes on because he's been rough to
Rutledge
start
was
here.
the 17th pick in 2019.
Right. I remember when they drafted him, got Zeiss. Like, oh, we're going to get the next Randy Johnson. The big tall.
Yeah, you had way too high expectations.
I did.
So I feel like I should know a little bit more about the Washington Mystics, but I don't. I'll be honest with you. It kind of snuck up on me that there was the WNBA draft last night, and I saw that 6 UCLA players were drafted, and the Mystics drafted their center.
Okay.
Lauren Betts. She averaged almost 15 points a game last year, 8 rebounds, a couple of blocks.
6'7"? She's a giant.
Yep.
I didn't realize she was 6'7".
So maybe the Mystics will get better because they had her last year. They had the 4th pick and took Kiki Ariafin. So,
man, they had 3 UCLA players go back to back to back. Lauren Betts, Gabrielle Jaquez, forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, and Kiki Rice.
I guess that's why they gave South Carolina the business in the title game. And waxed them.
And then AZ Fudd was the number 1 pick. She's Paige Becker's girlfriend.
St. John's High School.
Yeah, local. Stud.
Very cool.
So she was the number 1 pick.
She's 5'11".
Yeah, I'm just not as familiar with the WNBA. I don't know. It's. I know Caitlin Clark made it a little bit more popular.
For sure she did.
It's never been big for me. When I saw that the WNBA draft, I clicked on ESPN.com and I was looking for the cap score was the first thing, and then all of a sudden it was on the front of ESPN.com was the WNBA draft. Like, okay, WNBA draft. Wonder what the Mystics are doing. And so they drafted a big center. So we'll see if they can start to roll tonight. NBA play-in games, Cakes.
Oh, can't wait.
You got Heat Hornets. Heat Hornets.
Okay.
That's your 7:30 game on Amazon Prime Video. So you get to see LaMelo Ball, Con Knipple, Bam Adebayo go at it. And then your 10 p.m. game, I know you're going to stay up for this, is Blazers Suns. Do you realize what Denny Advia did this year for the Blazers?
Yeah, I know he had a bomb
He
year.
averaged 24.2 points per game, 6.9 rebounds, and 6.7 assists.
Those are pretty solid numbers
That's why I call him Luka Light.
Yep, that's your guy.
He put up some good numbers for the Blazers.
Their whole mantra is they knew that he was a good player, but that he was just on a different timeline. That was their position.
Yeah, you'll have 2 more play-ins tomorrow, Magic Sixers in the Eastern Conference, and then Warriors Clippers in the Western Conference. So once the dust settles on all the play-ins, then you'll get to the regular playoffs because this is all a battle for the 7th and 8th seeds in the playoffs. The LA Lakers are the 4 seed in the Western Conference, but they are down Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, although Luka still has a chance to play in the first round. According to Shams Charania, Luka got injections in Spain, which are illegal here.
What were the actual injections?
A lot of people say maybe it's some sort of stem cell thing. I'm not quite sure.
Stem cells?
So he
Yeah.
underwent
Very cool.
multiple injection treatments in his hamstring. He's flying back, I think, on Friday. Then they're going to reevaluate him. Austin Reeves is out for the majority of the first round series, too. He had an oblique injury. A couple NFL stories to throw your way. Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, that's the big scandal. Appears Mike Vrabel is, shocker, skipping the pre-draft news conference.
Yeah, I would probably do the same
according
thing,
to
too.
Mike Reese of ESPN.
Or Mike Vrabel.
Now, they say it's not unusual for someone other than the coach to conduct that press conference, but it's noteworthy that Vrabel did take part in it last season, but is skipping the press conference this season.
Yeah,
Of course, we've talked a lot about Jeremiah Love. Marcus Freeman went on Colin Cowherd's show, the coach at Notre Dame, and had some comments about Jeremiah Love. He said he's a unicorn. He's as talented and gifted an athlete as I've ever been around. I think he could be an elite wide receiver. He could be an elite DB. He's just gifted with the unique skill set, the balance, the ability to jump over you, the ability to run through you. Some of his most impressive runs aren't the ones you're going to see on TV. They're the ones you see on film that he made a 4-yard gain that should have been a 2-yard loss. Jeremiah Love might be as good as any player I've ever been around.
My instinct is he has the chance to be like that, just like a game changer, total game changer. And yet I've heard some people also say that they think he's very good, but he's not in that elite category, that he's a notch below. And I just don't get it. He's a multidimensional guy. He's got all the I guess I thought that what was the reason that they said that he would maybe he doesn't make enough guys miss? I just couldn't understand it.
If he's on the board at 7, and there's a good chance he won't be, but if he's on the board at 7, I know Cake's hands in the card immediately with Jeremiah Love. Would you?
It'd be hard not to. But then I listened to Scott Turner, and he likes both too, and he thinks that at the end of the day, if you get a game-changing wide receiver, it can have more of an impact on your game, open more things up, actually, than again, because you could get by with other backs.
True.
Is the argument.
I just think Love is clearly a more talented RB than I think Carnell Tate is a talented wide.
I think he is, no doubt.
So that's why that's where it would make my decision relatively
But think
easy.
about it. Think about we won 12 games. What did we win with playoffs and everything? 14 games that year? Whatever the hell we done. And we had a marginal running back room.
Right.
Yep. B-Rob.
Yeah.
B-Rob was your number one.
Right.
All right, coming up later in the show, Greg Wyshynski will join us. We'll talk Caps and Ovi's legacy with him and what Ovi's going to do after the Columbus Blue Jackets game tonight to close out the Cap season. And Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, he'll make his final appearance of the season at 8:45 here on the Junks. Remember, you can always listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn as well. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll dive into whether you think tonight is Ovi's final game as a Washington Capital. We will do that at 7 a.m. as the Caps prepare to close out their season in Columbus tonight. All right, Draft T-shirt has joined us in studio. Apparently, he's going to fill us in on a miserable experience that he had this weekend.
Well, I got to get you guys' thoughts on the mistake that I made.
Okay, I'd
and
love
you
to
guys
hear
have
it.
been through this, I'm sure, 100 times.
All right.
But it was just,
This is a kid thing?
yeah, an amateur mistake.
Okay.
And total just botched it. And Mar tried to help me. I was asking her for ideas this weekend. So my parents were in town visiting from Seattle area before
Okay.
they go to Spain this week.
Ah, nice.
In fact, they just left this morning. So it was me, my parents, my kids, and I. And you know what you do? You're looking for activities to
Yep.
do.
Did you think about coming downtown?
Oh, I came downtown.
Oh, no.
Have your parents been downtown
Did you
before?
do
Yeah, but they
cherry blossoms?
no
Did you-
cherry blossoms.
You didn't do cherry
Never seen
blossoms.
them. No.
Okay, good.
They don't care about that.
Okay,
You're trying to think what can you do with the kids, right?
right.
I went to one of them. It's got to be the most overrated place
Oh, most overrated place in,
in
all
DC.
DC.
In all of DC.
Wow.
Smithsonian, the Air and Space Museum. Those are the two
No,
go-tos.
but you're close.
Yeah.
What would
Those are the
kids
two go-tos.
Gallery of Art.
No, you can't.
You're not
can't
going to take
little
two kids
Yeah,
there.
no, gallery.
I
I don't
don't know
know-
the dinosaurs or
Let me tell
whatever.
you something.
What's
I
that
don't-
one?
Museum of Natural
Yeah.
History.
Yeah.
The museums all stink.
Yeah.
I'm not into those
For the
either.
most part, yes.
I'll never step
No.
foot in another one the rest of my life.
I might turn into Bickle after this past weekend.
Yeah, good.
The National Zoo is
Oh.
an absolute miserable experience.
Oh.
What was I thinking taking my kids and my 77-year-old parents
Yeah.
there? It's
walk
first of
up- it's
all,
all-
the walk
the walk
uphill.
up the hill.
Can we redesign the metro and drop you off in front of the zoo? There's a billion people
Well, I mean,
walking up
the
that
walk
mile
from
up the hill.
Woodley Park.
Woodley
is
Park.
is not close.
Why didn't someone warn me? Why have people
Should've asked
always
me.
hyped up this dumb
Well,
zoo?
you should have driven. Should have driven. Now you're going to pay.
I mean,
But even if you drive,
you're
you
gonna
have to
pay
park
$30
down.
to
You have to
park.
I didn't
park
want to
down.
deal with that. Just
Yeah.
take the metro.
Metro's
get Metro
easier.
Center.
I would
How many
posit the
animals
Metro
were
not easier.
asleep?
They're all asleep
That's
all the time.
the big
You can't even see them.
They just sit there.
Can I
do
tell you one
nothing.
thing, Cakes?
Yes,
Bickle?
please.
I don't care about conservation. I'm not interested in it. I don't care
Join
about the
the club.
plan,
Join the club.
the habitat. I'm not interested.
Join the
If
club.
I'm coming to the zoo, I want that thing in a glass box.
Right, you want to see some gorillas?
I want to see that
you see the
miserable
panda?
animal.
Yeah.
Get out there, get the zapping rod, get out there in front of the people, put on a show for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Then you can go back in your habitat and live a great life. You're just spending the entire time poking your head. Where is he? Where is? Can you see him?
Yeah.
The kids are miserable. Every kid is miserable. It's a horrible layout.
I don't even know. We don't even have those. Those big Chinese pandas or whatever that everybody gets into.
No.
They're
The
back.
pandas are there.
They're back.
That's the big.
Well,
That's the big thing.
That's the biggest scam at the zoo. Is the line to get in and see the pandas.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
How about the
Nobody
ape
told me.
house? Ape house?
What is that?
It's where the apes are.
Oh, Apes House.
Yeah, big gorillas.
You think I made it that long?
orangutans.
After I saw the pandas, I got the hell out of there. I said, that's a wrap.
Right.
We're going home. The panda line, 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
wouldn't do
They
that.
go into the panda house. First of all, I didn't know the pandas are just in some cement block. That's what they're doing all day. They're not eating bamboo.
Oh, they have a big ass enclosure.
No. The big ass enclosure is a jail.
Panda's house
it's
sounds
a-
like
it's a-
silly Chinese food.
Case. They're cement blocks painted like the sky.
Yeah, I mean-
and those things are just sitting in there, laying on a box. And if they turn over, the crowd goes crazy.
Right.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You
dumb.
wait 45 minutes in line, and then they got the dumb guy yelling, "Keep it moving, keep it moving, take your pictures and walk."
I think
Yeah.
the birds. I haven't been in years, but the birds is the biggest waste too.
You think I
Whatever's
saw
going
that
on there.
the birdhouse? You think I-
The birdhouse is so far off
Yeah.
the beaten path. There's
Yeah,
no
no
chance
chance.
you got
See,
to
they
it.
have monkeys, right?
Definitely
You see
have monkeys. A lot of monkeys.
I like
Eric,
monkeys.
I-
He didn't go to the ape
I
house.
punched out.
Yeah.
I punched
Good,
out. My
good,
parents were miserable. My kids are miserable.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fake it.
How long were you there? Boots on the ground at the zoo? Maybe an hour and a half?
Top 70 minutes, 45 of them are in line for the Panda House.
Wow.
Dude, I'm not sure I would stay in 45
Big
minutes
dog.
to see Jesus.
It's a half-hour walk up the dumb hill.
Sure.
Did you see a giraffe at least or an elephant?
You don't see any animals. They're all hiding. The leopards, the big cat, they're all hiding behind.
The elephants and giraffes are roaming around outside of their.
I saw the elephants.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, there's an orangutan above you.
Look at the swinging on the
Isn't
ropes.
it butt smelly?
I saw the elephants are 100 yards away.
The ape house and elephant house, especially
Butt smelling. Got
Both of
duty
those.
everywhere.
But the lions or
Big
tigers
elephant
or whatever, those guys are always sleeping. They're always in the shade sleeping.
They're just sleeping. Get up. Get some caffeine. Get up. and
Throw
put
them a
on
big
a show.
raw steak.
You're not going to sleep all day.
Yeah.
People are wasting their time to come. At least it was free.
Yeah.
To come down here and see you.
Didn't cost anything.
Get up and put on. We're not. I don't care about their habitat. I don't want to read. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Yeah.
You think the red panda was out? No
chance.
No, the red panda.
She wasn't flipping her cups.
That red panda. A million case you're tilting me.
Way more entertaining. She's way more entertaining than any panda that's ever
Her
lived
falling
at the
off
zoo.
the tricycle 100 times more entertaining than anything the National Zoo's got going on.
they got nothing. Yeah, you should never
There's
go
so
back.
many people there. Everyone's going, why did we do this? This is terrible.
I think I could gauge you. You have a similar interest to me.
No,
like normal stuff.
I have curiosity for life. You have zero curiosity
That's
for
not
life.
true. No, okay, give me an example. Give me something you're curious about that I wouldn't be curious about.
He's been to Spain.
Artemis.
Artemis?
Zero.
I got you right there.
Now, this
Well, I
doesn't
mean,
happen all
I'm
the time.
actually curious about it. I
Well,
actually am curious about it.
But sometimes you go to the zoo and the animals are active, and it is worth it. But I've been to the zoo
Not at this one.
many times when the tigers are all in their enclosure and nothing is out, and you're like, this is a big dud.
You know what I like?
It just depends on when
There's
you go.
nothing in DC for you
I
other
like
than restaurants.
I like aquariums. You put that whale in a big
Yeah.
tank. It's got nowhere to go.
not on
You go,
aquariums.
ooh, okay. I see the orca.
It's
this is
captive.
lovely.
It's
Plus, you have a
captive.
show, the flips and all that kind of stuff. The dolphins
Well,
will
that's
come
like if
out.
you go to, like,
I mean,
Yeah,
SeaWorld
if you-
or
Yeah, that's,
something.
different. That's not at a real aquarium. No,
I think you see that at aquariums. Sometimes they'll have a show.
no
In an
real
indoor
aquarium, worth
aquarium?
its salt is going to have dolphins doing
I haven't
flips
seen
all
that.
over the place.
I'm
And
out
so-
on all
It's more
nature.
like SeaWorld or like King's Dominion.
I'll tell you, the highlight was some otter tiny otter popped its head out, and then everyone rushes to the gate and tries
Yeah.
to take pictures. Then you're getting pushed up against the gate, and the kids are crying. It's miserable. Couldn't wait to leave. Get me out of
Never
DC.
Check it
again.
off your list. You will never have to do that again.
it's a
Everybody
one-
takes their
I don't-
kids
It's a
once.
one and done.
I don't think there's anything for you to see in the city. There's nothing in
I mean, I
there.
like the city. I mean, I
It's
like
fine for
walking around
restaurants.
like it's pretty.
No,
The-
restaurants and drinking. That's what it's good for.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean-
you can't do that with little kids.
No, of course, exactly.
Yeah.
It's for
the
restaurants.
the neighborhoods are cute. Woodley Park is very nice. You get to the zoo, it's over. You might as well just turn around and go back to the metro.
yeah.
Hey, I get enough
Were you-
DC driving in here 5 days a week.
Were your parents
Okay.
happy with it, or were they complaining?
No, they're troopers. You know,
I just
what are
wanna be
they-
around the
They just wanted to be
grandkids.
around the kids, so they didn't really
Well,
care.
the kids are
Well, yeah, your kids are what, about 4,
They're 5.
5?
They just want to get a panda stuffy. That's
Yeah.
all they cared
Yeah,
about.
they want a souvenir. They're good.
When at the end of the weekend, I said, "What was your favorite part about the weekend?" You
Yeah.
think they mentioned the zoo?
What was the favorite part?
Eating snacks or going into the pool at the hotel. That was
Fantastic.
it. You should have stayed at the hotel pool the entire weekend.
Yeah,
they
that
would have had
You'll
an amazing
never
time.
go. You'll never go to the zoo again.
Not this one. Maybe if I'm in San Diego,
It's the
Yeah.
same.
you know.
I've been to San Diego Zoo. Same.
You're not going to
They're
get
all
anything
the
unless
same.
you go on a freaking safari in Africa.
And I know you're not doing
You're
that.
not doing that.
I know you're not doing that.
I'd be
doing it.
more likely to do that than to go back to the National Zoo. I know that.
Probably
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Good point.
I've only been there a couple times, but it's just a nightmare. Nothing happens. They just sit there.
I want a zoo run by tyrants.
Right.
That's what I want. Get in the box. No habitat. No
Yeah.
brush. Nothing.
You want Siegfried and Roy
Yeah.
running your
Glass
zoo.
box. You're in that thing for 8 hours
Yeah.
a day. Put on a show.
Right.
You know what the zoo's like? It's like
Entertain
when
me.
listeners sit in the corner and watch us do our radio show.
Right. It's not
At least you're in here. At least you're here. They can see you.
right. At least we're doing something.
Yeah.
We're talking into the mics. We're trying to be entertaining.
So that
Yeah,
wasted.
you should have
what?
asked us. They're always asleep. The animals are always snoozing.
Yeah.
Like for me, I like going to see the lions.
You know what-
Lions always way back
You
in
know
the
what
corner
always
in
hits,
shade.
even with little kids. Bowling.
Yeah, we should have gone bowling.
Ask me, I would have had you
Next
set.
time we'll go bowling.
I'm entertained by Born to Bowl on HBO Max. I'm
Duck
not gonna lie.
pins,
It's
whatever.
It's a pretty good doc.
Duck pins, you would have been set.
Did you at least get zoo nachos? Did you get anything? Anything of note?
No.
Where did you go
truck.
eat? Did
Nothing?
You go all the way back home before you ate? Or did you find a place
Back
decent?
home. Yeah.
Just got something
Yeah,
like...
just a live and learn experience.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
All right, well, next time, just ask the junks.
I got to ask.
The
you guys,
zoo.
yeah.
Never again.
This,
It's not
I don't think there's
happening.
anything worth coming out. Like Cake said, any of the museums or the freaking the flowers everybody wants to see.
Flowers.
Whatever.
Cherry flowers.
Cherry
Blossoms.
flowers.
Massively overrated.
Stupid.
Even though I'm wearing a cherry blossom Nats hat.
I do like that hat.
Massively
I was gonna say, where
overrated.
did you get that?
Got it from the Nats. They gave
From
us
the
all
box you got.
I think it was all gift boxes, Ricky.
I gave the gift box away. I thought I was being magnanimous, but I would have taken that out of it.
You would have taken the hat. You
I
should
should
have.
have.
All right, Trav, you learned your lesson. Zoo, never again.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever again. Stinks that you had to
What
go
was
through
that segment yesterday? You called Rose and Thorns. or
Thorns
something?
and Roses.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
should have
all
done it.
thorns.
That was your
You
thorn.
didn't ask me, but
All
yeah, that was a
thorns,
massive
all
thorn
weekend.
in my side on Saturday.
All right, when we come back, we are going to get into Alex Ovechkin. Is tonight his final game as he takes on the Columbus Blue Jackets? Is this his final game as a Washington Capital? 800-636-1067. You're welcome to call in. We'll tell you what we think, if it's Ovi's last game or not. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. The Capitals' playoff hopes came to an end last night, a game they weren't even involved in, as Philly beat Carolina in a shootout, so that Flyers win officially eliminates the Caps from playoff contention. Still one game left to play. Season finale tonight in Columbus, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Nationals road trip continues. They lost the first of 4 in Pittsburgh last night. Nats pounded by the Pirates 16-5 to snap a 3-game win streak. Cade Cavalli was knocked out early after just an inning and a third. Paul Skeens for Pittsburgh was terrific. He fanned 6, allowing just a C.J. Abrams home run over 6 innings for the win. And WNBA Mystics selected Lauren Betts and Angela Dugalich from national champ UCLA and Cody McMahon of Ole Miss with their 3 first-round picks last night in the WNBA draft. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Jeff Halpern reels it in. Halpern shaded there by Rick Nash. Dinas Zubris spins. Ovechkin fires. He scores! Alexander Ovechkin, welcome on board.
What a first goal for Alexander Ovechkin. He will remember this with his folks in the crowd tonight forever.
That's Joe B. and Locker with the call on Alex Ovechkin's first ever NHL goal back in the 05-06 season. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. You're welcome to call us at 800-636-1067. Do you believe this is Alex Ovechkin's final game as a Washington Capital? He played this past weekend at Capital One Arena. There were some breadcrumbs that you could maybe read into what happened during that game. At the end, after the Caps won the game, the Penguins were hanging out on the ice. They wanted to say their goodbyes to Alex Ovechkin, and he came out and he waved them off. He said, nope, not interested in doing that tonight.
He shushed them away,
didn't he? Shushed
them away.
Before the game, he also took a picture with Sidney Crosby,
right,
Evgeny Malkin, Chris Letang, where they all had their sticks down on the ice before a lot of the people were in the building. So that makes you think,
he took the opening face-off.
It took the opening face-off when Dylan Strome got chased out. I think the ref might have been behind that.
He did it on purpose.
Yeah, the ref suggested it, though.
Which side do you come down on? Do you think this is Alex Ovechkin's last game as a Washington Capital, or is he going to give it one more run after he gets together with his wife and his family and his advisors and the team later in the summer? Which side do you come down on? Does Ovi return, or is tonight his final game as a Capital? 800-636-1067.
I've done a total 180. I think he's coming back. I'm convinced he's coming back now.
I waffled a little bit, but I think he's coming back. Like, I don't think you're likely to shake off guys. I think deep down he likes to play, and he wants to play, and he's still productive. He's the leading scorer on the team. He's the leading points guy on the team. Mm-hmm. He leads the team in shots. I get it. There are some assets of the game. We talked to Joe Beninati about this yesterday. There are some aspects of his game that maybe aren't the best. They don't put him in defensive draw situations. He's slowed down, but he certainly can still produce on the power play, and he's still scoring. So I would think they would want him back. As a fan, I would think that you would want him back, and I think he hears that, and he knows he can still play, and he knows he can still make money. Not that he needs it, but I think he comes back for one more season.
And I think if he does return, and I'm starting to think that he is going to return. I was in the camp of he's done. He's at the age of 40. There's nothing really left for him to accomplish. He's won a Stanley Cup. He caught Wayne Gretzky for the individual record. Obviously did that late last season. There's nothing more that he has to prove to himself or to, the NHL, critics that killed him for so many years for not winning a Stanley Cup. But I think he's intrigued by the young pieces that this team has added. Guys like Sordiff and Ryan Leonard, who scored 20 goals this season. Cole Hudson. I think he sees that young talent coming into the locker room, and I think he still wants to be a part of it and help mentor those young guys along and still be, hanging out with the boys. And he's still productive. It's not like he's limping around scoring 8 or 10 goals. Like he's pumping in 30 goals like he always does.
And let's look at it. LeBron is 41. He's still playing. Tom Brady played till like 45. Mm-hmm. If you're one of the best and you're still producing, you're never going to get it back. Once you walk away, you're never going to get that feeling of being in the locker room.
Yeah.
And that guy has a blast. I mean, we see all these videos of their pregame antics. Mm-hmm. He's having as much fun as anybody.
Yeah.
He's not this old guy going, what are these young guys doing with these goofy high fives? He's in the mix.
Oh yeah, he's the ringleader. Yeah. He's the main character, and I think he thrives on that and loves it. And he loves the game. I mean, we all saw the video of him hanging out with Malkin at his house, and he's just like, when he's not playing hockey, he's reveling. He's playing hockey, or he's reveling in his kids playing hockey and doing the same thing that he did when he was a kid.
Yeah.
So I think he's coming back. Yeah, I think he's going to take a month and a half, whatever it is, and then I think he's going to announce that he is coming back to run it back for one more year.
The biggest thing could be, biggest tell beyond the point production, he didn't miss a game.
I know he's still able to take the ice for every game.
His body was able to withstand it at his age,
right? Which is remarkable.
It's remarkable. I mean, he's always been a tough guy, but there's been a few things here and there over the last few years that have sidelined him at times. Mm-hmm. Played all 82 games, so his body can still handle it.
Yeah, he's the only guy on the roster that is going to be able to say he's played in all 82 games after tonight's game.
Right.
Jacob Chikrin and Strome are going to come close. They're both going to hit 80. Willie's going to hit 72, but Ovi, the oldest guy on the team, is the only player.
Well, I see Cakes. I see Duhaime and
Beauvillier. Okay,
Beauvillier.
I don't have the column sorted the way I should.
Yeah.
But for him to do that at this age is remarkable.
Gordie Howe played till he was 52. Chris Chelios, 48. Mm-hmm. Jaromir Jagr played till he was 45.
The X factor is the desire to go back home, and I think he has that desire. I think his wife has that desire. He's got family there. He'll be a god over there. My understanding is he'll play and he's going to own a team. So it's just, when do you start that transition?
Yeah, but when he's sitting down and talking with everybody, the calculus should be, well, I can live there for 50 years. I can only play here with Washington for basically one or however many more seasons he wants to do it, however long he wants to continue the grind that goes into being able to play 82 games at the age of 40, and now 41 if he comes back. So I think he's gonna take a month or so off, get away from the game, go on vacation with his family, probably wind up like in Dubai riding camels like he did a few years ago, whatever. And I think he's coming back. I think he's running it back.
I mean, I'm looking at this list. He's relatively young in terms of a lot of good players who continue to play on well into their 40s. Mark Messier is another one I didn't mention before. Mm-hmm. Played till he was 43.
Here's the main
Joe
difference.
Thornton, 42. I think this has been thrust on him because it was the end of his 5-year contract, right? And everybody just made the assumption, end of his contract, he'll be 40, he's going to want to walk away, and then you make an assumption that he's going to want to play in Russia. I don't know. I haven't heard him say that. There's so many of these hockey players that played well into their 40s. Why wouldn't he keep playing? He's producing.
Because he does want to play in the KHL. So you want to make sure you have some meaningful time there.
And here's why he might not be able to last as long as some of those other guys you mentioned. He's third all time in hits in the NHL. And that takes its toll on your body. It's taking a toll on the guys you're hitting, but it also is going to take a toll on your body as well.
You don't think Bobby Hull had a bunch of hits? He played till he was 41.
Bobby Hull? Let me see. I don't see him anywhere near the top 10 in all-time hits.
Our guy Adam Oates played till he was almost 42 years old.
Right. I'm just putting that out there as a reason why he might not be able to make it to 45.
I'm not saying 40 is young, but it is not uncommon for players to play into their 40s in hockey.
It's not. I agree with you. But I think the biggest factor is also is that he just stayed healthy for all these games. And, he's probably thinking, as I get older, it's harder and harder to get up each day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure it was. But he was able to do it 81 times, coming up on 82 times. So why not run it back?
1-800-636-1067.
I think he's gonna do it.
Do you think he returns, or do you think tonight's the last game?
Valdez, you want to chime in?
No, I thought that, when you said that, it made me think the last thing you want is to kind of limp out, not on your terms,
right,
and just have a nagging injury be with you for the entire year. So that's why I think he might
be a counter to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's not going out where he's basically in a wheelchair.
I don't think that's the last thing that you would regret. I think the last thing you would regret would be retiring too soon and missing the guys. And that's why you see in sports often guys will retire and then they come back.
Right.
Well, I also think
Do you want to leave bullets in the chamber?
I don't think he wants to go out missing the playoffs on a random Tuesday night in Columbus. That's just not. It's not the right setting for him to go out, in my opinion.
I just think 2 months.
He needs one last run at the playoffs.
Yeah, I think 2 months from now, after he does a vacation and all that, he's going, I want to play.
Right.
He's a player. Players like to play.
So are we unanimous on this side of the glass that he's coming back? We're all saying he's coming back.
Yeah, if I had to bet, I wouldn't bet my life on it.
Valdez is the one wet blanket so far, saying he's going to hang it up.
I mean, I understand why you think that based off of his antics last game and how productive he was, but I just think that I don't know what there's more to accomplish for Ovi besides racking up more goals and making the record.
But you could have said the same thing about Tom Brady, right? There was nothing really more for him to accomplish. And then he went to Tampa and won another Super Bowl.
I think the biggest factor is that he just loves it.
Right.
He loves it all.
Well, what is there more to accomplish for LeBron James? Nothing really, but he's going to come back and play again next year.
For Ovi, another thing to accomplish is another cup run.
Well, sure.
If he could end it with a cup run, that would be an amazing, end to your career. And
I don't know, man. I'm looking at recent players who were great players, and Tom Brady came back for several seasons with Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron James continues to do it and is producing, and nobody's thinking that this is LeBron James's last run. He's 41. People assume he's coming back next year. The question is he going to be with the Lakers, or is he going to go back to Cleveland or play somewhere else?
Mike Marr, you want to chime in? You want to be on the record here? Let's go hard, one way or the other.
1,000% he's coming back. No doubt in my mind.
It's
now,
my guy.
I was originally leaning towards he was going to retire. You know, a couple people boots on the ground out and about in Arlington. I'd heard a couple things that he was hanging up the skates.
All right.
Yeah.
But when he shoot off the Penguins, that right there told me he's coming back.
That was a sign.
I thought it was a big sign, too, to be honest with you.
All right, we'll get to your calls next. 800-636-1067.
Let's go on the record, people.
Is tonight's Ovi's final game, yes or no? Does he return as a Washington Capital for a final season in 26
Where's John
and 27? 800-636-1067. Does Ovi stay or does Ovi go? We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan. So our friend Tariq El-Bashir, who joined us a few days ago on the show, he tweeted within the last 40 minutes a screenshot of the article he wrote for Ovi's first game on Thursday, October 6, 2005. Some remarkable symmetry. It was against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Ovi's been playing so long, the game was at MCI Center. Okay, still the same building, but at least 2 names ago, because it's now Capital One Arena. It was previously Verizon Center, and then it was MCI Center, I believe, to begin. So he scored 2 goals in that game. Is this going to be his final game tonight against the same Columbus Blue Jackets team that he started his career against?
I think it should be multifaceted.
Yeah.
Is he coming back, and do you want him back?
Right.
I think for sure, we've all gone on record, I think he is coming back, and here's the evidence.
How would you not want him back?
Well, you just want to move on. You just want to move on with young players and development.
I'm not ready
and
to
just
move
go.
on. I'm not ready to.
That's all. You say, oh, he's a liability defensively.
I don't care about that. He's given me too much joy and excitement and entertainment over 2+ decades that if he wants to come back, he should be welcomed back with open arms. It will be by the team, obviously.
I agree with you.
He should.
I'm just saying
totally
that's the
come back
argument
on his
against.
terms.
That's the argument against.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that he is I don't know that he particularly cares about records, but the fact that he is just, 15 goals or so in that realm of being behind for all time, including playoffs, that's kind of a little carrot. The fact that he played in all 82 games, was healthy enough to do that, seems to be enjoying it as much as ever, and he doesn't want to leave on a sour note, missing the playoffs.
Maybe he wants to go on another playoff run.
Yeah, and he's got these
At
young
least
guys
try.
coming up.
And look, if the team stunk and he was scoring 7 or 8 goals and it was embarrassment, then I could completely understand him saying, you know what, my time is come and gone. It's been great, but I'm clearly not the same player that I used to be. And we all know he's not the guy he was when he was 25 or 30 or even 35, but he's still pretty damn good.
He's still good enough to lead the team in points.
He can pump in 30 goals every single season.
Now, let me tell you something. Tonight, the one night, I think you should root against Willie. You don't want Willie to go off. Because if Willie had, let's say, a couple assists or a couple goals, he could catch him in points. I think he's only 2 points behind.
I don't know if Ovi really cares about,
I don't care what Ovi cares about. I'm asking about what you care about.
I mean,
would you rather say Ovi led the team in goals and points?
I mean, in a non-playoff season, honestly, I don't really.
You don't care.
I don't really care about.
I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him end as a leader in points.
Okay,
I think it's pretty cool. All right, let's go to Chris in Detroit. 800-636-1067. Go on the record. Is he back or not? Go hard one way or the other. And do you want him back? Let's go to Chris. Chris, Detroit. What's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. I'm just thinking about not too long ago, there was another iconic athlete who wore number 8. And the last 2 months of his last season were incredibly painful to watch. I'm just hoping Ovi doesn't finish out the way Cal Ripken Jr. did. I just think if he says, okay, that's it, I'm done now.
Do you even remember that?
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. But, I just don't want to see it again. That's all. It was painful to watch then, and I'd hate to see Ovi, barely being able to make it up and down the ice or something like that. I don't
think it's going to get to that point. There's been proven history with guys that have played well into their 40s.
And it's okay. By the way, it's okay if they are shelved themselves in the end. It happens to many of them. And a lot of times it happens on a different team.
I mean,
we talked about it in different sports.
Yeah.
You don't remember where Jerry Rice ended?
We didn't get to see Cal Ripken play in Florida or something like that. That was good, actually.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Okay, thanks for the 2 cents.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, buddy.
Look, ideally, you want to end up on top at the peak of your powers. But most guys, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, most guys don't get to win a Super Bowl like John Elway on the way out.
But even then,
he's still producing, leading the team in points, goals, shots.
Right.
But if it ends up poorly, like he's mentioning Cal Ripken's last 2 months, which I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
I don't remember
Look,
either.
I'm looking at Jerry Rice, all-time greatest receiver. People still say he's the all-time greatest wide receiver. I mean, he played 4 seasons in Oakland and ended with the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
I mean, does anybody remember that Randy Moss, did he end with the Titans? I know he did a stint with them toward the end of his career. Like, you remember the great times. You remember Randy Moss scorching people downfield with the Vikings and some with the Patriots.
Right, that's a different story, though.
Forget the way some of these guys limp out.
That's a totally different story. Like if Ovi said he wanted to come back, but he wanted to come back and say play for not the Penguins, but the Red Wings or something.
Yeah.
You would not be for that. You would be like, retire, buddy.
Of course I would be very, very much against that.
That's a totally different story.
I'll tell you this. I care more about Spencer Carberry's future than I do Alex Ovechkin's at this point. Ovi's been amazing. We love him. This entire season was his. We knew he was going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he didn't tell us, we figure we feel like he gets a whole nother season. No, the Caps have to make the playoffs next year, and they have to do some damage in year 3 of Carberry. They get rid of coaches all the time. I think Carberry's great. I want to see him here for a while. They have to do what's best for the team. They cannot have
Do you think
an
he hurt the
82-game
team?
farewell tour for Ovi. I don't know.
I don't think they're going to do that.
I don't know. Yeah, he can rack up goals. That doesn't mean that it's leading to victories. And they might be able to take that money that he would be taking next year, spread it out, get more free agents in here, and have a much better team. Ovi's great. We all love Ovi. That doesn't mean it's the best thing for him to be on the team next year.
Listen, they would have made the playoffs if they were better in shootouts.
I love Coach Carr.
Right. So the team is currently constructed.
Ovi doesn't do
he's
shootouts.
never been good at shootouts. His whole career, never been good at it.
I love Coach Carbs. He's great. He's amazing. Ovi is way more important than Coach Carbs. I mean,
this is
not
the
even
end.
close.
This is the end. I want to see Carberry succeed. I want to see this team succeed. I'm not interested in an 82-game farewell tour.
Nobody is. Do you think?
No, JP sounds like he is. He doesn't care. He doesn't say like whatever. It's like
no,
Ovi
I'm not
deserves
interested
it.
in it. I don't want that every time he goes to an arena.
And I don't
make a
want
big
you
deal.
to next year say, oh, whatever. They've been giving us tons of joy over the year. No, they have to win.
Oh, no,
You gotta win.
Carberry's been
It's
here
not
3
that-
seasons, so next year will be Carberry's 4th season. First of all,
All right, 4th season. Yeah.
And I don't care if it's a farewell tour. I'm just saying people are afraid of a player diminishing, and you shouldn't be afraid. It happens sometimes, but he's still producing. So you're making an assumption. I think a lot of people made an assumption. Like he didn't say when he signed his 5-year contract, I'm going to play 5 years and then I'm going to retire. He didn't say that, but everybody just kind of assumed it. Mm-hmm. And the reality is, to me, it appears it doesn't look like he wants to retire. And it's not a situation where you would say he should retire because he's still producing.
I just don't think you can make the argument that he's the reason. Like he hurt the team. He's the reason they didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Well, how do you know that? If he didn't want to retire and he knew that, he would tell us. The assumption was until he waved off the Pens that he was going to retire.
From the fans.
I think
from the
assumption was
No,
before.
from the insiders.
I think
the assumption all year is that this has been his last
going
year.
in, everybody assumed. Everybody assumed.
That
was the quietest thing about all the season. How this
would tell you that.
Yeah.
We had someone very close to us a couple weeks ago who told us 100% he's retiring.
Yeah. Well, Beninati.
That was a few weeks ago.
Beninati assumed it. I could tell you other guys that were with the team assumed it. I can remember talking to him that this will be it. But I think he's outperformed. He still clearly loves it. And I don't think you can make the argument that he's hurting the team.
And he has the right to change his mind, too.
Of course.
Like, he could have been basically 99% thinking he was going to retire. But that 1% now may be growing as we get closer to the end.
A lot of people think about, I can think of buddies that have just regular jobs. They think about retiring, but it's a big decision. They work another couple of years.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of daunting.
Keep going.
Yeah, you just keep doing it. Let's go to change is hard for people. Let's go to Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, what's up?
Good morning, gents.
Hello, Kurt.
I think the signs are he's coming back. He's in good shape. He's not injured. And there's another factor I haven't heard anybody else mention. If he goes back to Russia, he's not going to paradise. I mean, they have no internet, no power, no water in many places, no phone service, empty shelves, rising crime, long queue lines. I don't see anybody eager to return to Moscow. Now, that the airports are not operating regularly, so he may not be able to even get into Russia.
I think he'd figure out a way with his money and his private jet.
Yeah,
I think he'd be okay.
I think he's going to live pretty well.
He's not going to be living like most Russians, and I don't really know anything about the Russian economy.
Let's go to Doug.
Take your word for it.
I don't know anything about the American economy, so I can't forecast on the Russian economy. Sorry.
Doug, what's up, man? What do you think?
Good morning, Doug Junkies. I think he's going to come back, and I wouldn't be surprised. My thought, he's going to shoot for that 1,000 goals. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come back for at least 2 years.
I wouldn't be
He's,
stunned at that
71
either.
away from 1,000, and that's about 35 a year, and he's shooting 30 goals now.
I think it would take
I
him
don't
3.
think-
I would think it would take him 3 to get there.
I don't think he's just going to hang around to try to break into the 1,000-goal club. I don't think that that's super important to him. I think contending for a Stanley Cup and going on a deep playoff run with a younger core around him is much more important to him than racking up another 80 or 85 goals for
I don't know.
however long you play.
Let's keep it simple. I think he's having fun.
Right.
Like, you enjoy playing pickleball
Sure,
now.
of course.
I enjoyed playing basketball and soccer. If I could do it physically, I would go back in a heartbeat. Like, I play with my kids sometimes. There's nothing like it. And so he's never going to have the experience of playing in the NHL again if he walks away.
Right.
So why not milk it? Like, if you're him, I'm just saying from his perspective. I'm not talking organizationally. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just saying I see a guy, this is my perception, who looks like he's still having fun.
100%.
And why would he walk away from it?
It's not
he's not an Anthony Rendon.
No.
Who
Right.
is miserable.
It's not a chore for
who
him.
Can't wait to retire. Just sits out games for any reason possible.
It doesn't look like his passion has been sapped out.
Yeah.
They're playing hockey in the house. They don't even have furniture. They just have open spaces to play hockey.
Like when he sees like a young player score his first goal, like he's as excited or more excited than that player when he's scoring the goal. Like he still has that love for his teammates, and I think he wants to come back and have one last run at it.
And I know you make this assumption about the KHL, and maybe you could find the quotes. Where are these quotes from Ovi saying, this is what I want to do?
Just from people that are associated with the team, they seem to be in the know, and that's what they've said. That's kind of just been the understood
The general
thing.
assumption.
And I don't know that they're assuming it for no reason. I think there's a reason why they think that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's go to James in Falls Church. James, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Guys, good morning. So I think he's coming back, but I think he's coming back someplace else.
Well,
he wants to win another Stanley
That
Cup.
seems
You're not going to win
preposterous.
another Stanley Cup with the Capitals next year.
I don't see that.
You think he's going to play 21 seasons for the Capitals, and then he's going to come back and play for a team other than the Washington Capitals?
Now, is that going to be because that's what he wants, or because that's what the team wants, in your opinion?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. He wants to win right now, and the team has been hanging on to all of these assets that were part of the 2018 Cup win.
So you think he wants to cherry pick a championship, just jump on a team right on the brink?
Right, like what teams would he go to? Who would you see him latching on to?
He could go to Tampa. He could go to Florida. The Panthers had a terrible year, but, they had back-to-back cups. He could go to Montreal, a young team that's pretty good. If you guys think of Ray Bourque, I mean, he played in Boston for how long? And he knew the Bruins weren't going to win and weren't committed to winning, and so he went to Colorado and he won.
I'll call you a genius if he does it.
I just don't see it.
I just don't see it. And I appreciate the outside-the-box thinking. I'll just be stunned if that happens. But I appreciate the call, James. Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
I mean, he's not saying it's impossible, but he's so ingrained with the team and the city and the community. Like,
you think he wants to be like Karl Malone, just trying to jump on a team,
I
get a
would
championship,
be
steal a ring?
Flummoxed.
I wouldn't be that stunned.
Flabbergasted.
I
wouldn't be that stunned. And he brought up Ray Bourque. I just looked it up. So Ray Bourque played from 19, since he's 19 years old in Boston, all the way till he was 39. And then he played 2 seasons in Colorado.
Yeah. I don't see that happening.
I don't think Ted would let that happen. I think Ted knows how important he is to his community. I just don't think he would let him
What
move
if another team that's a contender gives him a bigger contract?
It's not about money. Not about money.
Sometimes
He's got
guys term the money as respect.
Yeah.
I don't think it's likely. I think he's likely to come back for the Washington Capitals.
I'm betting on it. I'm going hard on it.
I'll be if he comes back and plays for a different team, I'll be in full-blown depression. I might have to go up meds.
I just don't see it at this point that
I'm serious.
All right, in July. Do you think on July 15th he's just going to announce he's retiring? I just don't see it.
That's what's also tipping me over, is that I know he would give the fans at least one game to acknowledge. He would do at least one. He would do something ceremonial. And he
sign a one-day contract with the team?
No. In the flow of play.
Okay.
And the fact that he didn't do that tells me he's leaning towards coming back.
Right.
I think it's really hard for guys to quit doing something they love. And usually
100%.
it is because of injuries or they suck.
Yeah.
And neither of that applies to him right now. You can say he has diminished play on defense. He's a liability in certain situations, but he's still scoring goals.
Blah, blah. You think I care if Ovi plays one lick of defense for the rest of his career? You think I care about that? I care about him scoring 30 goals, okay, and still being productive late in his NHL
You know what Gretzky
career.
did his last season?
You think I care if he takes face-offs in the defensive zone? I do not care about that.
You know what Gretzky did his last season, Cakes? He scored 9 goals.
Now that's embarrassing. That's when you shouldn't come back. Okay, that's when you should say, "I'm not the same player. I'm not coming back."
All right, let's go to Gus in Arlington. Gus, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey guys, we all want Ovi to come back, and he deserves, that sort of respect. But when you say, does he hurt the Cavs? If he's out of contract, he'll want big money next year because he'll say, "I'm the leading goal scorer."
I think he'd work with the team.
But I mean, he doesn't. People say he wants to go back to Russia, so he's going to make it worthwhile being here. So he's going to get paid, and that's going to be money spent on a guy that's not spent on another guy that we can have in his prime or one of our young guys.
So you're saying you don't want him back then? So you're saying you're out?
I want him back if he gives us a deal, but historically he hasn't. Now we've gotten away with it because he's been so productive that we got him really early, but now we're doing that whole, we're paying him for the past rather than for the future that you don't do. He's like the Von Miller of the NHL at this point. I mean, it's hard to say, but that's the case.
Hey, Von Miller, thank you for the call. Von Miller did say, I can roll out of bed and sack the quarterback. That's
Right.
kind of like Ovi rolls out of bed and scores 30 goals in the NHL.
Right.
It's what he does, even at an advanced age.
Right.
I think he's running it back next season. He's coming back.
I'm with you.
He's taking one more
I've done a
lap.
complete 180 on it.
That's what I think. Hopefully tonight is not the last time you see Ovi in that Caps sweater. We'll talk more about that with Greg Wyshynski. He will join us coming up at 8:25, and we'll talk to Will Dawkins from the Wizards at 8:45 here on the Junks. When it's time to upgrade your office, make the winning call with PVI Office Furniture. Their expert furniture consultants help space and every budget. Plus, you can see it all at their massive showroom and warehouse in Frederick. Make the winning move for your business. Visit PVIPVI.com and put PVI Office Furniture to work for you. Big convenience store news.
Ooh.
Drab T-shirt may find it harder to get his Slurpee and bump into Terry McLaurin in the future because 7-Eleven are slashing hundreds of stores.
What?
They're going to shutter 645 locations during its 2026 fiscal year. Here's why. Because spots like Wawa, Sheetz, and Buc-ee's are crushing them because they have more
to
dining
offer.
and food options and bigger footprints than your typical standard 7-Eleven, as Mike Marr is rocking a Buc-ee's hat behind the glass.
Right.
So they realize, look, we have to compete with these other stores that have come in and have taken big chunks of our market share. So in 2026 fiscal year, shutting down 645 locations as part of a sweeping overhaul that swaps struggling storefronts for larger footprints and more food offerings. So apparently they have a new, quote, food-forward store format, one that leans heavily into prepared meals, drinks, and an upgraded in-store experience.
I'm all about that.
So the 7-Eleven that we all grew up with, that we all loved growing up, is probably going the way of the dodo
But
bird.
that's good, though. I think they're
for them to
improving.
survive, it's probably the smart move.
I mean, you
probably the way
do
to
go
do
to some of
business.
these Wawas, or I actually personally haven't been to a Buc-ee's, but
Yeah.
I've seen videos or whatever.
Mhm.
What are the other ones? Royal Farms. You go to these.
Wawa, Sheetz,
Yeah, I mean, you could
Buc-ee's.
go in there. You could get great lunch.
Sure. You can get a delicious iced coffee or a dirty soda. You can get whatever you want.
You get a great sandwich made fresh right there.
Yep.
I mean, a great one. You get great fried chicken.
They're just cleaner.
Yeah, they're
in my
better.
opinion, Sheetz,
yeah,
Wawa, even though
most are cleaner,
associated with gas stations,
yeah,
seem to be cleaner and more organized than a 7-Eleven.
Well, I know Buc-ee's prides themselves on being super clean,
I
especially
went-
their restrooms.
Buc-ee's is a little different. Like, to me, Buc-ee's is more of an experience,
or like a road trip deal.
Like, the reason why 7-Eleven may be dying is it's a convenience store.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to go to the convenience store that's separate when it's built into your gas stations.
Right.
And you're gassing up a couple times a week.
Yeah, so apparently the new food forward stores are doing 18% higher than their system average. So the ones they've tested this concept with are definitely, driving sales.
Right, because you're
higher
making
than-
it more of a destination.
Right.
Right. Buc-ee's is more of a destination. And I guess 7-Eleven used to be a destination. You need to get a quick thing, go to 7-Eleven.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can just build it into your trips to the gas station.
Right.
I went to 7-Eleven the other day, and it was one of those deals where I was in an area where there was I had a tea time, and there was no real restaurant options. I
Yeah.
had very little time, so I just said I got to get some food at 7-Eleven. Telling you, the options were trifling.
Well, that's exactly why they're
Yeah.
pivoting. They
Yeah.
realize that not everybody's just going to pop in and get a hot dog off a roller or
I ended
nachos.
I ended
or
up getting the hot
a
dog,
taquito.
and it was okay, but it's a hot dog. It's not really what I wanted. And I like those chiquitas or whatever those other things. I didn't want any of that crap. The pizza looked awful. Like literally everything in there.
Pizza always looks
Well,
awful.
the pizza, they have it like in a little warming spot near the
Yeah,
cash
it looks like it's
register.
been there for
what
days.
are we doing here?
It's overcooked and just trifling. I don't even know what those meat sticks are. I don't know. Drab probably likes that. I just didn't like any of the options.
Can I tell you the first thing they need to do in this redesign
I'd
process?
love to hear it. You should be a highly paid
I
consultant.
mean, nobody knows more about convenience stores
yeah,
than Drab
you're the
T-shirt.
king.
Can we get a bathroom for the customers?
It's a great idea.
Not you got to step over the mop and the employee gets bitter that you asked to use the bathroom and it's back behind.
That's how 7-Eleven's bathrooms are.
Oh, they're all yeah. They don't want
Yeah.
you in them. They don't have them.
They lie to you, and they go,
They
they weren't having. I go, well, how do you?
Right.
You,
The
More
7-Eleven
pride.
franchises they're out,
Yeah.
like Sheetz and Wawa. Those are all corporate-owned stores. They have rigid rules and
Right.
stuff that the employees need
Like,
to do.
like if you go into I don't know about every Wawa, but most Wawas, you go in and you know where the bathroom is. It's off to the left-hand side. Now, that might be only in some configurations, but like Drab is saying, like you have consistency. They're building these places the exact same, depending on how much square footage they have. And they're leveraging it into bigger sales, and it's hurting 7-Eleven. Obviously, they're shuttering almost 700 stores. That's a lot. Well, that's a ton.
You got an iconic product in the Slurpee.
Yeah.
Just build it around that. Like,
need more than that.
You do need more than that, but that is one of like you think 7-Eleven, you think Slurpee.
That's your star.
Like
that's
that is your star.
Yeah.
You still got it.
Yeah.
Your stores are a
Yeah,
dump.
but you
We're
go,
still
when you go to
going in
7-Eleven,
there.
you still get one? You still get Slurpees?
I take my kids
when
for
it gets
sure.
hot.
Yeah.
But another thing.
Think I'm not going to go there on July 11th?
The Slurpee area is always a mess.
Yeah. There's such a mess.
It's so messy. There's 8 different Slurpees. Maybe
Their lid game
only
sucks.
only two of them are working.
3 or 4 work. The lids are everywhere. There's trash everywhere.
Yes.
Now it's not going to stop me from getting one, but I look at it, I'm like, ugh, it doesn't give me good vibes. You gotta tidy up the Slurpee.
The
area.
layout needs to be improved.
Yes.
It probably needs bathrooms.
Definitely needs bathrooms.
And you need to step up the food.
Fresher food.
Because it's
fresher food.
Now, some 7-Elevens are attached to gas stations, but if it's separate, there's got to be a reason to go.
Yeah. Something has to compel you to go in there.
Correct.
I usually, why do I go to a 7-Eleven now? I'll go if I just want some cheap, like I just want a sugar high. I'm going to get some Twinkies and get like a Gatorade or something.
Right.
Get like a G2 or something.
Right. Get something quick on the road.
Yeah.
But it's not you're currently not saying, man, I can't wait to go get a meal at 7-Eleven. Like,
Yeah.
Nobody says
in
that.
In their defense, that's not what the original intent
Right.
was.
I'm going to get a burned up taco that's been sitting on this warming lamp for 3 hours.
You stock up on snacks.
The original intent was you
not every
get
gas
chips with a soda.
station. Not every gas station is like where you walk in and it looks like a food line.
That's true.
No, but Sheetz.
There's some independent gas stations
Wawa's.
whose convenience store is sorely lacking.
Royal Farms.
That's true, but where I used to live, there was a gas station right next to the 7-Eleven, but the gas station only had like gum and Airheads in it.
Because they know everybody's going to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not every gas station that you drive by is a Sheetz.
Yeah, but those are the ones that you're attracted to, especially if you're traveling. I travel a lot. You get sized
because you know you can get out like a hot sandwich at Sheetz and an iced coffee, and you can fill up your car at the same time.
Yeah, you get whatever you want. You know you're going to be like, okay, I'll just go here. I'll stop here.
Yeah, you go over to the kiosk, you order it. You pay
The
for
worst
it, you're
thing
on
is
your
when you
way.
go to one that just has bubble gum and like an old Snickers.
Right.
Those are the
Terrible.
worst.
7-Eleven, you think of Slurpee, you think of hot dogs on a roller,
Big gulps.
tobacco, scratchers,
Right.
and bruised bananas for 69 cents.
And donuts.
When I got my hot dog from 7-Eleven the other day, it had been, and I remember I went through in the early 2000s. I was getting 2 a day. I was getting two chili cheese dogs before the show.
Yeah.
We worked middays that one year, and my cholesterol shot through the roof. I haven't really gotten a hot dog there since then. I didn't even know how to do it. I ordered a hot dog, and the guy just stood there. He just stood there.
Oh,
And I go,
self-serve?
I go, yeah. Can I get the hot dog? And he goes, you got to go over. So I had to go over there, and I didn't know what to do. I was like, where are the buns? There was like a warmer. I had to find the warmer. I had to pull out the bun myself. I didn't even know how to do it.
Nubs.
It's nubs.
I'm telling you, I've never bought a hot dog at 7-Eleven.
Not once.
Never.
That is
You're not
weird.
missing anything.
I know.
Well,
they've always looked nasty to
Also,
me.
more proof that you're kind of an alien. Even during your college years, you didn't stumble drunk into a 7-Eleven and buy a hot dog.
If I was going to 7-Eleven for food, I would get nachos.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to fault you for that because that's a very solid choice.
I probably spent $5,000 at 7-Eleven, easy, on salt and vinegar chips. and Mountain Dew.
No, I used to
sure
do.
you did.
Now, when
I
that
mean,
Fairfax,
cheese
$5,000.
dogs.
at
Yeah.
that Fairfax 7-Eleven, there was a period of time. Now, I wasn't exactly like you, but I would get a chocolate eclair
Yeah.
and a blueberry muffin,
Oh.
and that was my breakfast.
You actually just brought back a whole era. They have good donuts. I mean, not good donuts, but donuts I got acceptable.
You know
I
what?
got used to.
They got good blueberry muffins.
Honey
Yes.
buns and the chocolate eclairs.
Yes.
I probably,
Honey
I
bun's
probably
another
had,
one.
I probably had 10 G's worth of honey buns.
Yeah. I've had hundreds of those honey buns,
I mean,
and their chocolate eclair.
You're actually bringing
their
back
chocolate
an era.
eclair is a smash.
Are they like extra glazed too?
Oh, so much glaze.
The glaze is unbelievable.
So much glaze. It could be in an X-rated film.
Now, I never did this, but I knew people. I literally didn't do this. Now, I stole a lot from convenience stores back in the day. I would cop to this, but some people would go and get a big gulp cup, and they would walk around the store and stuff like candy bars, whatever, and put $20 worth of swag,
and then put a top
and
on
then
it,
put
a
the
straw?
top on, and just go pay $1 for it and walk out.
Well,
and
I
they'd be
mean,
robbing the store blind.
It's blatant thievery.
They're actually geniuses.
You might be jealous of Drab. I think I'm on scholarship at Sheets. I go there
Because-
so often. I get the fist bump and the you're good to go when I get a redneck guzzler.
Oh,
No
I'm so
way.
jealous. Free redneck
Almost-
guzzlers.
Are they? Hold
Almost
on, are they
every
Junkies
time.
fans?
No,
They're just Drab T-shirt fans.
they're fans of the guy that comes in there every day and buys a soda. So they
Man,
He's got
Like
to be
kidding.
dropping so much coin in there.
Yeah, what a
no.
hoodie.
I'm not. I'm charging my Tesla, and I walk in there and get a soda, and they're like, "You're good."
Yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah.
We're
Good
making
to-
so much
good to
money,
see
it
you
doesn't
again,
Is it
matter.
a chick? Is this the guy?
No, ugly guys.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah,
never
I-
happened to me.
I need to.
That's
I'm running-
never happened
I'm running
to me.
hot.
I need
Yeah.
to work on that hustle. That sounds
I
amazing.
mean, it's happened to me if they're like Junks listeners.
Right.
Nah.
That's crazy. All right, coming up at the 8 o'clock hour, Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN, will join us. We'll pick his brain about whether he thinks Ovi is coming back or not for the Caps. And Will Dawkins joins us at 8:45. We'll talk whiz with him. When we come back, we'll do EB's entertainment page here on the Junks.
Let's start with hockey. The Capitals have been teetering on the brink of playoff elimination for weeks. Last night, it became official as Philly beat Carolina in a shootout with those 2 points. Flyers clinched the final playoff spot in the East, so that Philly win officially eliminates the Caps now from Stanley Cup playoff contention. They still have 1 game left to play. Could be the final game for Alex Ovechkin's Hall of Fame career. We will see. Caps in Columbus for the season finale tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Nationals were pounded on the road in Pittsburgh, beaten by the Pirates 16-5 last night to snap a 3-game win streak. More Nats baseball tonight, 2nd of 4 against the Pirates, 6:40 first pitch here on the Fan. Football, the Commanders' new uniform reveal is only a day away now, officially tomorrow at 10 a.m., and we're just 9 days away now from the NFL Draft. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Also part of our 30-year anniversary, Selly. You can kick off summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date, mark it down. Put it into your phone. Do whatever you have to do. Friday, May 22nd, Memorial Day weekend, kicks off at 6 a.m. with us at the Starboard. It gets going early and doesn't slow down. B. Mitch and Finley take over at 10 a.m. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. We hope to see you in Dewey Beach in just about 5 short weeks. It's going to be here before you know it.
I got a call from AWOD yesterday.
Oh, you
who's
did?
dying to do a live broadcast from there as well.
Oh, he is.
He wants to be a part of the shenanigans so bad.
I kind of want him there. I kind of want him there. Not gonna lie.
I mean,
He should go.
Bring him along.
He should go.
Get him in the mix.
He's trying to, crash in a room.
Okay.
He doesn't want to miss out. He goes, he actually
Drabby, your bed's open.
He goes, you think there would be a lot of people up there?
I think there's going to be a lot of people
buddy.
there. Yeah.
Did you do me a favor and reach out and find out where we're staying and all that?
Working on that. Yeah.
I really need to know.
I know you need to know.
I got to book a place like for me and others.
Bringing a big crowd.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Because I'm
All are
assuming he
welcome.
just probably just getting us rooms somewhere, right?
I think
It's
so.
Probably
Yeah.
like one bed.
Yeah, but I don't know where yet. I'll find
Yeah.
out tomorrow.
covered, EB. It's Monty. I own the whole town. It's not gonna be a problem. He's gonna have us covered, I would think.
No, I know he's gonna have me covered. I'm
Yeah.
not worried about that. But like, I got my wife coming. I got my daughters coming.
Yeah.
I got friends coming from Florida.
It's a big to-do.
I got a lot of people
Yeah,
coming.
there's a lot happening.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we stayed like kind of in the same area.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's not. I don't think it's unreasonable.
It'll all work out for you. It always does.
I mean, I guess, but somewhat stressful because I haven't booked any of it. All right, you want me to tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood?
I would love for you to
and
entertain me.
Entertainment. Of course, the entertainment page is driven by BMW Fairfax. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll hook you up, I promise. Of course, you check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. You thanked earlier Will Dawkins and them for all the food, right?
We have not actually.
Oh,
But
wanna
I
do
mean, we
that?
could do it now, or we
Yeah.
could do it when Will joins us. We'll
I'm
give
not
him a
gonna
real thank you when he joins us.
I'm not going to eat until 10, but I did grab an egg sandwich.
It's a nice spread out there.
Yeah, and then there's a pastry or two I got my eye on
Wow,
too. I
fantastic.
better grab it now because otherwise
yeah,
the vultures.
Yeah.
I added
Will
a
come.
blueberry muffin just because we were talking about the 7-Eleven version.
Yeah, it's so
Sure.
good. All right, Valdez, I'm going to need yours and Drabby's help on this. Potentially, Mike Marr, I'm certain, could probably help too. What's going on with this Alex Cooper, Alex Earl beef? Are you guys familiar at all? Apparently,
I am
yesterday,
not.
Alex Cooper responded. She posted something on her TikTok. She directly called Alex Earl out. Earl, I guess earlier, it kind of put out there that, hey, stop going on her podcast. Anytime, if you're a female and you're going through some drama, stop going on her podcast because she's a terrible person.
I think Earl accused Cooper of being an ambulance chaser, kind of. Like anytime someone has drama in their life, she befriends them to come on her show to spill everything that happened.
Well, I mean,
I know that's kind of what
you do in media.
Yeah,
when someone has
wasn't Oprah doing that for years back in the day?
I think also people have criticized Cooper because she got famous for doing a very raunchy podcast and all about hooking up culture and everything,
right.
And then she got
weaponizing your silly to get what you want, and
which is whatever. It was interesting. It was titillating, but then she ended up settling down and marrying a rich guy.
Getting married. Yeah,
right. So I don't know.
But Cooper is the podcaster. Earl is the one who was associated with Tom Brady for a minute.
I know Cooper.
And Alex Earl's an influencer.
World. Yes, I guess. I'm not familiar with Earl other than I know all young girls know who she is. But I don't know why she's particularly
I think
famous.
maybe she does outfits and makeup or something like that. That's at least what I'm associating.
But apparently there's been a beef going on that I wasn't aware of that's kind of reaching a fever pitch.
Beef between the Alexes.
Yeah, she's like
put him in a cage.
Earl's like passively aggressively commenting on all of her stuff
and taking shots at her.
And finally Alex Cooper spoke up.
I care about Alex Ovechkin. I don't care about those other Alexes.
Yeah, okay. I get it.
Alex Cooper, her previous podcast was Call Her Daddy. Is that what it's still called?
I think it is actually. Yeah.
Okay, because I know she had a split with whoever else was doing the show with her.
Sophia. See, I was fascinated by it first because first of all, it was a titillating podcast.
Okay.
And then the second part was when they ended up splitting up and she got $100 million, it made me want to blow my brains out.
Alex Cooper got the $100 million.
Correct.
Not Sophia. She's the Dunkelman.
And also,
exactly.
Alice Cooper, greater than sign, 100 greater than signs, Alex Cooper.
Alex Earl was also a part of Alex Cooper's network. Like she hosted a show on her Unwell network.
At one point she did work
at one
for
point.
her.
Yes.
Oh, so there's really something going back then. Who knows? All right.
I did see some Sydney Sweeney news. I thought you would lead off with that. Did you see the controversy?
I saw pictures of Sydney Sweeney with her legs spread.
Well, yeah. So the controversy, I guess,
from her show?
is
What's the show?
Euphoria.
Yeah.
It's season 3.
Yeah.
I've only watched 10 minutes of the first episode and I bailed.
Right. Well, we're a little bit out of the Euphoria demo. Just a tad.
People believe
that's not the sex show that you're into.
DTF St. Louis?
Yeah, no, it's different.
Which I saw the final episode of last night.
Titillating?
I don't want to give anything away.
But
not
sexually?
It's depressing.
It is
depressing.
Is there more male nudity?
Yesterday.
There was a little bit. There was a smidge of male nudity in
They
episode
love male
7.
nudity on that show.
Well, they do. Yes. You have not.
Just the other guy.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the way you're framing things.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could say that word.
Well, Sydney Sweeney, is this beneath her at this point because she's so famous? Apparently, she did a humiliation scene where she's
she work in radio?
She's dressing as a baby, sucking on a pacifier, and also dressed as a dog.
Well, hold on, that was part of the acting?
Yeah.
Well, who cares?
She's an actress.
The role.
Yeah.
And
who cares?
She plays a OnlyFans creator,
right?
And so she's role playing for her fans as a dog and as a baby.
Some people believe it's beneath her at this point. EB, she could have told the writers, no.
You know what? She's pushing her limits as an actress. That's the way I would counter.
I guess
if I were her.
I saw this story this morning. This is I don't know what to make of it. Katy Perry denies Ruby Rose's sexual assault allegations from 20 years ago. Now I know who Katy Perry is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Ruby Rose is?
I don't.
I read yesterday. How about this? I've already forgotten. She's some sort of TV actress, I believe.
Apparently, they're saying there was an incident at a Melbourne nightclub, 20 years ago.
I'm guessing that's Melbourne, Australia, not Melbourne, Florida,
Yes.
that we're familiar with from Nat's spring training trips from back in the day.
She tweeted, Katy Perry sexually assaulted me at a Spice Market nightclub in Melbourne Who gives a blank what Katy Perry thinks? And this was after I guess Katy Perry said something about the thank God she has YouTube Premium so she doesn't have to see the ads during the Justin Bieber concert.
So Ruby Rose was on Orange is the New Black.
Okay.
Haven't seen one episode. All I know about it, chicks in prison, right? That's the whole.
That's correct.
That's all I got. That's all I can tell you.
She said something about I'm trying to find the details, but she said something about how she said she saw me resting on my best friend's lap to avoid her and bent down, pulled her underwear to the side, and rubbed her blank on my face. And then she goes on and on and on.
If true, that is a sexual assault.
That's 100% a sexual assault.
Yes, it sounds like that would be a sexual assault.
Drab perked up.
All of a sudden, Drab
my attention.
I mean, is anybody...
He was treating the EP like Lurch until that story.
I don't know, man. I mean, can you imagine? Do you think there's a possibility that could have happened?
Possible, sure.
So impossible, that's why it makes it possible.
I mean, it just sounds crazy.
You lose credibility when it's 20 years, but doesn't mean it didn't happen.
It's a wild accusation.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of that. All right. So, whatever. Is what it is. We'll see what happens from that. This is a wild story. Now, this is mostly cassette recordings, right, Valdez? Apparently, there's a guy, he's 59 years old. I guess his name is Adam Jacobs. And back in 1989, he went to see a concert from an up-and-coming band who was making their debut show in Chicago. Just happened to be Nirvana and Kurt Cobain, okay? And he recorded it surreptitiously, apparently, I think just on audio. He went on to record more than 10,000 concerts. But they say with even better and better equipment over time. And now they're saying the Adam Jacobs collection is an internet treasure trove for music lovers. And are they out there for people to see, or are they for sale?
I've heard he's going to just put them out there for everybody to have for free.
He's releasing it to everyone for free to consume.
Wow. But it's all audio.
Yeah,
it's all audio.
Yeah, it's not like he was recording with his phone or anything like that. Right. It's like a tape recorder, and then they're going through and digitizing each one of his concerts, and then he's releasing it to everybody. So like Spotify and Apple Music, they don't have Nirvana's first show ever in Chicago. This guy does. They don't have a lot of live shows that this guy has.
Right.
And so everyone's
pretty
all
impressive.
Everyone's all butt size for it.
Right. All right.
I mean, is there any way this guy had a job recording 10,000 concerts?
I don't know, just super nerd.
How can you go to 10,000 concerts? I guess
That's a lot.
I guess you're going to concerts every day.
How many concerts do you think what heavy metal Chris has been to?
Hasn't been 10,000.
Couple hundred.
He's been to a couple hundred for sure.
I put him on. He may be in 4 digits. He may be
like he's one of those guys.
Is he? Yeah. Is he using a loophole where there's multiple bands or acts at a concert or festival?
That could be it.
Could be.
Like maybe so
that
10 bands
helps.
one day. Okay.
That helps.
That definitely helps.
I mean, if you do the math on 10,000 concerts, I can't, over 4 decades. How many
Still
concerts
a lot,
is that
man.
every day? Like every 5 days?
27 years if you go every day.
It's 27 years.
So that he has to be recording some multiples, like if there's a festival or
it's over
5
4
bands on a
decades.
bill. Like
It's over 4 decades. So
that's
maybe
So if he's doing, let's
every
say,
other day.
40 years and he goes to 300 a year, what is that?
Is that 12,000?
12,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So 250 a year.
You know what he is? He's the Ovi of bootlegging concerts. That's what
That's 250 a year.
I think
40 years. If you go to 250 a year for 40 years,
It's a
you're
lot.
10,000.
That's a grind. He's grinding.
I think this guy was so well known as like a concert goer that some bands would just let him take his recorder.
They
and
didn't
just,
even care.
And no, they just let him hooked it up to the board.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He became so
just
well known.
Yeah, so well known, and he knew like he was getting their music out there.
He's probably smart.
Do you think he knew that Nirvana was going to be silly?
I'm probably,
Did he play Hit or Hurt?
Well, he
Thing?
knew that they were
He
a
goes,
well-known
"Hit."
band from Washington. You knew that. I don't know.
But it was a couple years before they broke big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
It
had
was
to be
before Nevermind.
underground buzz that I guess he was on because nobody knew who they were in 1989.
Yeah. Still remember painting our house in College Park to Nirvana.
You were painting it while Nirvana was playing in the
I
background.
had they had this stupid album. Nevermind that everybody had. Just playing it. Dun, 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 dun. Just painting that dumb house.
Why were you guys painting the house? Why didn't the slumlord that owned it paint the house?
Because he was a slumlord.
He made his tenants paint the house?
If you have a slumlord, they don't do anything. A true slumlord doesn't do anything.
I would pick up the phone and say, "Hey, slumlord, the living room needs a new coat of paint because we put up 1,000 posters in here. There's holes all over the wall."
And he'd tell you to kick rocks. So that if you wanted it to be painted, you just painted it yourself.
Paint me. Nice one.
Speak.
Paint me. It's a good bit. It's not a cheery song. This band basically killed off all of the hair metal bands. When Nirvana and Pearl Jam came out, all the Motley Crues and the Rats, I mean, they were just donezo. It was like the meteor that came and killed all the dinosaurs.
Right.
It's literally the same thing.
And yet you still get them on your timeline and your algorithm.
Yeah. You think I don't get all of Stephen Piercy's tour dates? Every single one of them. I get them all.
Yeah, that's something I don't get.
That's definitely in my algorithm.
Speaking of bands, No Doubt's guitarist, kind of, it's sad, but I guess he's still powering through. Tom DeMont says he's been living with early onset Parkinson's disease for several years now.
That's rough.
Finally went public, but he's not going to let it slow him down, and he's still performing, so good on him.
That's great. That's good
He's
news.
58 years old. He says he's found a way of balancing exercise, proper sleep, and medication to keep the symptoms in check while he continues to perform at a high level.
That's
so
positive.
Good
Still
on
playing
him.
despite Parkinson's. All right, when we come back, Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN, will join us. We'll talk Ovi with him. That's coming up next here on The Fan. Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Here's your guest roster for today's show. Greg Wyshynski should join us shortly. We can talk Ovi and more with him. Will Dawkins scheduled at 8:45. We will wrap up the season that just ended for the Wizards with him. That's at 8:45. And Armando Salguero joins us at 9:25. Longtime NFL writer. We'll dive into Ruben Bain with him. He's based in Miami. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. Greg, good morning. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate the time.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I am the senior NHL writer at ESPN, but I'll always be an unwashed vlogger in my mom's basement when I hop on the junks.
Yep, we all have our origin stories. We know them well.
Thank you, buddy.
When did you start blogging?
Oh, that was like I was like an OG. It was like 2007. Do you guys remember AOL Fan House?
Yeah, we did AOL.
We
did AOL blogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was where I kind of like cut my teeth as a hockey blogger, and then Yahoo hired me in 2008, and then we did Puck Daddy until 2017 when I, put on a tie and learned the words to "It's a Small World."
So
and joined ESPN.
So when you started out, did you get paid per blog? Is that how it worked, or were you on salary? I don't remember how this used to work back in the day.
At Fan House, it was definitely per post.
Okay.
Which taught me a little word called frequency, which I used to my benefit. Yeah, volume. I think you got paid a few bucks every post. Then every fifth post, you got a free AOL CD in the mail to get instant messenger on your home computer.
I mean, that's how long ago this was. That's basically only a few years after Alex Ovechkin started playing for the Washington Capitals. Yeah. We've been kicking this around for the last few days. Do you think this is going to be the final time we see Ovi as the Caps, who we know were eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers win last night? Do you think this is Ovi's swan song? Does he run it back? And should he run it back with the Capitals for at least one more season?
I'm like 80% it's over. If you would ask me about 2 months ago, I would have said about 98%.
Right.
I don't know, man. Like the vibe at the game, as I was at the game against the Penguins, and it didn't really feel like a super big farewell. I mean, I don't know if that's just because he's been so non-committal and they didn't really know how to handle the game. But I mean, his stats are still pretty respectable. I think, the two things that I know are really important to Alex are his ability to, stay conditioned, to bounce back physically. But I think he also wants to, be relevant. And I think that was one of the reasons why he even came back to the Capitals a few years ago or re-signed with the Capitals a few years ago, is that he wanted to make sure that this was going to be a competitive playoff caliber team. It didn't work this year, but I mean, if you look at the roster, it's good and it's young in the right places and it's got great goaltending, and there's no reason to believe they can't be relevant again next year. So then it just comes down to conditioning and health and whether he feels like another season of this grind is going to be deleterious to, the rest of his life playing with his kids.
I just have a hard time believing that he's going to go out on a non-playoff year on a random Tuesday night in Columbus when they're out of playoff contention. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem like that's like he wants that to be his final act in the NHL.
I agree and I disagree. On the one hand, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the lasting memory that you want of Alex, but I think that's part and parcel of him really not knowing what he wants to do yet. I think, I talked to the Capitals before that game against the Penguins, and the challenge they ran into is like, how do you celebrate the guy? How do you acknowledge the guy? How do you deal with the legacy? How do you satiate the fans who paid, $3,000 a ticket to go see what could be his final game when he doesn't even know if it's his final game? But the second thing I'll say, and I think Ovi's been consistent on this since the preseason when I talked to him about it, last year was great with the Gretzky chase, but it was also really hard on him. Mm-hmm. Like having his situation overshadow that of his team and his teammates, him being in the most intense spotlight you could imagine for an individual player in this game, chasing a Wayne Gretzky record that people thought was unbreakable. Like, he didn't want that again this year at all. And that might even bleed into the final stages of this season, where if it is goodbye, he still doesn't want it to just be all about him. He's constantly just kind of pushing the spotlight aside whenever he gets the chance to.
So you mentioned the roster being young in a lot of the right places. We saw Ryan Leonard with a 20-goal season. Justin Sourdif was a really good pickup. I know that a lot of people were scratching their heads for the Caps sending a second. I think it was a 6th-round pick to Florida, and he turned into a 35-point scorer with it seeming like his ceiling's going to be even higher than that heading into next season. Cole Hudson's been awesome since he's gotten called up. Like, there are young pieces in place that if he wants to come back, this team will compete, and hopefully they are able to make a playoff push next season. It's not like the cupboard is bare here in Washington.
Yeah, and we didn't even mention the Prodie, the two Prodie brothers either. I mean, listen, this front office to me, Brian McClellan and then Chris Patrick after that is one of the best in the NHL for a lot of reasons. I think one is clearly player development. You could draft as well as you possibly want to, but if you don't have the machinery in place to develop these guys, then there's no point. And the thing that the secret sauce for the Capitals all these years has been Hershey. And Hershey sauce, and then the ability to sort of like develop players through that pipeline and be patient, and as long as that's in place, they're going to be competitive. But they're also just really good, as you mentioned, with sort of like just identifying players in other organizations that they could acquire and they're going to fit the way they play, but also have a higher ceiling. And that could be a guy like him, or it could be Pierre-Luc Dubois, who they bought pretty low on. They're just a really smart front office. So. Long story short, I mean, if he does decide to come back, I do think it's going to be a competitive team, and one that they'll even make even more competitive if, he's like, it's my last run, let's go chips all in.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of with you. Going in, I just assumed all season. I think everybody associated with the team, people associated with the league, just kind of assumed this was going to be his last year. But all the signs, I mean, the evidence is just mounting, and I'm way more than like 20%. I'm like, I'm going hard. He's coming back, baby. I think, listen, we all know he doesn't like attention. He's not going to do the rocking chair bit in every arena. That's not going to happen, right? He'll just say, hey, I'm doing it 1 year at a time. And then, but I do think if he knows, at some point he knows it's going to be, he'll give the fans at least one opportunity, to pay tribute to them or whatever, and do the handshake line and, and bow and get the microphone, even though he hates that. We know he hates it. There's too much evidence here, Greg. I mean, he's close to another record, right? What, 15 or 16 goals or whatever. I don't know that he cares about it, but it's right there. Might as well knock it out. He led the team in points. He played 82 games. He clearly loves hockey. When he's not at the arena, he's playing hockey in his freaking house. We all get it. I know people just with regular Joe jobs that it's hard. Change is hard. And you might think you're going to retire at 60, and then 60 comes and you work 2 more years. Because change is hard and it's not that bad. You kind of like your routine, right?
It's your identity.
Yeah, it's who he is. He clearly still loves it, and he can still listen. He has deficiencies, no doubt about it. But he's not the reason they didn't make the playoffs. I mean, he sucks at shootouts. That's the reason they didn't make the playoffs. So I don't know. I think he's coming back.
I can't say for sure. I still lean that he's not. But I mean, your point's really well taken, which is that. People always are wondering, why do these guys hang on for so long? And it's your identity, but it's also just like, listen, I know the guy loves his kids, but the guy also loves the life. Mm-hmm. He loves the boys. He loves the boys in the room. He loves being on the road. He loves Tom Wilson. Like all these things that are inherent to his existence remain in Washington. I mean, John Carlson doesn't, but everybody else does. So I think that weighs heavily for him. But they don't know. I'm glad you brought up the handshake line, because that was the one that was really interesting on Sunday against the Penguins. I had heard during the game that Sidney Crosby was ambulance was preparing some sort of a handshake situation after the game. So that was actually Sid's suggestion. And then to have him wave it off, I couldn't tell if it was just like, I don't know for sure. I mean, that's what he said after the game. Or it could just be like, hey, we might see these guys next week. I mean, not anymore, but at the time it was very much alive that the Penguins and Capitals could see each other, and then, why do a handshake line if that's the case? So I don't know. But that was a very interesting moment where he kind of like summarily rejected a farewell gesture from another team.
And as much as I know we all know, right? I've never seen a guy who's been a star for 20 years and more uncomfortable at the podium still. It gets crazy to me. But I don't think he's just going to fax in or send an email and say, yeah, I'm done. I just don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to give you a little notice.
I mean, it'll be more than that. I mean, it'll be like an event, and I mean, I imagine.
Yeah, they'll do that next
year.
If they but
I could imagine a situation where they fast track a number retirement for opening night. If the guy and his family wants to go back to Russia, which I think is a possibility. That's the other thing too. Is he was asked about this in Toronto, and he didn't shoot it down. But the long held theory was that he was going to play one more year with Dynamo Moscow in the KHL, and he never really shut that down. So. He might not be done playing. I mean, he could play it like 20% of the way he plays in the KHL.
He's going to play till he's 80. He's going to be in a beer league near you forever. That's for sure.
He's going to be like Yager playing at Kladno in the Czech Republic until he's 95 years old. Yeah. But no, I hear what you're saying, and it doesn't seem like the traditional route, especially when we're so used to seeing. I mean, it felt like Marc-Andre Fleury was on a retirement tour for about 5 years.
Yeah,
so we're so used to these guys all doing this thing. But I mean, Ovi's different. He's built different. He already experienced every arena in the world is lauding me thing last season, and it wouldn't surprise me if things are more subtle. And I say that not only knowing Ovi, but I say that also just in talking to the organization. Like I think they expect it could be a situation where they come out of a meeting and if there's a decision, then they've got to put out a press release, and that's the extent of it.
Greg, we always appreciate the time, and look how far you've come. You started as a blogger, now you're into year 30 with the Junks. We're doing year 30 here, okay?
That's incredible. I mean, really, you guys are the same. I mean, as far as not successful. Like you blew up, right? For me, it's more like. I no longer have to pay for my own Greyhound to go to the draft. Like ESPN does pay for a plane, which is kind of dope.
Very nice.
Cool. Very cool.
Well, Greg, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. We'll have to have you on again soon. Appreciate it.
Anytime, boys.
All right, thanks, buddy.
We're colleagues, apparently, at Fan House.
Who knew? Didn't have any idea.
I remember I wrote a blog about bachelor parties. I think Cakes did one about Hashim Thabit.
I mean, I can't remember blogs from 25
or maybe that was
ago.
Jason's.
I think it was Jason's, yeah.
I remember doing a few for AOL. More, I remember the Masson blogs.
I do remember those.
Oh, no, you did the double crown.
I did the double crown. I mean, I still stand
Cakes is
by
all
that.
about lowering the bar.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's hard to win 3 horse races in like a 6-week stretch. It's pretty difficult. Right. All right, coming up next, we will pivot to the Wizards. Will Dawkins, their GM. He will join us next here on The Fan. Don't forget, you want to kick off summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date, Friday, May 22nd. That's Memorial Day weekend. It starts super early, 6 a.m. It gets started early and doesn't slow down. B. Mitch and Finley take over at 10 a.m. It's brought to you by Main Street Bank. Let's head to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in our pal Will Dawkins, Wizards General Manager. Will, hello. Good morning.
Hey, you can join us in Dewey Beach.
That sounds like a plan for me.
Yeah, you can chalk it up as a scouting trip. I don't know who and what you're scouting, but you can just put that on your expense report.
There's players everywhere. That's what I'll say. There's players everywhere. Let's go.
There are. And by the way, speaking of expense reports, thank you for the delicious breakfast.
Yes.
It's going to feed us. It's going to feed our producers. I think it's going to feed the entire 106.7 The Fan staff today. So thank you. That was much appreciated.
Very kind to you guys.
You're very, very welcome. Just a token of our appreciation. You guys do great work covering local sports, and we appreciate you guys.
Thanks, man. Classy
so
move. We appreciate that.
Hey, we threw out a question yesterday about your season. So you finished with 17 wins, 65 losses, and we threw out this question, and I want to get the general manager's response to it. Was this season a success?
By the way, I called it an unmitigated success. That was just me, Will. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I think when you look at each season, you have pluses and minuses. The way I kind of look at this phase that we're in is not in each season. I think it was more of a deliberate, methodical, 3-year process with the ultimate goal of shifting the organization, defining who we are, leaning into the growth movement, the growth of the youth movement, and then doing things that put us in position to have sustained success. So when you break it down there, I think there were a lot of successful moments during this season that contributed to that. The losses don't tell the full story, but we definitely wanted to be in more competitive games, and we think we will be moving forward. But the individual growth, the strong organizational culture and environment that we're building, I think the exciting acquisitions that we made in Trey and Anthony Davis will allow us to have more success moving forward. And because of that, I think there were successful portions of the season. So I would say, there's always ups and downs and pluses and minuses, but at the end of the day, I think we achieved a good amount of our goals, but not all of them.
Hey, Will, can you sell my friend and showmate, John Paul Flame, on the plan for Anthony Davis moving forward? He thinks that Anthony Davis was acquired strictly as a trade chip, that he may never even appear in a Wizards uniform starting next season.
You're coloring what I said. I said I wouldn't be surprised if he never suits up for the Washington Wizards.
Okay, that's exactly what he said. I want your retort to that, Will.
Yeah, it's good, Jippy. No, we traded for Anthony Davis to be here and to play for us, and that's the plan. We're excited to have him around. I think there's probably a week, 10 days, he would have been playing for us. He just started ramping up and started going one-on-one and 3-on-3, so he was getting pretty close. But AD's been great with our young guys, and I think he talked about it yesterday, kind of the excitement and how he can see us moving forward. So the plan is to move forward with AD in a Wizards uniform for sure.
I've asked you this before, but I don't know if you ever answered me directly, but did things go kind of according to plan, over the 3 years, or are you ahead of the curve because of the development of Keyshawn and Will and these young players, and you got to the point where you can make these moves and really start to my impression is we're really going to start to go for it next year. And if that impression is correct, is this right on track with your plan, or are the guys actually a little ahead of where you actually thought you would be?
Yeah, I would struggle to say we're ahead of the plan just on when you see the outcomes of the last 3 years. Do I feel pretty good that we're going to continue to stay on plan? I would say yes. We wanted to make sure we kept our pick these last 3 years and drafted in these 3 drafts, which we knew were going to be pretty good. We were successfully able to draft second, draft 6, and we'll draft the top 5 pick this year. But those guys that we've drafted in those 3 drafts, in the first draft, and Bilal and Tristan, that was the crew that we wanted to give time to develop and grow. I think when we're talking about are we on schedule, we kind of put the plan in place to let the train start moving, so to speak, this off season and into this summer. And I think we learned a lot from our young players that the train was going to move regardless of what we did. And I think that was important that we continued to add to the team with the roster flexibility and cap space. So for us, I think we're right on time
following the plan that we're on. Where we go from here, I think, is up to the development and the cohesiveness of the group. But I wouldn't say we're ahead, and we're definitely not all systems go. But we definitely want to be more competitive next season, and we think we will be.
Yeah, I think you will be too. I really have been impressed with some of the young guys that you've put together. I do. My buddies and I, you have to know this, Will, that like for 20 some years, dating back to like Flip Sawn, like. We've always talked about we need better defense. We need better defense, right? And the league's changed. It's a different league. There's no question about it. But I know having Sarr and AD, those are real, like those guys are going to help. Bilal, I get it. But is it possible? I think you guys have great offensive players and you have some good defensive players, but the defense just keeps getting worse year after year after year. Are you confident that defense will be better next year?
I'd probably first push back on the defense getting worse and worse every year. I do understand that it's an area that we need to improve upon. When we got here, we talked about we're going to be a defensive-minded team. I think there were areas where we got better this season. When you throw the youngest roster in NBA history out there, they don't have the experience. They don't have the strength sometimes to be able to fight defensively and really hold up. But for us to be fifth in blocks, for us to be 13th in rim percentage, and for us to be 8th in charges, like we took away the paint this year, and that was pretty good for us. We had a pretty good run where we were top 10 defense for a little while, and that's without having Anthony Davis next to Alex Sarr, which we think will really shore up the paint even more. So I think we have competitive players. We'll continue to draft guys with length who can defend, and when you be capable to throw lineups out there with Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr, Bilal, Keyshawn, Jameer Watkins, those guys are defensive-minded by nature, and then I think we have Bub Carrington and other competitive players, and we can still add to the team through the draft and through free agency. So you can count on us being a better defensive team next year. A lot of it will be through player growth and player physicality and just getting stronger and knowing the league, but we'll be a better defensive team, and I'm actually excited for that side of the ball because I know how confident our guys are and easy it is to work on offense, but we're going to work on defense this summer too.
Is it frustrating to you? I mean, you guys know the deal, right? You know the deal. But man, when you look at it, like we struggled this year, and we earned a top 5 pick. But when you look at the percentages, Will, like okay, we got a 14% chance for the first, 13% chance for the second, 12%, like give or take a point or two, right? But we got a 50% chance or 48% chance for the 5th pick. God, that's so annoying. I feel like I know there's nothing you could do about it, but I feel like it doesn't seem equitable. Like I don't know. I feel like we should have a higher chance to have a top 5 pick, the top 4 pick, if that makes any sense. It just seems weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it frustrating. It's the system that we've been allowed to be in for a little while now, and the NBA has chosen to go to the lottery format, and it's been lucrative for a lot of teams. I think for us, we just play the cards we're dealt and we accept the outcomes. I think fans should be really excited that this is a really deep draft and that our scouts and personnel people have been working really hard, and we're excited to meet these young guys and make the best pick for our organization. But again, it is a lottery. Weird things can happen. More than likely we're going to be picking 5th, but at the end of the day, we'll see what it is, and hopefully we get lucky. But again, there's good talent everywhere. There's good talent deep in every draft, and we're pretty confident we'll be able to add a player here. And I think the league will continue to look into the draft and the processing and what that looks like and probably make some changes as well. That's interesting, though. I like the way you put it. Like, you guys, I mean, obviously you guys all know what you're doing. We're just dummies. But you see how he put it. We're most likely going to have the 5th pick.
I know. It depressed me when he said it.
But he
set the bar low, and then you're pleasantly
Yeah,
surprised if you move up.
Right. I think that's the best way to handle it. Because a lot of us are just thinking, let's get the one. Let's get the one. Let's get the one. It's kind of crazy to think that. We got a 14% chance.
Yeah. A lot of good players this year.
There are
this
good
is
players.
A good year that.
Yeah.
Are
you thankful that this year there does seem to be that kind of depth at the top of the draft, more so maybe than in some previous years of recent?
Yeah. Again, I give our scouts and our evaluators a lot of credit when we sat down and talked about the plan and how many years we wanted to kind of go through the deconstruction phase, which I think this will be the final season of the deconstruction. We'll start kind of
ramping up,
building a little bit more after we get this other pick. And we knew the depths of these drafts ahead of time, and these guys were sophomores in high school. So you could kind of predict what this draft was going to look like. 1, 2, 3 more players popped in between them then to make the draft even more full. So we're even more excited, but it goes back to doing your work and being ahead of schedule and trying to figure out what the future looks like within those grassroots spaces. So our guys were at the Hoop Summit, McDonald's games. They're watching these guys at 15-year-olds at AAU, and we have a good feel for what the class will look like. And I think we planned accordingly, strategically, to make sure we were involved in this draft.
Will, we really appreciate the time you took throughout the season to spend with us. Hopefully we can run it back again next year. Have a great summer, and we'll talk to you again soon.
You guys are a joy. I appreciate you guys for having me.
Thank you, Will. Really appreciate it.
I totally, wholeheartedly agree with you on that.
Thank you,
Will
buddy.
Dawkins, Wizards General Manager on the Rude Guest Hotline. When we come back, we are just about, let me do my radio math here. We're about 25 hours away from the Commanders' uniforms reveal. Are you excited? And what do you expect to see at the unveiling tomorrow at 10 a.m., 800-636-1067? We'll discuss that next here on The Fan.
The Capitals' playoff push is officially over with. The Caps' playoff hopes ended last night in Philly with the Flyers' win over Carolina that officially knocks the Caps out of contention for the final playoff spot. With one game left to play, could be the final game in Alex Ovechkin's career. We'll find out over the summer. Season finale tonight in Columbus for the Caps, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Baseball, the Nationals' 3-game winning streak came to a crashing halt last night in Pittsburgh. They were pounded by the Pirates 16-5. Another one tonight in Pittsburgh for the Nats, 6:40 here on The Fan. NBA play-in games tip off tonight. Heat and Hornets, 7:30. Portland at Phoenix, 10 p.m. And WNBA, the Mystics selecting Lauren Betts and Angela Dougal, each from national champ UCLA, and Cody McMahon of Ole Miss with their 3 first-round picks in last night's WNBA draft. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. The date on the top of my show outline says Tuesday, April 14th. It might as well be Christmas Eve, EB, because tomorrow the Commanders are unveiling their new uniforms.
All right.
The uniform tweaks, and not only a uniform tweak or upgrade or whatever you want to call it, they're also going to have a new helmet as well. Because in the teaser video, they show you a box that the uniform comes in,
right,
and then there's a separate box with Riddell on the side,
right,
the name of the helmet manufacturer.
Right.
So you not only get a brand new jersey or uniform in total,
right,
and you also get a helmet as well. I mean, it's big news for the uniform nerds like myself.
All right, so we have to guess what we think it's going to entail, right?
Well, from the teaser video, you can people have slowed this down and still framed it.
Yeah.
You can definitely see a little sliver of a burgundy jersey in the box because they
Okay.
had a video where they had the camera,
Yeah.
a POV, if you will, EB. I know
All
you've
right.
heard that term before.
Maybe.
Where the players are flipping open the box and you see their reaction as they look at the
Yeah.
jersey that's going to be unveiled tomorrow. And I believe it's second 3 or 4 of the video, there's a little smidge of burgundy jersey with some yellow or gold stitching around one of the numbers, if you
Yeah.
look closely.
Weren't we
So-
speculating there's going to be a spear involved?
There's going to be a spear.
Or shield?
100% going to be a spear.
I think it's going to be on the helmet. I think
What
it's
if
going to be
the helmet-
incorporated into the helmet.
Cakes, this just popped into my head.
Yes.
A few years ago, you and Jason would have a back and forth. I believe he preferred Manders, you preferred Combs.
Combs is better than Manders.
What if
in my
they
opinion.
did like the Terrapins have gone to that script and they wrote Combs? I know it's not going to happen. I'm just wondering how you'd feel about it.
I would like it better than
So it's
Manders.
burgundy,
Yeah.
and just in yellow it went Combs.
And I don't think that's going to happen. But I would prefer it to Manders being written in cursive on the helmet. But neither of those are going to happen. But you could have a spear incorporated onto the helmet because we've definitely seen like former players at the stadium getting the crowd fired up while holding a spear. You've seen promotional videos of Jaden Daniels in uniform holding a spear along with other players too. So I think that is definitely going to be part of this reveal tomorrow. I'm borderline giddy. I mean, it's happening at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Is it
I'm going to be locked in.
I know we say gold. You're supposed to say burgundy and gold.
Right.
But it looks yellow. The
That's
color.
why I said yellow.
I mean, it just looks yellow.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you think that they're going to have, like, one of their helmets will be yellow? I know that Krosky Merritt had yellow helmets that apparently they've been selling for a while anyway. Do you think that will be part of the deal?
I don't know if there's going to be a gold helmet. If I had to guess, I think they're going to.
That would be major.
That would be a major
But couldn't
tweak.
it could be one of the alternates.
I think
I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Maybe.
My guess is it's going to be the alternate helmet that goes with the black uniform, but instead of them having the numbers on the helmet, now you're going to have the Commander's W with the spear integrated into it. Is my guess.
All right.
That's strictly a guess. I don't know.
What if
How
it's
would I know? I'm not in the inner circle.
What if it's a W made out of spears?
Made out of Britney's? I might be into that. You know what? I hadn't considered that possibility. Maybe that's what Josh Harris is talking about when he had tricks up his sleeve.
Not on the helmet, but the W, like on the shoulder pads or somewhere on the jerseys, or on the pants.
So the W is comprised of spears.
Yes.
I hadn't thought about
four
that,
spears that make a W.
I don't hate it.
That's
I actually kind of like
totally brand new logo.
That is a curveball if that's the case.
I think it's going to be a very small tweak.
I think it might be more than you're expecting.
I don't know. He
might be,
he
but I
don't think it's going to be major. It better not. I've said it before. Every time we talk about this, it better not be that AI generated
the shield
thing they put out. That thing is hot garbage. That better. I mean, if you want to put it on a little corner of a shoulder or something, fine. But that better not be on the helmet.
So, Commanders fans, 800-636-1067. Are you excited for the uniform reveal tomorrow, 10 a.m.? And what do you expect to see once they flip those two boxes open? What do you need to see? What do you want to see? And what do you expect to see in the uniform unveiling tomorrow?
Well, Mar, you're a diehard. Are you locked in on the uniform change? You got any opinions or preferences?
Yeah, I want them to bring back the yellow helmets. I want that to be one of our alternates. I think that's just fire.
I think that would be hot too. I do.
You like it?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So are you guys team gold helmet with the current logo? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
you want a gold helmet with a different, like
I don't really care.
a tweak on
give
the
me
logo.
a yellow helmet with the burgundy W and then a burgundy stripe down the middle.
Okay.
Or bring back the arrow.
I like the spear. I guess we're calling it a spear.
Spear, arrow.
I would like just the more prominent. Like, let's just do what we did 30 years ago or whatever.
Right.
Or do what we did whenever we did the
I think it was
throwbacks.
75th or 80th anniversary,
do
whichever
that.
one. Yeah,
I love that.
That was a great look.
Like, what are we doing?
We kind of lean into that.
Oh, I don't hate the W. I think the W is fine. Not great. I don't hate it.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I've grown used to it.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's fine.
I don't hate it.
Kind of like Wizards was fine when they introduced that back
I think
in the
by
day.
and large, it's going to be that Super Bowl era traditional look. By and large.
Yes.
But they're not going to do the whole Indian headdress thing, whatever that logo was. That's gone.
That is definitely not happening.
But they've made a point of it's just all about the spear.
Right.
I mean, it's, for sure that's going to be incorporated.
I would think.
Yeah.
I'll be disappointed if there's not a spear, at least on the uniform and or the helmet. Like, I'm expecting that to be a major part of the unveiling.
What if the spear is just down the middle of the helmet? So everything's unchanged, right? You got the W.
Yeah.
And then in the middle where sometimes there's stripes, there's a spear.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Don't get too crazy.
I don't know if I love that.
Let's not get too crazy.
I don't think that is crazy.
Tougher to see when it's down the middle. I like it on the side. I like it featured prominently.
Just going through the W.
Going through the W could work.
Right.
Or just have the spear, no W. That's a possibility too.
But I think
de-emphasize the W.
In that Super Bowl era, and I wasn't a uniform snob guy, I didn't really care. It was often burgundy
top, white pants.
With the stripes on the sides.
Yep.
Some stripes on the arms, on the shoulders.
Yep.
You're not going to have, obviously, the Native American on the side. But if you have a spear or something, I don't know. I think it could work.
Look, when Josh Harris was talking in the owners' meeting, it sounded like the changes that they were thinking about are noticeable.
Right.
So I'm prepared. I'm prepared for something different, not drastically different, but different.
Right. It's a big week for you because not only do the Commanders unveil uniforms tomorrow, I believe the Ravens are unveiling new unis on the 16th. So the Commanders tomorrow, Ravens doing it the following day.
Cha-ching.
Oh, yeah. It's just going to make so much cash.
Are they going to send? They should send over.
Here comes the angling.
Why don't we have the gear and we can unveil?
No.
We can stay for an extra segment.
Model it. Why don't you model it?
I'll model it. Of course, I'll model it.
He was once approached to Beltway Plaza.
Hey, look, it's Sammy Ball modeling the.
Hey, buddy, you're not that far off.
It's a good,
That's the
solid
pot calling
bits
the kettle
happening here.
over there.
800-636-1067. If you're a Commanders fan, are you excited for the unveiling of the uniform tweaks and the helmet tweaks tomorrow? That's happening at 10 a.m.
All right, let's go to Will in Stafford. Are you pumped? What are you expecting?
Hey guys, yeah, man, excited. I'm sick of the construction yellow pants the last couple of years and the really light burgundy. It's colors are just terrible. But I think they go with a deeper burgundy, a deeper pant, definitely a spear on the side. But I was going to mention too, there was a Sports Illustrated article a couple weeks ago saying that when the team went to Nike and the league about this, they incorporated some fan designs that were submitted on Twitter. I don't know how deep they went on that, but apparently they did take some submissions from people from the outside, including the fan base, to Nike.
Which is interesting because the fans do put out some good stuff. They really do.
Yeah, the one with the deep, almost purple burgundy, deep red with the spear on the side with Jaden, kind of standing there. It looked like the 2002 throwbacks that we had. Those, I mean, if those came back, that'd be perfect. Those 2002 deep burgundy was great. But appreciate the talk, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm looking at a split screen of Jaden posing in front of the spear, and it's juxtaposed next to Darryl Green in that old school uniform. And it is a great look. I mean, they have the spear on both the shoulder and the helmet, a darker burgundy. It looks like it was maybe for the 70th anniversary of the Redskins at that point. If you go off that look, it's probably going to be a good looking unit. That's a good looking set right there.
I don't love that burgundy though.
You don't? You think that's too rich of a burgundy?
That's not that from the Super Bowl era.
No, it's definitely darker.
Yeah,
it's definitely a darker shade of burgundy.
What if you did that, but with the traditional colors?
Okay, I could work with that.
You want to hear Josh Harris talking about the uniforms again real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, the priority is honoring our past and then looking to the future, right? Updating, but not forgetting about our heritage, who we are, and honoring that. And so we have a bunch of things up our sleeve. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but we're going to continue to go back and try to embrace our past, but then update it.
Bunch of things up our sleeve.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's not just saying just particularly, the way that I receive that and I've watched it, I don't think he was just talking about just uniforms. I think he's talking about like all season long when they do halftime things and maybe stadium things.
I don't know. I think he was.
You thought he was talking specifically just uniforms there.
Play it again.
Let's hear it again.
Play
it again.
The NBC4, Josh Harris on the Commanders' new uniforms. He was specifically asked by Mitch Tischler.
Feel the same way, and so yeah, the priority is honoring our past and then looking to the future, right? Updating, but not forgetting about our heritage, who we are, and honoring that. And so we have a bunch of things up our sleeve. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but we're going to continue to go back and try to embrace our past, but then update it. And so stay tuned.
Hey, this guy's tuned.
Hey, do you think he's literally saying like things up our sleeve, like the sleeves are going to be different, like kind of like a hiding in plain sight?
I don't think he was literal.
I don't think he's being that.
I don't hate your approach though. I like where you're
like
going.
he's leaving breadcrumb clues, like he's a serial killer.
Right.
Yeah. No, I don't think. I mean, it could be on the sleeve, but I don't think that's why he said we have something up our sleeve.
Probably not. But
Right.
I do like Valdez take it super literally, even though he can't say literally. Has a hard time with that word.
Try
literally.
All right,
He's got things up his sleeves, like new crests, new colors on those sleeves.
Right. All right. I know Drab's out here. Do you want me to just answer these? Let me just answer one. Oh, there you hung up on him.
They go.
Danger.
Right.
We got a guest coming up.
All right, so tomorrow, 10 a.m., uniform unveiling. So it's just about 24 plus hours away. That is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Coming up at 9:25, we'll be joined by Armando Salguero from Outkick. He's our senior NFL writer. He's been covering the NFL since 1990. We'll ask him about the latest news about Ruben Bain, who could be a possibility for the Commanders at number 7. Armando Salguero joins us at 9:25.
All right, guys, EB here. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do, place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/local. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can head on over to @JunksRadio on Twitter. Vote on our @DrinkSurfside poll of the day. Will tonight be Ovi's last game as a Washington Capital? The Junkies poll is sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles. Pairs perfectly with a day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. So far, 61% of the voters say no, will not be Ovi's final game in a Capitals uniform. So we will have to see how that plays out. Go vote @JunksRadio. Make your voice heard. That's the way this whole thing works. All right, we should be joined shortly by Armando Salguero, who works for Outkick.com. He's been a long-time NFL reporter.
He's been to more than 30 Super Bowls.
Yeah, but he's been covering the NFL since 1990.
Oh, he's a pro's pro.
Yeah.
100%.
He goes way back.
And I think the first thing we want to talk about is the Bain issue. Cakes, I think you've gone on record and you've said, after seeing the story, he's on your FUBAR list for the 7th pick.
He would probably make my FUBAR list. Yeah. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Armando Salguero, national award-winning columnist, Outkick's senior NFL writer, been covering the NFL since 1990. Armando, thanks for the time, man. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. How are you?
We are doing well. So we were just referencing the article that you wrote and that you posted on your Twitter @Armando Salguero about Ruben Bain's recent driving issues. He was cited in a 2024 crash that left one of his passengers in a coma from which she never awoke. The driving charge was dropped in court because of an apparent, quote, defective charge. First, can you explain what that means to us? And I'm also looking at the schematic that you tweeted from the police report. It pretty much looks like, and this is a very nutshell, approach to it, that Ruben Bain's vehicle was in the right lane of I-95 headed north. It collided with a vehicle from the rear in the center lane. It sent that vehicle towards a cement barrier to the left. His vehicle went to the right. I guess it came to rest on the shoulder near the cement barrier to the right. Looks like he just hit the vehicle out of nowhere, hence the careless driving charge.
Yeah, and what's interesting to note about all of that is, number one, it happened at like 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't a ton of traffic on I-95 in South Florida at that time. I-95 in South Florida is a 7-lane highway.
Oh, wow.
So he hits the other vehicle in the right rear quarter panel, and he wasn't necessarily speeding, by the way, which is another wacky thing about this whole thing. He hits it in the right rear quarter panel, careens into the eastbound concrete wall, and that is where his passenger, Destiny Betts, who was riding in the front passenger seat without a seatbelt, was, suffered blunt force trauma to her head and, sank eventually into a coma from which she never awoke and died 3 months later, excuse me. Anyway, so Bain hits that wall, rebounds, and goes all the way across the 7 lanes of traffic, including the 2 HOV lanes that are, separated by cones and pylons.
Right.
Plows through that and comes to rest on the other side concrete wall. So even though he wasn't going super fast, it was a violent collision, obviously, and a deadly one for Destiny Betts.
Could he have fallen asleep at the wheel?
He very well may have. That is not in the crash report. However, there are other reports that suggest that they were out. The party there was 5 of them, and they were out obviously late, and he was at I guess a hookah bar, and he was seen, nodding off. So it's possible.
Well, what is the issue for? I read your article. What is the issue for teams that still question him? And it seems like some other teams are like, hey, we know about the issues, and he's an immense talent, and we just want to know that he's learned from it.
Right. So he is going to be drafted, no matter what we're hearing about his. It's actually two accidents, because he had one in the 23, and then he had one in 24. And regardless of those, teams are aware of it and are going to draft him. Here's the problem for Ruben Bain. He was asked about these accidents by multiple teams who were aware of them during meetings, starting at the combine. And from what I am told, it didn't go too well. He wasn't forthcoming. One team was wholly unhappy with his answers and believed that they caught him in a lie because he denied that the second accident ever happened. And so that doesn't help your draft status. They want to have a feel that, number one, you learn from it, you're maturing. I'm not sure that they need contrition, but they definitely need some honesty and some openness or want it, and they didn't necessarily get that from the teams that I spoke with.
Armando, have you spoken with any teams that you know of, or have you heard that have any teams taken him completely off of their draft board, or is that not a thing at this point with these accusations?
No. I guess the short answer to your question is no. I've not heard from anyone that I've spoken to that said, we're not drafting that guy, he's not on our board. I would tell you that the board is not necessarily set for a majority of teams yet. That exercise is being done, as we speak. But no, there is no team that is in position to draft Ruben Bain that I know of that has taken him off the board.
So I also saw you wrote about the Rossini-Vrabel situation. You say the Patriots say business as usual with Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, Elliot Wolf, who is their executive vice president, he had his pre-draft meeting yesterday, right? And Mike Vrabel is not there. And that's not a thing because he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't scheduled to be there. The team scheduled this presser 2 weeks before the NFL annual meeting and well before the photos came out. And Mike Vrabel was not going to be at that press conference. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, Wolf was asked, well, what's Mike Vrabel been up to in the last week? And obviously the context behind that question is in the last week, there have been photos that have been published on Page 6 and now practically everywhere else of Mike Vrabel with the Athletics' Diana Rossini, right? And Wolf said nothing. It's business as usual. He's been helping with the draft. He's been studying. He's been in draft meetings. Nothing's happening. And that suggests that Mike Vrabel is in the clear. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Meanwhile, Diana Rossini is under investigation by the Athletic. And they're, digging into her records, I guess, and her story of the time that she spent with Vrabel. And her credibility is at stake. And I would say to you that while it looks like Mike Vrabel's, credibility is in the clear and all that, he's going to have to answer for this and will answer for it as far as his locker room is concerned. Mm-hmm. And as far as other NFL people are concerned. Look, we know for a fact now that he is at minimum a source for the Athletic and Diana Rossini. So any NFL coach, GM, player who talks to Mike Vrabel understands that whatever they say could appear in the Athletic at some point. That's just fact. And it was interesting to me that at the NFL owners' meetings, Mike Vrabel kind of admonished his running back, Travion Henderson, who defended Jaden Ivey for his stance on, I guess, LGBTQ Pride Month issues with the Chicago Bulls. He got released as a result. Travion Henderson's defense was to quote the Bible as a retweet of the story, saying, you're going to be persecuted for righteousness' sake. Well, Mike Vrabel was asked about that in the NFL at the NFL meetings, and he said, we have to represent our team. We have to be conscious of what we're represented. It's not just us, it's our team. And I'm thinking, so here you are admonishing your running back for quoting the Bible, and bro, 2 days later, 3 days later, we see pictures of you, a married dude, and a married reporter at an adult resort in Sedona. Credibility? Yeah, I've got credibility issues with you right now, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, you would think. That's Armando Salguero, Outkick senior NFL writer. So we're just about a week out from the NFL draft. It starts next Thursday. So lots of teams are trying to trade down to acquire extra picks. We are pretty sure the Commanders would love to trade down if they could out of 7. The problem is there aren't a bunch of quarterbacks to try to trade up for. There's going to be a maximum of 2 drafted in the first round with Mendoza and possibly Ty Simpson out of Alabama. What are you hearing from teams that are up towards the top of the draft as far as their attempts to try to trade down? Has it been a soft market for that?
It has been a soft market. Look, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, that there might be teams that want to trade up anyway, but you're not going to likely see the blockbuster, well, we'll give you, 3 first-round picks, this one next year and the following year, to go from, say, 16 or 15 or even 12, the Cowboys, up to, 5 or 4. That ship has sailed. And if that's what you define as a soft market, yeah, it's going to be a soft market because it's not so much the desire, but rather it would be the market, buying and selling. It's a buyer's market at this point.
Is there one guy in the draft that kind of dictates everything early? Is it a guy like Jeremiah Love?
Yeah, everybody's in love with Love, right? And I get it. Look, running backs, remember a couple of years ago, or maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the price of running backs just dropped off the table.
Yep.
And everyone said running backs aren't that important anymore. Well, that was because offenses had decided we're going to throw the ball. It's good to pass. And what happened was eventually defenses decided, hey, they're going to throw the ball. They're going to pass. And they deployed personnel to stop what? The pass. And in doing that, they changed things around. You didn't see, 3 linebackers on the field anymore. You didn't see the box safety as much. And teams decided we're going to stop the pass, and they were successful to some degree. Well, the offense also decides we're going to adjust to their adjustment, and now they're running the ball more. So what happens when you decide when you're facing a defense deployed to stop the pass? You run the ball. And when they do that, and they've been doing that more last year, the running back all of a sudden becomes more important again.
Joined by Armando Salguero. Thanks for the time, man. We really appreciate it. We know you're busy with the draft coming up next Thursday, so thanks again for appearing.
All right, guys. My pleasure.
Thank you,
That's
buddy.
Armando Salguero, Outkick's senior NFL writer. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the summer 2026 Wolf Trap show of your choice. So keep listening.
Hey, Red Wing, they are the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905. They're expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, graphic tees. I love my black hoodie and my brand new boots. They're amazing. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to check out the new collection.
We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to the Summer 2026 Wolf Trap show of your choice coming up this summer at Wolf Trap. Joe Bonamassa and Government Mule, Gary Clark Jr., a Jerry Garcia symphonic celebration with the National Symphony Orchestra, and many more. So 10th caller, 800-636-1067. You will win.
EB, can I give you a warning? Because I saw you loaded up your plate.
Well, let me just say this. I broke my fast 16 minutes early.
Whatever. I don't think the
You're
science...
going big, baby.
I think the science really is calories. And the intermittent diet lowers generally your amount of calories because it's shortening your
100%
window.
A huge part of it. But there is something to be said for what happens in between that window.
Yeah.
But okay.
My warning to you is because I fell into the trap of free food, and it was great. It's
food is
actually
great.
pretty good quality food. But I feel like crap. And Mike Morris said the same thing because I had breakfast sandwich, and then it's just there, and then I added blueberry muffin on top of it.
That's a
You
lot.
did too much?
Yeah.
Is that why you had a crash?
Yeah,
I think so.
You had a sugar crash.
I mean, JP is literally in here with his head down on
During
the
the
top.
break.
Here's JP during the break.
People can picture it. I mean, it's actually what I used. Do you know how disrespectful that is to teachers? And I used to do that all the time to teachers in school.
Well,
right?
I mean,
Just in the middle of your class.
in college, I would have the newspaper out.
I mean,
But in
Be
school,
more disrespectful.
I mean, I think in high school, sometimes I would just put
Well,
my head down.
Well, if they let you do that, that's terrible.
well, my oldest son started. Now, this doesn't happen very often, but he started his shift today at 7 a.m.
Right.
He gets off tomorrow at 7 a.m. 24-hour shift.
Now, why-
Now that's
why
a
is
shift
that?
where you're.
Is that like an emergency room thing?
That's how they do it during
I
residency.
don't know exactly why. It's just something like it doesn't happen very often during residency, but it does happen.
Is it
at
one
times.
of those things where you have to just prove that you can do it type thing? Or
I don't
just
know.
what's
I don't
required?
know that many details about it. My brain shut down when he told me he was working 24 hours straight. Because my counter to that would be, well, I work for 4 hours and I feel like I need a nap. Like
You were talking about it during the commercial break. You said, I heard you out there. You're like, I'm going straight to the couch
Here's
after
what
the
I'm
show.
doing. Here's a Radio Insider. After the show is done today, I'm going to
Radio Insider.
I'm going to go into one of the side studios. I'm going to do my bit with Derek Forrest and talk DC sports with him. And they're
DC
gonna-
News Now. Watch
DC
it
News
tonight.
Now. And then that'll be over at about 10:15. And then I'm going to go straight to the couch in the little producer's area and nap there for about 45 minutes.
oh, you're that tired?
I'm gonna
Well,
take
he's
a
also
quick
going
nap,
straight to MGM after
then I'm
that.
going to grab some lunch, and then I'm going
Right.
to spend the rest of my day and evening at MGM National Harbor. I got a very busy day planned.
My sleep was so bad the last couple nights that last night it was a full frontal, like everything in my power to get sleep.
What happened to your routine? Like a month ago, you were bragging like you discovered something new. I can't remember what it was.
No, I do. I'm doing a lot of those. The ice. And when you eat late, that's bad. It's definitely bad for sleep as you get older.
By the way, did you see Rory McIlroy's sleep routine?
I
I did.
think I did some.
He's pretty militant.
You did?
I did
Well,
some. We're pretty simpatico.
Well, first of all, he's an investor in Whoop, and he's made an S ton of money from that
Did you
investment.
see his resting heart rate?
Resting heart rate 47 to 49 beats per
Pretty
minute.
low.
So he follows a strict routine during the PGA Tour season to ensure proper rest and recovery. No caffeine after 2 p.m.
I try and do that.
I'm pretty good with that. You're terrible at that.
I probably try to stop at about 6 or 7 p.m.
My problem is my window of caffeine is basically 11 till 2. 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. I have a 3-hour window.
That's
I
not
probably should start juicing myself up with coffee like you guys.
His last meals at least 2 hours before bed. I've been doing that of late.
That's definitely very
Magnesium and theanine.
Theanine.
Theanine for
yeah.
sleep quality.
Yeah, I take that both.
Blue light blocking glasses in the evening.
I don't take that. I don't use those anymore because I can't find them. But I do have something on my phone where you can reduce the blue light.
Okay. And he has sauna or Epsom salt bath when available.
So listen to this. This is what I did yesterday.
I don't know what Epsom salts
You know what
do,
helped me
but
fall asleep?
calm
Watching
you.
Rory McIlroy regularly.
that would help me fall asleep. If you had the Masters on a loop,
Hold on.
it would be
I'm
great for my
basically
sleep.
EB McElroy.
You
This is
are.
literally what I did yesterday. Sauna in the afternoon. Then later in the evening, I did a hot bath right before bed. After I got out of the bath, I rubbed magnesium all over my feet and the back of my neck. Okay, so like a liquid soapy magnesium.
Yeah, okay.
I took magnesium glycinate. I took L-theanine. I took chamomile. And I made sure that I stopped eating at 6 p.m.
Now, here's where you differ from Rory, aside from being silly at golf, and he has green jackets, and you don't.
Right.
Cool room temp for sleep.
Yeah.
Which I don't think you're into
No,
because
no.
you get cold very easily.
No, but I have to disrobe if I get too hot.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's definitely something to that, especially as I've gotten older. And I did sleep much better last night, but it's not great, and I got to do everything in my power to do it. I really think even if I do a fast, if I stop eating at 8 p.m. and I go to bed at 9:30, it's too close. I have to stop eating much earlier, like 6, because otherwise your cortisol spikes and everything, and you just wake up. And when you're old and hurting like me, it's trifling. It's trifling.
That may happen to you because I tend to eat late, close to bedtime, and I don't wake up.
Listen, God bless you somehow. You should be so. I do think that you're a freak. Most people I know, my age, have difficulty sleeping. Most people I know. I would say for sure more than 50%.
I don't know.
Somehow
I haven't
you're
surveyed.
Blessed. Somehow you're blessed.
I haven't.
Well, I just talked
I don't
about
know.
it
I
with
just saw
everybody.
Stumper on Saturday. I've never heard him complain about his sleep.
Well,
heard him complain about other things. but
It's
sleep.
not in your conversation. I don't know. People I talk to, sleep is an issue as you get older, and it is trifling. It's the worst thing for you because when you don't sleep, you basically die. It creates heart disease. It's hard on every part of your body. It's hard on your blood pressure. It's hard on everything.
I get it.
It's a disaster to be a bad sleeper.
I also think it's probably a disaster to eat 4 pastries back to back to back, regardless if it's in your window. Just giving you a warning because you loaded up your plate.
Well, those do look delicious.
I don't have 4. I have 2.
If I had to choose one of the two, it would be the chocolate-filled one.
Yeah,
you
that's
had
gotta be
more than
first.
2 when I walked by earlier. It looked like you had 4 things.
No, I got 2.
Oh, you had your breakfast sandwich too,
Yeah, breakfast sandwich. That's my protein.
plus 2 pastries.
Well, why wouldn't I?
You take advantage.
Just giving you a
You know
little
what?
This is my
You
window.
know what? It would be disrespectful. It would be disrespectful to Will Dawkins and the Wizards if you
Right.
didn't eat both of those pastries.
I'm gonna go play golf. I'm gonna go walk 6.5 miles.
Perfect. You're good.
All I'm saying is it might sit in your tummy.
The sausage, egg, and cheese will sit. I can confirm
Right.
firsthand experience. The sausage, egg, and cheese put me in a hurt locker. So I was feeling terrible, and then I was like, well, it can't feel
Well, how
that
many
much
sins
worse.
have you had?
It was 2. But then I had a bacon, egg, and cheese because I was like, how much worse can I get?
So you
And
doubled up.
Oh, it made me so much worse. I'm feeling horrible right now.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, you had 2 breakfast sandwiches?
Yeah.
Yeah, you overdid it.
When in Rome, man. Shout out the
overdid it,
Wizards.
right?
I did that. That's what I was giving EB a warning. I did that plus the blueberry muffin, and
Yeah.
then you saw where my head was.
Yeah.
I turned the commercial break.
You had
I
an
crashed
issue.
out.
It happens. These things happen.
That's a sugar crash. And believe me, I get that. I get a sugar crash
See,
all the time.
that's where you need a big mug of coffee or you need a 20-ounce Coke Zero.
I almost
Once
had-
you start crashing, boom, you lock in the caffeine.
I think I had more sandwiches than the Wizards had wins in the last month and a half.
Probably.
You probably did. It's a good zing,
They
Mike
won
Barr.
1.
And I had 2.
You definitely had
And
2.
he had 2.
You doubled their win total
Yeah.
with sandwiches. So good for you. That's impressive.
Valdez, what's going to be the peak temp today?
Oh, the real feel is going to be 95.
Oh, that's what it's going to feel
That's the
like?
real feel.
So what is the temp supposed
It's going to be like 87, 86, real feel 95.
You know where it's going to be 72 degrees? In the MGM National Harbor Poker Room.
You just better hope your score is lower than the temp, EB.
Hydrate.
It
Hydrate.
should be, but
Hydrate.
who knows? Then the real temp. I don't know about what. Or then the whatever. What the feel?
Right.
It'll be lower than the
Should
feel.
be lower than that.
But I don't know about the real temp.
All right, we have to get out of here. We are done for the day. Our pal JP Finley back from Scotland. So
Back.
I'm reuniting with Brian Mitchell. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
One thing we should always know as DC sports fans, local teams never get help from anyone else. That was the case in the NHL last night. Caps needed a Carolina win over Philly to stay alive. Flyers win it in a shootout. So with the win by Philadelphia, the Capitals are now officially eliminated from the playoff chase. Still one game to go, though. That is tonight's season finale in Columbus. Spencer Carberry, knowing this game could also be the final one for Alex Ovechkin.
If it is the end of his career, I smile usually in those moments because I've been blessed to be the guy that gets to be his head coach when he broke the all-time goals record, and I get to be the head coach that was with him at the end, and I don't take that for granted one bit. That's a special thing that I will have for the rest of my life.
Caps season finale in Columbus tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. We've got Nats baseball. Nats were pounded by the Pirates 16-5 last night. More Nats baseball tonight, 6:40 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Damn, it feels good to hear Tribe.
Occupy.
What up, everybody?
You hear Tribe in Scotland?
Not a lot of Tribe in Scotland, B. Not a lot of Tribe.
Did you hear any bagpipes?
A lot of bagpipes. Way more bagpipes than Tribe Called Quest. I promise you that. What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B's been holding it down in the Navy Yard studio for the better part of a week now. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous, man. How was your trip, brother?
It was great, man.
How was it with the young ladies meeting great grandma?
Dude, everything went really well. I'm so proud of my daughters. I was a little worried about the flights, we took a lot of trains. There was a lot of moving parts of travel, and they were total troopers. We had just a ton of fun and very ready to get home.
Did you eat any haggis?
I did. I had some haggis.
Did the baby girls eat it?
They tried it. I didn't really explain.
What is this?
I didn't really explain
if you told them what it was, there's no way they'll try
it.
No.
But it's not that good. You know what I mean? I am not a dude that really gets too upset. Scrapple down at the beach, I'll eat some scrapple. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But the food over there that they definitively do incorrect is bacon. Their bacon is different,
soft,
and they don't cook it long enough.
Yeah, it's kind of like they throw it on, and right when it starts to get crispy,
they pull it,
and then they cover it. This thing about bacon is very much like chicken, fried chicken. If you cover it, the skin or whatever, the outside gets very, very soft. If you leave it uncovered, it crisps up.
Right,
and they cover theirs immediately.
Yeah, man. The kids did well with food. They ate a lot more.
Chicken nuggets.
Yes, a lot of chicken nuggets. But, dude, they ate a decent amount. Fish and chips is ubiquitous, right?
No.
Fish and chips is everywhere. They ate plenty of fish, which I was impressed by.
I should have told you, there's this place right next to, what is the Royal, the rules thing, right on the backside of number 1 on the old course, number 18. There's a restaurant right there.
Yeah, right by the RNA.
The RNA. The fish and chips. Bruh, you get a piece of fish about that long. And I don't know what the hell we have developed from coming from Scotland to getting here. Because they don't put all, we get that batter that's extra thick.
Yeah.
They don't do that over there.
And it sticks to the fish in a weird way.
Yeah.
Whereas the batter is on there and provides a crunch and a flavor, but it's not. Everything over there just seems less processed.
The fish over there is they sprinkle a seasoning on it, put a little, let's say cornmeal, whatever it is, and then they fry it. It was so damn fresh. So the first time I went there, I ate 3 fish and chips.
Dude, you love fish fries too.
I'm saying not while I was there. I'm talking about in one sitting. So I ordered fish and chips. He brought it to me. I'm like, damn, it's a big old piece of fish. It was so fresh that I ate it quickly. And I said, can I get another piece of fish? He said, well, I got another choice for the fish and chips. I don't care. He came again. I looked at him. He said, not again. I say, yes. Bruh, it was so good. And like, it did not fill me up. Like, if you eat fish and chips here with all that damn flour and whatever else, it's pathetic.
Do you do the vinegar? I love the vinegar.
I don't do the vinegar.
I love it.
I just go straight fish. Really, I got fish. I didn't really eat the chips.
As always, B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. So, flew into Edinburgh. The flight over was easy. And the girls slept, which was great. Having a direct flight. Shout out to United. We were on time for everything. Some really nice flight attendants and stuff. We get there. The first day, you're kind of groggy, right? One, you fly overnight. The jet lag kind of hits you. But Edinburgh is such a perfect small city that you can just walk around.
Yep.
Hotel was right by the castle and the palace and everything. Then we head up north. And you know how you talk about Shreveport is up north? You get up to the top of Scotland, man. You're like pretty damn close to the Arctic Circle. It's a different world up there. Stunningly beautiful. We took what's called the West Highland Line, which is this, you can hike it or you can take the train or you can drive it. We took the train.
Yeah, you're not hiking or driving, dog.
Well, we did some real hikes while we were there. I was proud of my girls. In Edinburgh, you know that big mountain that you can see from downtown that like looks over the whole city?
Yes.
We hiked that.
I saw it and we kept going.
Well, we kind of did it by accident. We were out for a walk, not really dressed for a hike. Not dressed for a hike, but like hardly planned. Like we didn't have water or anything. And so we were just walking and we're like, oh, this looks pretty. And we start walking and then we're like, well, hell, we're halfway up this thing. We might as well keep going. And then the girls got a little touch. It was a long hike, I would say.
Yeah.
Then we ended up
That's how some of the golf courses feel.
I bet. You know how many golf clubs I swung?
None.
0.
Yeah. Me and somebody said we're going to talk trash to you when you get back if you didn't swing in the club. We're going to have to fight.
I get it. I totally get it.
You got to get one swing in, man.
Yeah.
That is your heritage.
That
is Scotland.
You're right. I've played over there before.
Did you go by what's it called, Medall?
No, we went
because it's a park. You could have walked through the park.
I know. We went west instead of that'd be east. From Edinburgh, St. Andrews is like northeast. We went northwest to like the mountains instead. Did you see? I think I sent you the picture of the Scottish crawfish.
No.
Oh, that didn't come through?
I didn't see nothing from you from those Scottish crawfish.
So they're called langoustines.
Langoustine, that's like a big old shrimp, dude.
Nah, man, this joint was way more crawfish than shrimp.
It's just the little claw looked like a little bit, but it's more of a shrimp, isn't it?
Nah, dude. So I thought that too until I got a pot of them, and they were awesome. I mean, we were in this little town called Malig, I think it's called. That was, I mean, there's not a lot to do there, and. Here, I'll show you. I took a picture of Lauren looking at this thing. Look at that. It's like a miniature lobster more than it is a crawfish.
It's more like a shrimp.
It's got claws.
Yeah. Little shrimp have that same little thing if you look at it, but it's not as big. But put it next to a shrimp, same thing.
Very, very good.
But they're good. They have that in Madrid. They had those too.
Okay.
I was destroying them.
Somebody's got to work on the marketing department over there. So the island where all this stuff comes from, it's called the Isle of Muck, which is not just the most
pleasant name.
No. And so we got a lobster and the langoustines from the Isle of Muck, but they were known for brown crabs. I was like, man, I eat anything. I'll try anything. But an Isle of Muck brown crab just doesn't really hit like it's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So I
but it's the Isle of Muck, and the crabs are more brown. They come out the mud. Because it sounds like you eating some brown crab, though. It sounds that good.
I know, dude.
I get what you're saying.
We did some archery. So, dude, we got really good weather, all things considered. We only had one real rainy day. Now, on that rainy day, we also got hail and like 30-mile-an-hour winds.
I told you I saw all four.
Didn't you have to hit a driver on a par 3 or something?
I hit a 3-wood on a par 3 that I think it went about 20 yards. I hit it, and it started to climb. Then it started coming back at us.
That's crazy.
And then it just into the water that was on the left side. It was awful.
I bet. Dude,
I hit a 5-iron about 275.
So our last day in the mountains, we're taking the train back down to Glasgow. That's where my father was from. That's where all my family was. That was going to kind of be like the emotional crescendo ending of this trip. We get on this train, and it is packed, B.
Mm-hmm.
Packed. Now, I had paid for reserved seats. Because if you can get on the train, it's similar to here. Like the train in New York sometimes gets so packed, you just got to stand, right? But I had paid for reserved seats. And we're trying to find our seats, and this joint is packed with all these. Can the people that are hiking, these serious hikers, chill with these ski poles they walk around with? Have you seen what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see people walking now doing that here.
You don't need it on the train, dog.
No, I
Fold
see
that
people,
up. Put it in your suitcase.
I see people doing that on straight flats. I'm like, what the hell you need that for?
So I find our seats because you have to like find the number, and there's a dude sitting in there. And my man is like kind of dressed military, like in a military look, wearing like a beret, and just didn't seem thrilled to chat with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, hey, I'm really sorry. These are our seats. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, here, you're in my seat. And he's like, well, locals don't really worry about that. And I was like,
well, I'm not local, son.
And I was like, dude, if it wasn't my kids, fine. But these are seats I paid for, and we're going to need them. And he kind of looked at me, and I kind of looked back at him, and he's like, fine. So he gets up, walks away, no big deal. The dude to our right, this is a tiny-ass packed train, like a metro train with 8,000 German hikers with giant backpacks and ski poles. The dude to our right, you know how people more and more are bringing, like, animals? Like, they're bringing little dogs. And
everybody got a, what you call them now?
A service dog.
Everyone has a dog or no, they used the other word.
Service animal?
No, not service animal, service dog. It's like they got them because it's an emotional.
Yeah, emotional support.
Support animal. That's it, support. Dude, everybody can get a support thing. Suppose I have a support damn crocodile. I mean, I think that, no, if you don't go to a doctor and do some real proof, you can't get no damn support animal license.
This dude had a German Shepherd. Woof. This dude had a no-lie, 100-pound, giant-ass dog. Now, the dog was really sweet, and the girls got to pet him, and it worked out just fine. But, I'm a little on edge because I got a 7-year-old sitting next to a 100-pound German Shepherd on a packed-ass train. I don't know what might upset this fella. Mm-hmm. Loki was his name. So he was only going 4 stops. The dude ended up
Loco.
Exactly. He was very cool. So he does this thing where he takes the train every Saturday morning, 20 miles away, and then hikes home through the mountains with the dog. And the dog loves it. Everybody was happy.
That dog probably like, dog, you could just catch the train back.
Yo, one dude got on. He said the dude had to go 4 stops. One dude got on, and this dog went nuts. I don't know what the guy's vibe was.
They say dogs get sense.
Or he had a piece of steak in his pocket or something. I thought this dog was going to bleep this dude up. And I was like, oh, my God. This is all happening 2 feet from us. The guy wrangled the dog.
Dog sense stuff.
Yeah, man. But we got to Glasgow, which was awesome. I brought some stuff back. Walton said I had to bring some scotch back.
Mm-hmm.
I brought some scotch back. I'm guessing you've obviously had scotch. I've had scotch.
The scotch over there is not very peaty.
No.
Over here, most scotches that are sold has that smoky taste. That throws me. I had scotch over there that tastes just like bourbon. I was drinking scotch for breakfast. I asked, when I got there, I said, what I want every Americanized drink, but I want it with scotch. So I had Bloody Mary with scotch.
Really?
Bruh, it was so damn good. Every morning I had that.
Bloody Mary with scotch I did not have.
It was good. It was good.
So I brought just little bottles back, right? Because it was easier to travel with. But you're right. The thing people don't realize, so we call it scotch because it's Scotch whiskey. And there's Irish whiskey, American whiskey, whatever, Japanese whiskey. Over there, it's just whiskey because they don't have to identify it as Scottish whiskey. It's just whiskey. It's where the damn stuff was invented. And one thing that was really cool is especially because most of my travels over there had been with my dad and like with family. And it was just a very different vibe because it was like we were in Glasgow, which is a big city. You know what I realized on this trip kind of as an adult with my family? You know what Glasgow reminded me of a bit?
What?
Philly.
Really?
You know how much I love Philly.
So in other words, you're hating a city that really looks like your beginnings.
Dude, a lot of old history, a lot of like so we
in other words, I think you really like Philly. You just try to act like you don't like it. That's what you remember.
Maybe I gotta change my tune on Philadelphia, man. I don't know. But Glasgow's cool. It's just a big bustling city, right? So it's very different.
Yes.
But in the small towns, like where we were in the mountains, there's a whiskey distillery in almost every small town. Yeah. It reminded me of like breweries.
It's like microbreweries. Yeah.
So like you can get scotch.
We make beer, they make scotch.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
But we get to Glasgow and I go out. We get into the hotel room and Lauren wanted to like unpack, get settled, take a shower, whatever. So I take the girls. I'm like, cool, we'll go get some lunch. I'll bring you some lunch back. We walk up, like we're right in the city center, walk like 2 blocks. And I'm like, all right, this place looks cool. And it was just a pub. But it was a match day for Celtic. So we walk in and immediately it's like a very different vibe.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, oh boy. Like what? And finally, like, Ainsley kind of looks at me. She's like, Daddy, I don't know about this place. I was like, all right, let's find another place.
Ainsley said that?
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, it was like, you know, when you walk in and you're like, I'm not sure we're supposed to be here, as there's like just 10 dudes at the bar chugging
Loud,
pints.
drinking.
And it's 11 a.m.
Yes.
I'm like, all right.
Oh, they don't care about the time. That 5 o'clock somewhere probably came from there.
Right.
Yeah.
So we move forward. We go to another place across the street, which was perfect. It was like not upscale pricing, but like, you'll know this because you've been over there. A lot of pubs in Scotland are like very dark.
Yeah.
Like there's no sunlight.
No lights.
There's like no windows.
Mm-hmm.
So
kind of like the prison cell.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So we go to this other place that was like light and airy and had flowers. I was like, perfect. This is good for us. And then my cousin and my aunt were walking around. They came and met us. So I hadn't seen my aunt and uncle since they came over for my father's funeral. My little one had never met any of these people. Shelby had met them, but was like 18 months old.
Yeah.
What do you remember?
Yeah.
So we're talking. And finally, like Shelby and the girls are getting comfortable. And then there's like a not a silence, but it gets quiet for a second. And you know how little kids, like my daughters are always like, can I ask a question? They never just ask it. They always ask it.
Can you ask it?
Can I ask a question?
And that makes you go, oh, Lord.
And so my cousin Steven is like, sure. She's like, is it true they don't wear underwear with their kilts? And the whole room just like busts up laughing. And everybody's like, all right, like we're starting at square one here. But it was incredible, dude. So I've got scotch. I've got some like
what was the answer?
in traditional times back in the day.
Yeah.
But I think dudes are wearing drawers nowadays.
They probably should because
it's cold.
It's got a cold, bro.
Did you get you a kilt? Nah, man. I'm an American. I'm a hopeless American. I've never worn a kilt.
I think you need to wear it. I mean, you need to do that and honor your father one day. Just come in with the kilt and get you a bagpipe. I know you can't blow it, but just act like it.
So when my dad married my stepmom, I was probably like 7 or 8 years old, something like that. Mm-hmm. And everybody wore kilts, but they wouldn't let me wear one because they thought I would just be mooning the whole church the whole time.
You probably would have tried.
Probably would have. So I've never worn a kilt in my life. But the emotional culmination came Sunday where we went to Robert Burns is the poet laureate of Scotland. And there's this like, you know, I guess it's a graveyard cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Different place. And I paid this taxi driver because it's like kind of out where I'm not going to be able to get another. Like if I got dropped off, I'm not finding another cab. Mm-hmm. So I just paid this dude to wait for us. And walking back to the car with Shelby and Ainsley, and we're all kind of crying. And the worst part when you're like really crying and emotional is like how much snot it generates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you must have been really, really going at it, Jay.
Doug.
Snot comes when it's one of those intense ones.
I'm trying to hold it together, and I'm kind of not, but we're doing
You can't
okay.
hold it together.
No.
Not in that situation.
Not in that situation.
Hell no.
And so the amount of tissues was just like cumbersome. Like my jacket pockets are just overflowing with me and the girls' tissues. And like we just needed something to break it up. And we get back in the taxi, and the driver just does not shut up for 25 minutes talking to me about Glasgow Celtic and how this season's been up and down. And then we had another lunch with all my family. Then we went and took a tour of Celtic Park, which is like their stadium. And it was all so wonderful. And then get back to the hotel. At this point, so the first 2 days, watching the Masters in Europe, where it's on in the middle of the night, is bizarre. And I've talked about how I feel like this tie between the Masters and my dad in Scotland and all this stuff, right? But so Sunday night, I go to the little shop, and there's no Tito's, there's no Scotties in Scotland.
Hell no.
I mean, Scotties in Scotland would make a lot of sense. But
it's Scotties. It's not Scotchies. If it was Scotchies, you might have gotten some.
I get a little bottle of Absolute and a bottle of Pellegrino.
The Absolute tastes different over there than it does here, right?
It tasted good Sunday night. I'll tell you that much. And I really, we kind of drank over the course of the day, but didn't drink a lot. Got to watch the Masters. Tremendous trip. Ready to be back. Sad about the Caps. Excited how bad of a better Stallion is. And we got new uniforms tomorrow and the draft in a week. Let's rock. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
The DC sports misery continues in the NHL. Capitals playoff hopes are done now after Philly beat Carolina last night. Flyers win a game in his Hall of Fame career. Football this time tomorrow, we will know. If you know, you know. The Commanders' new uniform reveal is coming up only 24 hours away now. That'll be 10 a.m. tomorrow. We are just 9 days away now from the NFL Draft. Commanders have the 7th overall pick, first round Thursday night, April 23rd. Nationals road trip continue. They were hammered in Pittsburgh, 16-5 last night. They led 1-0 early. That was all Pirates, though. After that, Cade Cavalli knocked out in the second. Bullpen gave up 10 runs in the 6th. That's probably not a good thing. Nats will try again to get another winning streak going tonight. Nats and Pirates, 6:40 p.m. here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scamaro Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube chat. It's my understanding that I'm getting some heat on the YouTube chat. We're back, baby.
Why are you getting heat?
The folks missed me, I guess.
People better realize you got vacation just like them.
Yeah, exactly.
Get ready. I'm going to be gone a week, too.
You should. Go play some golf. Which is perfect, because in an hour from now, it's Tuesday, so we got to do our GOAT segment. Call an audible. We're going to do GOAT's vacation spots. And it can be specific locations. It can be just what you want in a vacation.
We got to give it 3 of them?
Yeah.
I'm going to confuse some people one of mine. I can tell you that right now.
I look forward to it. I'm really excited. Louis Riddick, ESPN NFL expert, college football expert. Louis Riddick's going to join us at noon. David Aldridge is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Nick Baumgartner from The Athletic, draft expert, is going to join us in about a half hour at 11 a.m. Obviously, I don't know. So I always make a point when I'm out of town for a while, I listen to Galdi's podcast because he records one every morning. You know Al, that's a thorough-ass dude. Mm-hmm. So I was up early this morning with a little bit of, my personal clock's a little screwy. So I listened to Galdi early this morning, and Caps are officially out, which sucks. I was scoring.
I won last night.
Flyers won, I think, in a shootout or in overtime, because I was scoreboard watching, and it was Flyers were down 2-0 early. And I'm like, hell yeah, because they had to lose for the Caps,
yeah,
to have a chance tonight. They end up coming back to win, so fine. That sucks, but the Caps have a game tonight. May or may not be Ovechkin's last game. I'll be watching. Did you go Sunday?
Yeah.
What was that scene
I
like?
kind of feel like I went to the game thinking it was going to be over because I told them I went to a event the night before with Bees and Pete them.
Yeah.
And we had Langway and Cicerelli and Bondra, and I keep forgetting the other guy named Murphy. Those guys, when you see that level of guy come back for a game, you're thinking, okay, something's going to be going on. But then the games start going on, and you notice, okay, I don't think so. And then at the end, when Ovi just waved the damn Penguins off the ice, and then Malkin was at his house. They posted some stuff playing hockey. Malkin has come out and said he thinks he's going to play one more year.
I don't know what Ovi's going to do.
Nobody knows.
And Ovi gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And we've all heard that Ovi wants to play a year in Russia. I don't know how true that is, but we've all heard that.
Mm-hmm. Well, like they said, either you can go play or they coach as well. They give a year of coaching back to the team that they started with. So he can go coach if he play another year. Who cares?
Right.
Yeah.
I know that for me, with Alex Ovechkin, he has completely changed hockey in the DMV from when I was a kid, where it was like this niche thing. Everybody was a Caps fan, but it wasn't a big thing, to now, especially with the Wiz being what they've been for the last few seasons. The Nats have fallen apart. Like, hockey's the second biggest sport in town. The Caps are the second biggest thing in town.
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see what happens with Alex. He has earned that right? But in my mind, and I'm a football guy, I don't try to hide that, but I knew I'm coming back to town, and on Wednesday we get the uniform release. And I know how much excitement and conspiracy theories and like all the stuff that goes on with the uniforms. And then we're a week out from the draft.
Hell yeah.
And to me, that's just like the most dominant storylines in my head. I think it would feel very, very different tonight if the Caps needed a win to get into the playoffs.
Totally.
But now that we know it's locked up, and it's just the last
I just
game
look
of
at
the year.
how they played down the stretch. I'm like, what the hell was that in other spots throughout this year? Because the way they were playing and beating people, you're like, damn, they had that all this time? And like sometimes, you know how I am about like people starting slow with stuff and not taking care of business early.
Dude.
Because when you do that early, you put so much pressure on yourself. You take care of it early, then you may be able to falter down the stretch and still get something done. But they didn't take care of it when they needed to.
Well, and what's crazy is that you can look at a million things. They lost so many shootout games.
Yeah.
And their power play, like these things that you would think they'd be well built for, just didn't go right this year. And I think I was listening to the Junks this morning, and it was they've only missed the playoffs like 6 times in the last 40 years or something. So a part of me wants Ovi to come back so they can make another playoff run and it doesn't go down in just the regular season. But he's earned the right to do whatever he wants.
True.
And I think the Caps, there's a lot of young, exciting players.
They got some youth on that team that can,
a ton of picks
that
too.
can puck out.
Yeah, they can puck out. I like that term. Where are you? Because I know you get bombarded with texts and calls. Where are you on the uniform stuff? You have people bugging the hell out of you trying to
They
ask
bug me, but like Jay, you know me, bro. I'm the type of person where I can know everything or know nothing at all. You gonna get nothing.
I know that.
So the thing of it is, like, if someone trusts me with information, I'm protecting it. If they don't trust me with information, I'm still gonna act like I'm protecting something.
Sure.
Like, I don't know. And if I know, I can't tell you anyway. If I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
Do you prefer the people reaching out, texting, social media contacting you?
People reaching out on social media, I probably never saw their stuff.
Do you prefer them reaching out to you right now about uniforms, or when we get to mid-October and they start asking you about tickets?
I rather ask them about the uniform.
The ticket conversation is always bananas.
Yeah, because like the thing of it is, listen, bro. If it's something they want to do for everybody, I just don't believe that everybody has to be able to just screw up somebody's plan to do something. If they want to release it at the same time and people have a reaction, let it be that. You know, because I understand everybody want to act like they're the biggest fan. Just because you became a damn spy and found something don't mean you're a bigger fan. Just mean that you're the biggest damn snoop.
Well, I also think during the last rebrand, right, the people running the operation were sloppy. Like, remember the video they posted of Ron holding the new crest that, like, the internet sleuths were like, oh my God, this is on their team video. And then they were like, nah, it's not it. Like, yeah, it was.
Yeah, but to put it on the wall at the stadium and don't cover that glass, that was foolish.
Right.
That was foolish.
And the biggest difference to me, the people running things now, airtight.
People who are
This
running,
is like-
but let's be real. The people who are running things now, first of all, were involved and knew about this when it was the Redskins,
right,
back in the day. On top of it, they're still fans. You think they didn't see all of the missteps that happened with the first with the people prior to them?
Yes.
So they understand what's going on. Listen, bro, I was talking to someone the other day, and they told me how people have been trying to look at people's eyes to see if they can see something through it. And then there are people who've also gone out and tried to get AI-generated things to be able to try to figure out what's this over here and that over there. It's weird, dude. But like, listen, I get excited by not much. But I do like when I see enthusiasm and excitement from people, it makes me feel good. But I am not going out my way to try to do sneaky stuff to try and find out what the hell is going on. You won't find out tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I don't know. I've been clear about that. I think we have a rough idea, at least, what the jerseys are going to look like. I think it's going to look a lot like the Super Bowl uniforms, right? That we've already seen. I think the thing I'm most excited about is the helmets. How different are they? Is the logo different? Will the spear be involved? But I'm also comfortable, and maybe this is crazy to people. It's less than 24 hours now. I'm comfortable to wait and find out.
Yeah.
Like, I look forward to that.
I mean, I say this. People that like to be so excited about all this type of stuff, send us some Dom Perignon in here so we can pop the bottle whenever it comes through.
Should we?
That's what I want. Let's pop the bottles.
Should we get a bottle?
Hey, excited people, send it in. I want to pop bottles.
All right, quick break here. Nick Baumgartner from The Athletic joins us at 11. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In about 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Nick Baumgartner. Going to be really interesting to talk to him. Nick's a really, really sharp draft analyst for The Athletic. Works with Dane Brugler hand in hand.
Grab it to you, baby.
Very excited to see how some of this all shakes out. I'm curious for the boys. I don't want to speak for you. With the new uniforms, Brian, I think if I had to guess, your reaction is you're excited about it, and whatever they roll out, you're cool with.
Yeah.
Is that roughly correct?
100%.
For me, I'm excited about it. Some of it is like a personal working level, how damn hard the names and numbers are to read on those uniforms when you're in a press box on the ceiling of a stadium that you can't tell who got a penalty or who made a big block or whatever. But I also have just not liked them and am excited for what I think is going to be a return to kind of the traditional dope look. The only thing that will legit like excite me is if the helmet's different. And if specifically if there's a spear on the helmet, I'm going to get all fired up. Jeffrey, for you, lifelong Skins Commanders fan, what are you hoping for tomorrow?
What am I hoping for? I'm not even going to lie, JP. I don't know. Like, I feel like how I felt when it became the Washington football team. And I was like, oh, man, how these jerseys going to look? And I liked them. I like the Commanders jersey. So I think I'm going to like the jerseys tomorrow.
You tend to be a pretty positive dude about most things. It's kind of your outlook. And I think being younger than I am, certainly, and never, like the Super Bowl era didn't exist to you, right? Like the best, last year was, or 2 years ago now, was the best Commander season you'd ever seen. Prior to that, it was probably Robert, right?
RG3, yep.
Yeah, so it's just, our mindsets are different where the old jerseys mean a lot more to me and people my age than probably you. What about you, Stallion?
For me, I think if they put like an arrow of some sort on the helmet, like I would be so fired up for that. And I think as far as the uniforms go, like go back to the old uniforms, that's fine with me, but I don't really care too much about those. Like I want to see a new cool helmet and then hopefully some wins. That'd be kind of nice.
I think the wins will trump everything.
The wins will trump everything for me.
Not asking White Brian because he's not a Skins fan, but I think
I want to see the Giants with a blue helmet.
The Giants might have the worst alternates in the NFL, WB. So maybe you should be focused on changing
I like those alternates.
Oh, Lord. That's
the
ugly
fake-ass
as hell.
Michigan helmets and stuff.
Those things are ugly, B. How you like that?
They look cool.
I'm
They're
not going to
retro.
lie. I think they look pretty cool, too.
The Giants alternates?
Yes, and I like the Steelers one. They got like the brown and like yellow.
It look cool. It look like doo-doo.
The Steelers one is terrible.
It look like
the Giants is
it look
is
like
the
doo-doo
red,
at the bad
blue,
time
and red.
when you have some doo-doo.
I don't like the Giants helmet. I like the jersey and pant combo.
The tan with the blue and whatever?
That is terrible.
Yeah.
That's horrible
The
looking.
Giants throwbacks that they went to that like Mark Bavaro and Phil Simms wore with the Giants on the helmet and like just the red sleeves and all that. I like those. Those are clean.
That helmet should be the normal helmet.
It should be the normal helmet. I agree with you there.
But when they put on like them brown pants and they on some khakis with a red and blue shirt, that don't look that good.
It's like a blast from the past. That's why I look cool, I think.
The Steelers ones are awful. The Packers ones, they
The
roll
Packers
out
are
with like Acme on the front. Awful.
You talking about the navy blue ones?
Yes.
Those are pretty cool too, JP.
Oh, God. Well, we can agree to disagree, man. For the Commanders, I have the thing that would excite me most is a spear on the helmet. One. I hope, and this probably will not happen, Brian, but I hope when we get to tomorrow and the old logo's not involved, the old logo people will stop.
They will not. They never do. But you know what, though? They need to because I could tell them this ain't nobody listening to you. That's the thing about it. Eventually, when people realize they're not being listened to, they stop talking. But
not in the era of social media, dude.
They keep doing what they want. But if this team keeps showing you that they don't care about all that stuff and they keep moving forward, and we've in tomorrow, you may as well give it up.
How many times does Harris have to say publicly to the media the old name isn't coming back for people to believe that?
Like 8,000.
Like when we were in Arizona and Josh spoke with us at length, he said, yeah, for the 100th time, we're not changing the name back. But like, I'm a believer in compromise and like moving things forward. And I don't want tomorrow to end up in like a super annoying.
But see, that's the thing about it, Jay. Like we already know, the loudest is not the majority, and you're gonna have some the people that always want to agitate. They're loud as hell because they're persistent. But the thing of it is, just like in 2024, when the team was winning, those SOBs disappeared, just like cockroaches when you turn on a light. That's the way I look at them.
It'd be great if they just win.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
Make it a lot more easy. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for the draft stuff. Did you see, I don't know if you happen to see this, Wale's tweet yesterday?
No.
Do you know, I was not aware of this. Do you know the last time Washington drafted a running back in the first round of the draft?
No. Was it George Rogers? No, George came in as a free agent, right?
Stallion? Jeff, anybody know?
It's like I saw this graphic, but I forgot the name already. And I think that kind of is the moral of the story here.
The last time Washington drafted a running back in the first round. Jeffrey, any idea?
Not at all.
B, I don't even think you were alive.
Well, damn.
1967.
I wasn't.
They drafted a fella by the name of Ray McDonald. And I don't want to, besmirch Ray McDonald's career, but I'm not familiar with his work.
Yeah.
I can say that. I don't know that the Jeremiah Love thing's going to happen. I think you can make
It's very possible it won't.
I think Jeremiah Love in this draft, although one thing I'm glad I missed a week of, is this Ty Simpson buzz nonsense?
I don't think we mentioned Ty Simpson's name one time.
Doug, did somebody say Arizona's looking at him at 3? Jump off a bridge. Are you kidding me?
Bruh.
Take him.
How good has Arizona been drafting quarterbacks? Think about that. The last two they drafted in the first round, not on their team anymore. Am I right?
We're going to get some answers about the NFL draft. Nick Baumgartner from The Athletic joins us next. Nobody go anywhere.
Brought to you by the DC Defenders. Nothing at stake now for the Capitals. Playoff hopes officially came to an end last night with Philly beating Carolina. So the season finale tonight, nothing at stake as far as playoff goes. In Columbus, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. The intrigue, though, it could be, we don't know yet, but could be the final game in the career of Alex Ovechkin. NBA play-in tournament begins tonight. Heat Hornets in Charlotte, 7:30 p.m. Portland at Phoenix, 10 p.m. Nationals continue their road trip, second of 4 tonight in Pittsburgh. They were pounded by the Pirates 16-5 last night to snap a 3-game win streak. Cy Young winner Paul Skeens was terrific. Fan 6 over 6 innings for the win. More Nats and Pirates tonight. 6:40 p.m. for Nats baseball here on The Fan. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus the St. Louis Battlehawks this Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at ufldefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Bump, 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 bump. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up right now to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch Finley. Don't melt this summer. Hell, isn't it supposed to be 90 today or tomorrow?
Getting there, bro. Yeah.
Yo, you better make sure you've got
humidity won't be there based off of Big Doug, so I'm cool with that.
All right, you need a high-efficiency HVAC, and if you call Rude now, you get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until the end of the month. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't right, if it ain't Rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
All right, joining us, I'm a little rusty. Joining us now is our friend Nick Baumgartner from The Athletic. Nick, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, fellas. How are you?
Doing well, man. How you feeling?
I know you are busy this time of year, Nick.
Yeah.
Let's have a discussion about where we are 1 week out from the draft and kind of this gets to be really silly season. You've got a lot of people honestly putting out bad information, trying to generate lots of different things. So where do you think we are right now?
That's exactly where we are right now. I think you're in the latter. You know, it's interesting to me. Like NFL teams are still going through scouting. They're still adjusting boards. You know, and that will continue up until draft day. That's real, right? So you know, when people say, you know, oh, you know, some things are changing or this is, you know, some of that can be accurate, but like the larger picture stuff, like the top 40 players, the top 20 players, no, they're not. They know who those guys are. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that they're messing with is back end stuff. It's stuff that you don't really, that's not interesting, quite frankly, right? So we're at the point where agents begin to posture and jockey for position for their. That's all this is. You know, usually this time of year, where all the crazy stuff comes up and flies around. That to me is where I go with it. It's like, well, who's that player's agent? And how connected is that agent? And I think that's usually where you got to go with it.
The thing about it, all kinds of information comes out. Do you think any of this information that pops out off the field stuff that these teams don't have a clue of?
Oh no, yeah, like the Ruben Bain thing, right? Like no, they're fully aware of all that stuff. The difference, like it's always interesting to me, right? Like that's something that I feel like NFL teams knew about, not. And I think you heard a lot of people in the media claimed that they knew about it yesterday, and I don't think that they did. I think that people were saying that they did, and I think that was something that just slipped through the cracks. That was something that got through a lot of what have you, and it comes out publicly after the fact. But the NFL will sit on stuff like that, because they tell us all the time, it's not our job to report it, that's your job. So that's one of those things.
You know, I look at it like this: if something had happened like when it did, and then he does nothing else, it goes away, because what happens when you're a repeat offender at doing things? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the whole thing.
He is. He had it twice. He had another incident last year. Right.
Yeah. So like I think certain levels you get different reactions to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's something we had people yesterday that were like, do you think that changes Ruben Bain's stock? And I was like, no. I think Ruben Bain's stock is what it is because those teams have already made their decision on him.
Yeah.
Right? Some teams aren't going to care. Some teams are going to cross him off their board. And that's just how, so that's just what it could affect where he lands in the draft, certainly, but his stock is going to be. It was already determined. I don't think that anything coming out now will change that.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't think fans realize the level of kind of investigation that teams do, like the level of in-depth.
I lived it. I can tell you, dog.
Yeah.
Right.
Man,
they find everybody you've ever met, and
they
will
talked to some of my elementary school teachers. I was like, damn, I've been left there.
They'll uncover every rock. Like this is the NFL. This is the league where if you're talented and you're playing in like Japan, they're going to find you. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it goes. So they'll figure it out, and then they know. That there's another thing too is a lot of teams. They knew about that going into the combine, and I'm sure they wanted to see how he acted about it. How is he going to be upfront about this? Is he going to hide it? For some teams, I think that was an issue. I don't think he was upfront about it as much.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest issue with Bain, and I don't want to just harp on that. But in your last mock, I think you had the Commanders taking Bain. 1 week later, does that still sound right to you?
I still think that that's fine from a football standpoint. It's all about whether or not, they're comfortable with him as a player, as a person. I mean, the only two instances that we've seen really at all of him having an issue is that right there. Are those two, the one that resulted in the death of the individual, and then another incident where he got cited again there last year. There hasn't been anything else, and there was no reports really that Ruben Bain was a bad teammate or, anything like this, or a bad dude, a bad person. There was none of that. And, frankly, also, if you get into that lawsuit, it's pretty thin, quite honestly. There's not a lot, I'd be interested to see how far that actually went in court on top of everything else. So I'm not sure how much it actually does impact his status, or did impact his status with teams. To me, I think it's going to be about what do you think he could give you as a football player. I think that's going to be the bigger thing with him. I don't think this is like a Jalen Carter situation where there was so many other things with Jalen Carter. It wasn't just the driving real fast stuff.
He's not known to be the nicest fella.
No.
Whereas Bain is known to be like an absolute leader.
Yeah, and I think Bain's a pretty reserved guy for the most part, and a leader by example in a lot of ways too. A pretty quiet guy in the field who just lets his pads do the talking. So I think in that sense, I think he's still what he is, but it's certainly something that they've already probably put into their report on him. I should say. So he'll be there, and it's one of those things where I still think Ruben Bain's range is going to be. I thought this the whole time. I mean, he could slide into the teens, and it wouldn't shock me because there's going to be some teams that don't think, due to the link concerns and everything else, that they don't love that fit, with him there.
Dude, if he slides, I think it is. Because they're not exactly sure what position he plays in the NFL, and they're not exactly sure if the arms are long enough and that's going to matter. I don't personally think it's going to be about the other stuff. And I think one thing you see with the posturing in the NFL at this point is, let's say Bain slides to 17 and the Lions take him, right? There is probably a front office person telling some reporter out there, like, oh, we took him off our board. But you know who might have done that? Like, Denver, because they know they don't have a first-round game. They don't have a first-round pick. Or like if you're the Seahawks, you're not getting Bain. So sure, he's not on our board.
Yeah, he's not on our board. We took him off.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
There's no they got quarterback at the beginning of the draft, and people have been talking about the kid from Alabama a little bit, but normally when you got quarterbacks, you got trades. Do you anticipate trades this year, being that there aren't a lot of quarterbacks?
So I think it'll be interesting. I think on day 2, I think there'll be a lot because there's so many good defenders in this class, and those guys are going to slide down a little bit. There's so many good safeties, so many good linebackers, even good tight ends on the other side of the ball. But there's a lot of good specialty players like that. So I think that on day 2 we'll see quite a bit of movement. But I also think up high there, the only thing that we would see maybe I think any movement on would be maybe Jeremiah Love if somebody wants to go jump ahead, maybe a contender later that wants to come up, and if he's sliding. And Caleb Downs, the Ohio State safety. I think those two guys, to me, are the ones that if they slip a little bit and some team down in the late teens, like you mentioned Detroit, or somebody lower than that, maybe even that's a playoff team that wants to get an impact piece, wants to make a move, I could see that maybe being a thing. But otherwise, other than that, I don't think there'll be too much because I think, like you said, the quarterbacks always drive this, and there's only one this year, and he's going one, and there's really no mystery about that. So Simpson, I don't think is maybe at the end of the first. I could see somebody trying to slip in, but not up high like that. No, not in the top 15.
Yeah. it's just funny whether it's the content game driving it or it's agent driven.
Mm-hmm.
Like what you start to hear this last week is just so silly most of the time.
Yes.
And I think
you always look back and you're like, what were we thinking? Like, like, a week or two later, you're like, what was that? Like, obviously that was wrong, right? I wasn't crazy, that kind of thing.
We've been doing this show for 5 years. I've known JP for about 15, and I've been ever since I've met him. What I call this type of the year,
lion season.
Yes.
Can't believe half of the stuff you hear.
Talking with our friend Nick Baumgartner here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Nick a follow at Nick Baumgartner, BAUMGARDNER. Check out all of his work in The Athletic, including his latest mock. Check out the Beast from The Athletic. There's no draft publication quite like The Beast. That thing is unbelievable. I always enjoy reading. I'm not even going to front, Nick. I don't read it all, but I sure as hell give it a solid effort.
Probably one person reads all of it.
Outside of Dane, I guess.
Dane reads it all, and that's about it. Dane gets through it all. Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you some percentages here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What is the percentage chance Jeremiah Love is off the board before Washington picks at 7?
Ooh, man. I would say it might be like 50-50, honestly. Like, it's tough because I'm not convinced that a team lower. The Chiefs are the one that drives this in my mind. They went out and they signed Kenneth Walker, paid him big money, and I think it kind of came out like somebody asked him about Jeremiah Love, and it was like, I don't think he's going to make it to us at 9. And so, I don't know if he's going to be there, but he's a running back, and there's a lot of teams up there that could really use a lot of other stuff, like the Titans. Or, if he gets by the Titans, I think he's going to be there. That's the one that I wonder about. And the Giants, I also wonder about him, too, with the Giants, because I think that they're in a situation where he could really help everything that John Harbaugh is about and all that. But it's a hard one for me. I feel like it's almost 50-50. I feel like either those two teams, maybe a team wants to jump up. I don't know. But, like, the other part of me tugs and says he's a running back. Some of these people get nervous. Ashton Jeanty went high. It didn't really, quite work because they weren't ready for him. I mean, he had a nice year. He's going to be a good player, but they weren't quite ready for him, and it didn't explode. So it's hard to say, but I think it's possible that he could be there for sure.
Pass rushers have been what people talk about with Bailey, Bain, and all those guys up front. What's the other position you think can be at the end of the draft, we go, well, damn, they had a run on that?
Yeah, there's a couple. I mentioned those guys on defense. Safety and linebacker are really, really deep and really special this year, really the whole defensive side of the ball. But the one on offense, I think that's really deeper than we've seen in some time, and deeper certainly than we've seen, I think, in the last maybe 5 to 10 years anyways, tight end. There are guys all the way, it's not so super top heavy, but there are guys all the way through day 3, through that'll be there in the 7th round, that I think are good enough to go play on a team, make a team, and help a team. Like, there'll be some UDFAs in this tight end class that'll make a team and be an impact player somewhere, because two things. There's a lot of teams out there that are now expanding their usage of the position. That's, started last year with the Rams a little bit more, but that's been a thing that's kind of been going. And, so there's more available jobs, and these guys are dudes. I mean, there is a lot of them all the way through. And this has just been a thing that's kind of been building over the last several years. We've seen more good tight ends come through college. More colleges know what to do with them, and more NFL teams have embraced the spot. So I think tight end is going to be the one this year that we look at.
Tight ends
7-on-7, bro. They play that too,
and it's become like a sexy position. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. It's turning into that.
It's totally changed, and I think you see some of these freak show athletes that maybe would have been a linebacker or even a quarterback,
100%,
and now they're tight ends. This might be the trickiest question, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
We all know it's going to be Mendoza 1 to the Raiders. Who goes 2?
Yeah, so for me, it's been for the Jets. I think it has to be best player available, and I think all things the indications are Arvell Reese from Ohio State. I mean, maybe David Bailey, the other edge there from Texas Tech, but I think Arvell Reese, given his youth, the versatility you could maybe get out of him. To me, he is the closest prospect I've seen, the closest to Micah Parsons since Micah Parsons. I mean, he's not Micah, but he's built almost exactly like that. More so than Carter was last year, I think, in some ways. He's got that just absolute burst off the ball. He can get into your chest and just kind of rip right through a guy the way that Micah does with that strength. And I think that he could just move all over the place and in time be a real dominant force for somebody up front. So for me, I think that the Jets have to be best player available almost the whole way through. They can't think about the quarterback thing. They have a lot of picks next year, too. They can worry about that then. They need to rebuild the whole roster because the whole thing's kind of rotted out. So that's kind of where I'm at. I feel like those two edges might go 2 and 3. Reese and then maybe Bailey to the Cardinals there at 3.
What are your thoughts on Sonny Styles? I mean, he was the darling of the combine, and I mean, the guy can run, he jump, he's super athletic, and a lot of coaches talk about that versatility.
Yeah. He Sonny Styles also, when you watch the tape, I think that's more than just the combine with him, because I think that you see over the years there's been a lot of guys that have gone through there and ripped it up. Isaiah Simmons from Clemson. And it never quite worked out. And I would also argue Isaiah Simmons came through at a time, had similar athletic traits. He was 6'4", 6'5", 230, maybe a little bit lighter than Sonny, but he ran about the same, jumped about the same. Came in and they tried to play him at linebacker, and it didn't really work because the NFL, I don't think, was ready for the movement and the hybrid, sort of position. What we saw last year with Nicky Manwari in Seattle, I think, is what we're going to end up seeing a lot of from Sonny Styles. Is he's going to be a guy who plays in the box, plays in the weak side linebacker spot, but also kind of floats out, does some coverage stuff, and then even goes up front and rushes the passer a little bit too. I think he's going to be a guy that's a true X factor, and that's why I thought maybe Tennessee takes him there at 4, because Saleh, the new head coach there, I think he's a creative defensive guy. You let Styles get in there and move around and do some different things, and I think that's why when you watch the tape, he is a legit former safety that played safety in college and learned how to play linebacker, so he can do anything. Like, there's really not much he can't do, and I think that the NFL team that figures out how to unlock that is going to be the one that really knocks it out of the park there.
Totally. Absolutely. Where we're talking with our friend Nick Baumgartner here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Make sure you read all of Nick's work in The Athletic, draft expert. You can follow him on X at Nick Baumgartner, Baumgardner. Where are you on Carnell Tate's evaluation and where he goes in the draft?
Yeah, I think he is still receiver 1 for me, and I say that because Jordan Tyson's medical concerns push him down a little bit. If Tyson was healthier, I think he would probably be 1. Tate would be 2. However, I would still have Tate in the top 12, I think, overall at the end of the day. And I still think he could maybe even flirt with the top 10, depending on if somebody likes him enough. I didn't think the 40 was that big of a deal. I think that most teams knew that he wasn't a burner, going into you watch the tape. It's very similar to what Ted McMillan went through last year before he went to the Panthers, and everybody kind of worried about, he ran that 4.5, whatever it was, at his pro day and at the combine. And I think that that's kind of similar to what we're seeing here. Tate's a 20-year-old receiver who's played both sides. He's played X, he's played Z. I think he can play some in the slot. He's really athletic. He can sink and explode. Really good in the air. He got a lot better last year. He's really competitive. A good dude. Like, teammates loved him. And I thought the biggest thing for me is, look, he played opposite Jeremiah Smith and could have just coasted and could have been one of those guys who was like, whatever, I'm always one-on-one, I don't care. But he didn't. He, busted tail and got a lot better and stood out on his own, and I thought that was telling. So I think he's going to be a good player, and I think most NFL teams kind of agree with that.
What is he, 6'2", right?
Yeah, I think he's 6'3".
Yeah, because I think they've said it all, I know in the past it was, the guy that's 6'3", 6'2", and if you get up past that, you don't need to run 4'1", 4'2",
no,
4'3". If you're 4'5", that's enough because you're big enough to show separation anyway.
Yes, people forget that. The separation's the key, yes, but people forget that physicality is so much more important as a receiver than anyone ever understands. Not just with the get off, but also at the top of a route. I got to be able to separate from you at the top of a route, and I can't just 4.2 speed doesn't do anything if you're 210 and you're running a 4.5, you're going to be able to bear down on me. So it's so much. The NFL is about power. I mean, that's really every position. And I think receiver, people tend to forget that. Yeah, speed is super important. I'm not going to say it's not, but your power tends to get lost sometimes in that discussion as well. And Tate certainly has that. And so does Jordan Tyson as well.
Absolutely. And you think about Darius Hayward-Bay and John Ross and some of these guys
that run these
out.
John Ross.
Everybody's not Randy Moss.
Just because you can
run 6'4" and run 4'2".
If you can't, if you can't,
we're not
get
all
off,
mutants, man.
If you can't get off press coverage, it doesn't matter what your 40 time is.
Yeah, because you never get to get top speed anyway.
No, right.
Last thing, Nick, for me, how much, if at all, stock do you put into what Ohio State wide receivers are producing at the NFL level when you're evaluating a dude like Carnell Tate?
I think that you put some in there based on the culture that is developed, through there. Because I think you put enough in it because those guys go to Ohio State. I think in the culture that's developed there, they go there to challenge themselves. I think a lot of times you see guys, well, there's another good receiver there. I don't want to go there. Another good player at my position. I don't want to go there. That's not what really happens at Ohio State. Yeah. They seem to go there and really stack talent on talent, and nobody worries about it. And they're not afraid. Like Garrett Wilson, I feel like was kind of one of the first guys to do that. And we've seen him. I mean, he has gone through some horrible times with the Jets, and he still gets it done. Like he is still a guy who shows up every day and works. Egbuka last year came in right away, got it, was a pro, perfect, right out of Jackson. When he got healthy, everybody saw what he was able to do. So I think that you put a lot into it because, yes, exactly. Those guys are detail-oriented. They're ready to play. They're serious. And, I think Tate is right in there with everybody else, and I think that that's certainly a factor.
Nick, appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the next week.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, man, take care. Right.
Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic. Give him a follow at Nick Baumgardner. Check out all of his work in The Athletic. We're going to do some GOATs next. Nobody go anywhere.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alert that something's not right. Listen, you got to be worried about that heat coming outside now. You got to put that air on, not worry about any heat. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, coming back from Scotland, where you're staying in old buildings,
yes,
old drafts. It was, you never knew what the temperature was. Then we're dressed from Scotland, landed Dulles. It's 80 degrees. We're all wearing sweaters and sweatpants. Getting home to my Ruud system last night, and Lauren cranking it down just for all of us to cool off, felt so damn good. With the Ruud system, it ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which operates efficiently, evenly in the most extreme conditions. You get comfort and performance. Plus, you can save a bunch of money. It's tax season, folks. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Capitals getting set to finish off the season tonight in Columbus. Forget about the playoffs. They were eliminated last night with Philly beating Carolina, so nothing on the line tonight. Caps season finale in Columbus, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Nationals continue their road trip in Pittsburgh, hammered by the Pirates last night, 16-5. See if the Nats can bounce back tonight, 6:40 p.m. for Nats baseball here on The Fan. And this time tomorrow, people, Commanders' new uniform reveal will be out less than 24 hours away. That happens 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're also 9 days away now from the NFL Draft, a week from Thursday, April 23rd. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Or check it out on YouTube. Nick's really smart. And I think the three of us are all in agreement that, like, teams pretty much know what they're doing, and right now is just chumming the waters for media.
Yeah.
I think if a week ago Ruben Bain was the number 5 overall pick, the number 15th overall pick, the 20th pick, the 10th pick, I think he'll still be that next week.
Yeah.
But I tweeted out what Nick said. I think Ruben Bain's stock is what it is because NFL teams already had that information. This is the NFL. They know. We know they knew at the Combine in Indy because there were reports now that, like, some teams caught him maybe not telling the whole truth, which I think is the way bigger deal for NFL teams than the fact that an incident occurred.
True.
But I thought this was funny. From 70 Chip on Twitter, he said, Ruben Bain's got short arms but a heavy foot. I thought that was pretty damn funny. All right, so here's where we're at. It's time.
70 Chip. I remember that play.
Yeah, I bet.
Love it.
It is time for GOATs, our weekly segment debating the best of the best. Because I just got back from vacation, I think we could just do a generic best vacation spot, top 3, whatever you want to say. This is incredibly open-ended, right?
Yeah.
So this could be like a specific
place.
places
you've been.
It could be a place, but it could also just be like a generic place. Like you like going to the prairie, you could just say the prairie.
I'll go first.
Jeff likes going to the pork convention. That could be Jeff's 1 seed. There's no rules here.
Yeah.
All right, B's going first.
I go first.
You got a top 3?
Hawaii is my top.
Hawaii's the 1 seed.
It's the 1 seed. Barbados, number 2. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I went to Barbados, I'm gonna throw both of them in, Barbados and Bermuda, islands that start with a B. Okay, because
those are both number 2.
Those both number 2 together. Because I went to those islands expecting like what I see in the Bahamas.
Yeah,
like Jamaica. It don't make me feel good when I go to those islands because I don't see all the money I know I'm spending there being put there for the people.
When you see some of the poverty.
When I went to Barbados and Bermuda, I'm like, well, damn, they getting all the money there. And Bermuda's a different island. They ruled by England or whatever.
Well, Bermuda's also a lot further north.
Yeah.
Like Bermuda's like about the same latitude as
North Carolina.
Yeah, like Charlotte.
But they are just the way things look to me made me feel different. And my last one, which I think people are gonna be like, what? Berlin, Germany.
Berlin. All right.
Bruh. Went over there with all of the mindset of what I thought Germany was based on what I was taught here. They got more flavor than we do, dog. It was nice, dog.
You know,
and one thing about it, like the only state I've been to that reminds me of kind of a Germany, Berlin, Oregon.
Oregon.
Everybody in Oregon. I'm just saying, everybody's on the bike, everybody's walking, everybody look good, fine. Berlin was like that. I was like, damn, I almost broke my neck, bro. 5'10" to 6'2", flat stomachs and navel piercings. Boy, I was locked.
Do you know? Did you go? You know that Berlin's like famous, infamous, whatever you want to call it, for their club scene, like the electronic dancing.
I went to the clubs.
Did you wear like leather and all that?
No, I wore my regular stuff. I told you when I got there, I walked out of the out the airport, and I'm looking for my driver, and I see this dude leaning on his Mercedes. I say, kind of stereotypical, because the dude looked like Eminem, so a hip hop dude. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking, he said, yo, Mr. Mitch. I'm like, yep. And that's what my dude for. We were together for 8 days.
Wow.
This dude took me to every damn club he knew was close to the area. And when because the wall had just come down recently, we went on the other side, went to some clubs. I was the only brother in the whole club, though.
Was that a selling point?
Nah. At one point, I was a little concerned when I first walked in. But then when they were playing some Pac and Biggie and everybody was, I was like, well, hell, they cool as me. So I hung out.
All right, B's list, GOAT vacation spots. 1, Hawaii, which is incredible. 2, Barbados and Bermuda. You're cheating a little bit there, but I'm going to let it go.
Yeah. B, 2A and 2B.
And then 3 is Berlin.
Yeah, I got a lot of B's in there.
A lot of B's, dude. We're going to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, your favorite vacation spot. Jeff is a very well-traveled young man. I believe Jeff has been to 3 different continents. You've been to Australia. I think you've been to Africa. I think you've been, obviously, to North America, where we currently live.
Yep.
Give me the vacation
He
spots,
go to Amsterdam.
Jeff.
He may never come back.
Yo, I don't know if we can send Jeff to Amsterdam.
Ooh, boy.
Hey, the first one.
Although, hell, walking around D.C. smells like Amsterdam at this point.
Nah, for real. Amsterdam and the
Amsterdam
porta
worse.
potty. I would have to say number 1. I have to go where I recently just went, Madrid.
Really?
I just felt so alive in Madrid, bro. Like,
well, yeah, you were half asleep half the time.
Well, weren't you barfing in an alley for most of the evening?
I mean, that's because I ain't drinking a long time. I connected with some of the people that listen to the show, but I just like that whole nightlife, how everyone comes out.
It's
1
late.
a.m.
It's late.
Yeah, I like that. I feel as though those my people over there. The food was amazing, and it's just the vibe. The only thing that the rain that happened at first, it rained all day.
Yo, it rained like crazy when we were there.
Yeah. And then next, I gotta go with Jamaica, bro. Like
Jamaica, man.
I have friends that have family in Jamaica, so when I go to Jamaica, I see it kind of differently, and it's just like the food is fresh. I spend all my money riding the jet skis when I'm over there, because it's just you can see the fish in the water as you're riding.
Dude, so I was obviously on a bunch of airplanes over the last week. I watched Cool Runnings with the girls. That movie still hits. It's probably 30, 40 years old. Cool Runnings is such a good movie. Anyway, sorry, Jeff.
In my last one, this is kind of different. I used to do this when my grandfather was alive.
You're kind of different, Jeff.
Yeah.
The water. Like, my granddad, he used to take us and we'll be on the boat for like the weekend. We'll just strictly be on the boat fishing and just enjoying each other. Pause.
Jeff, you don't have to say pause if you're hanging out with your grandpa.
That just sounded crazy.
So number 3 for you is just the water?
The boat. Yep, the boat on the water.
All right. So I'm not mad at that kind of answer. Like, if it's just more of an idea than it is a specific place, again, there's no rules. This is our list. B, you want Stallion or Dub B next? Or you want a caller?
Let's get a call. Break it up a little bit.
All right. Larry is in La Plata.
There we go, White B.
Larry, what's your GOAT vacation spot?
Welcome back, JP. Number 1 is, and it's spectacular if you've never been, Venice, Italy. It's just, you're floored by the history, the beauty, the water, the food. Venice is just amazing. It's life-changing. Number 2 would be Maui. And number 3, surprisingly enough, would be New York City on the weekend when all of the hundreds of thousands of people and cars have gone home. New York City on the weekend can be magical.
Dude, so Larry, that's a good call because I've been to
Maui. I love Maui.
Venice is truly incredible.
Yeah, I said Hawaii, but Maui. If we want to get boom, because I went there for like 18 straight years.
Dude, Maui is unbelievable. I've only been to Venice once. I've been to Maui once. They are both truly special
Remarkable.
places on the planet.
So when you go to Honolulu, it's like you're in New York.
Right.
When you go to Maui, you know you're in an island, but you got a little bit of the other stuff too.
Well, and in Maui, you could drive that road to Hana, the Hana Highway.
Hana.
They got the
Go over to
Haleakala.
Lahaina, to Kanapali and all that.
Dude,
yeah.
Kapalua, if you want to play some good golf.
Kapalua. Yeah.
All right,
That's where I basically went on my honeymoon over there, that area.
Well done. Dean is in Woodbridge. Dean, what do you got? Goat vacation spots.
Hey, guys. My father was from Dalmatian Coast in Croatia.
Oh, nice.
And we used to go, all the time as a kid, see my grandparents, and I've gone as an adult many times too. So that's my number one for sure.
Is that like
the food's
Dubrovnik
awesome.
and Split, that area?
Well, Dubrovnik's south. My father was from a region called Zadar, which is not too far from Split. And I mean, the water is just unbelievable. The Adriatic Sea is so clean, and the food is amazing. The wine, and I don't know, none of those good things to say.
All right, we'll put it on the list. Thanks, dude. All
right, bro.
Appreciate your call.
All right, thanks, man.
Why don't we let White Brian go?
Yeah.
Bring the house down, Dub B.
At 3.
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
I really want to go to Alaska during the summer when it's like super nice and not super cold.
I bet it's still kind of cold.
Coldish, but like, I don't know. Ever since the Simpsons movie came out, I've really wanted to go to Alaska. It looked
perfect.
Wait. We asked you, what's your favorite vacation spot? You telling us, well, the Simpsons told me.
And the place he hasn't been to. But
he hasn't been there.
Well, my
It's his
dad
list.
went and he said it was great. So
All right.
It's your list, dog.
Yeah,
It's your
go
list.
with it. Go with it.
2.
Don't
be quoting Homer out here.
I went to Australia when I was 3, and I kind of remember it, but I want to go back.
Okay.
And then
Just be careful. All the animals over there, poisonous for the most part.
Poisonous and mean.
Mean and want to kill you.
Kangaroos legit try to punch you, right?
Yeah, Jeff look like kangaroo with them little short arms.
Bro, I already told y'all. I've been kicked by a kangaroo before. And it was because I was being an idiot with one of...
I'm shocked.
Ah.
I'm totally shocked.
So I
Hold on,
went
I'm
to...
trying to stay on time.
Go
Dubby,
ahead.
give me your last one.
It's not really a place, but my favorite vacation ever. I followed the Mets during spring training and just went to the beach and then a game around Florida. So I guess that'd be my number one.
All right.
Definitely the worst list so far, but that's okay. You got your own. It's all good. All right, if you're on hold, stay there. We're coming back. Me and Stallion will
we
give you
can't
our
wait for
answers.
Stallions.
Yeah, who knows? It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About 15 minutes, we'll be joined by Louis Riddick, NFL expert for ESPN. Louis worked in the Washington front office for a number of years. Absolute. I very much value his information. Very insightful dude. Really excited to have him on the show in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Right now, we're running through all of our favorite vacation spots. B. Mitch picked his 1 seed was Hawaii. Then he had Barbados and Bermuda. Number 3, Berlin. Jeff went Madrid, Jamaica, and number 3, the boat on the water. White Brian, number 3, Alaska. Number 2, Australia. Very exotic locales. Number 1, Florida spring training. Not a exotic locale.
Nah.
Stallion, what do you got?
Arlington.
No.
Whitlow's?
No. My number 3, I haven't been there, but it's Italy. I really want to go to Italy. It's a spot that I think has everything. It's got the food, it's got the mountains, it's got the beaches. I want to go to Italy.
Italy's dope.
Number 2,
yeah,
Greece. Haven't been to Greece, but I really want to go to Greece for all those same reasons. I love Mediterranean food. They've got Mediterranean food.
How do you feel about lamb?
I'm actually not a big lamb guy.
Well, you got a lot of that.
I know. So it's a little backwards.
You might want to try it.
You can stick to goat.
I'll do goat. No problem with that. Then my number 1.
Hold on, you prefer goat to lamb?
Yeah, definitely.
I love lamb.
I'm not a big lamb guy. I don't know why.
You haven't had it cooked right.
You're probably right. My number 1 spot, I'm going to go with B, Hawaii. I've been to Hawaii. I've been to Honolulu twice before in my life. It is awesome.
All right.
I love Honolulu.
Hard to argue with Hawaii, man. Let's go to John is in Herndon. John, what's your favorite vacation spot, dude?
Number 3, I lived most of my life overseas. So my number 3 is Bali.
Oh, that's a trip.
My number two is Maui. My number 1, surprising me, was we went to the game last year in Madrid, but then we spent the rest of 4 days in Barcelona. Barcelona is my number 1.
Barcelona's nice.
Barcelona's nice, man. I
like the beaches.
Yeah, when I was in Barcelona, there's a lot to like. Make sure you're wearing sunglasses. Thank you for the call, John. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. When I was in Barcelona, what's the song? Young, Dumb, and Broke? Like, I was just backpacking around Europe after college and just, like, broke. I'd love to go back to Barcelona and be able to, like, not stay in a hostel, not eat porridge, and just, like, enjoy it more. But that's a party city, too. Jeff, if you thought Madrid was a party city, Madrid is like a landlocked
He might have heard himself in Barcelona.
government city. Barcelona's on the beach and probably just as much, if not more, of a party
Jeff
city.
may have heard himself in Barcelona.
No, so what's crazy was one morning in Madrid, I got up early. I got up like, I think it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. And it was like a 2.5 hour train ride to Barcelona. And then I was out there for maybe like 2 hours. I was like,
so you went?
Yeah, I was like, I got to come back. I got to come back and spend time in
2 hours
Barcelona.
is
It
not
ain't going to cut it, right?
Yeah, it didn't help you.
All right, I got my list, and I don't think you can yell at me because you picked 2 for your second one.
I ain't yelling at you.
All right, my ones, I'll go in the opposite order. Number 3, and this is different because I'm like in a family state. I think a lot of this is where you are in your life. When you're young, you just want to go on dope trips. As you get older, you got family trips. But
Hawaii is family for me.
The third best vacation, not 1 or 2 in case my wife's listening, but number 3, golf trips. When the boys go on a golf trip at my age, the best there is.
Yeah.
I mean, think about our trip to North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I played some of the worst golf of my life, and damn, we had fun.
You almost died, too.
Yeah, a lot of things happened on golf trips. Now, mine are generic until I get to number 1, I guess. Number 2 for me, I love winter sports, but I also just love the mountains. Like, we were just in Scotland, and I went up to the Highlands. I've always been mesmerized by mountain ranges, where you can be down here and look over there, and it's 5,000 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wearing just a polo shirt right here, and I look up there, and there's still snow on the ground.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the first time I went to Colorado, and when you drive, I assume west from Denver, you drive through what I believe is the Continental Divide, and you go through this giant tunnel. I want to say it's Eisenhower Tunnel. I could have the wrong president, but you drive through this tunnel, and I remember coming out on the other side, and you felt like you were in a Coors Light commercial. Like, it felt like Rocky Mountain High. Like it feels so different. And I think the mountains have something that is like a transformative quality that is hard to experience elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But 1 seed for me, the beach. Like there are a number of my favorite beaches, St. Thomas, St. John, Maui. There's these 2 little islands down in the Grenadines, down towards the Southern Caribbean, down towards South America, Bequia and Mystique. Mystique's the Macaroni Bay on Mystique is the prettiest beach I've ever seen in my life. But I also love Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina. I love all the Delaware beaches. I got love for OCMD. Like
you like the beach with the gray water.
I just like the beach. Like you always need clear water.
Yeah, if it's not clear water, it's a pond to me.
Like you go to California, it's cold. I still love it. Like we were in San Diego, just sitting on the beach, drinking a beer on the beach, throwing a football on the beach. The beach is the 1 seed, but I like it all.
Yeah,
how is that? That's my list. I went beach, mountains, golf trips.
Good.
All right, our boy Los is on the line. What up, Los?
What's up, guys? Welcome back, man. I hope you brought me a nice ball of scotch, Lagervolen, man. All right.
We got some scotch. We might have to drink it at like 1:30.
Hell yeah. Listen, top 3. San Diego. I'm just saying, man. San Diego, Yeah. Dylon,
you made San Diego,
Dylon.
all
Listen.
3 of them?
All 3 of them. Number 3 is San. Number 2 is D. Number 1 is Ego. Listen, it has everything. And I know that Camden Yards is the best. I know that Camden Yards is the best ballpark, but Petco Park is my second home, man.
Petco's dope.
And then the beaches and the food, the tacos are authentic, and the women are different, man. Look,
Los, you
San
know your
Diego,
girl
by
listens to this
far,
show,
number
right?
1.
You know your girl listens to this show, right?
Maybe she's from San Diego.
Yeah, man,
Maybe
listen.
she's a SoCal girl. All right, Los, appreciate you,
Hey,
bud.
man, listen, I appreciate you.
That's a good one. Our producer from Monumental, Joey, texted. He said Italy number 3, Florence specifically. I loved Florence. Costa Rica number 2, and Joey's a big Japan guy. He's a Japan stan.
He should go there and stay.
He says Osaka, Kyoto specifically.
How about you move and don't come back?
Louis Riddick joins the program next.
Brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Flyers win last night, seal the Caps' playoff fate. They are now officially eliminated from contention. Still some intrigue, though, for tonight's season finale for the Caps. Spencer Carberry and company know this could be it for Ovi.
If it is the end of his career, I smile usually in those moments because I've been blessed to be the guy that gets to be his head coach when he broke the all-time goals record, and I get to be the head coach that was with him at the end, and I don't take that for granted one bit. That's a special thing that I will have for the rest of my life.
We'll have it for you live. Cap season finale tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Nats road trip continues in Pittsburgh. They were pounded last night 16-5 by the Pirates. Nats try to bounce back tonight, 6:44 Nats baseball here on The Fan. PVI Office Furniture has expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points all over the East Coast. We are really excited right now to jump on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud is, of course, the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. Joining us now is Louis Riddick from ESPN. Louis, we really appreciate the time, man. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're good, brother.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Louis, for you, you've been doing this a long time, working in NFL front offices, now doing it in a media capacity. This last week leading up to the NFL draft, how much BS is flying around?
You know what? Honestly, man, not as much. I don't really think as much as people tend to think. I think what is happening, though, and I think this is happening this year in particular, there's a lot of information that teams are still trying to get on some guys that are potential top 10 picks that could really affect and alter how those picks actually fall. Some medical, some, there's always a little bit of disagreement in personnel departments of trying to find what's the tiebreaker between this guy and this guy, especially if you look at your board and you have them like really equally graded. I think there's just a lot of, there becomes a lot of tense moments, especially inside the top 10 right now. I remember back in 2004 when we picked Sean Taylor.
Yeah.
The night before we went home, we had Kellen Winslow Jr. number 1.
Wow.
We had a knockdown, drag-out meeting the night before the draft, and I came in the next morning, and it was flipped, and Sean was number 1. So that's how it can go.
Look, we have a lot of people come on and talk to us, but you've had the experience of being on that side. You played the game, and you were on the side where you were choosing people. What type of, how much stuff do you dig into? Because I know when I was getting drafted, they talked to police departments, everybody around town. How much information do you really look after, and what is the stuff that really tilted one way or the other?
Brian, you're trying to find, you basically, you become like a little, as a scout, you become like a little junior private eye. That's what you are when you go to these schools and you visit campuses. You go and you talk to everybody, and sometimes it's the people you don't even intend to really talk to who don't even know who you are, but you wind up striking it. Look, I remember going to a school once, went to get something to eat at a little campus restaurant. The day before I went into the school, they had no idea who I was, dressed, didn't have no team gear on, nothing. To strike up a conversation, sitting at the bar eating. Next thing you know, there's people telling me who's dating who comes over whose house, who hangs out, who does the kind of things that they should be doing, who doesn't do it. I'm sitting there going, really? Is that right? So
what about so and so?
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what it is. What you're trying to find out. Look, the tape is the tape. Yeah, I know some people can watch tape, and you have 3 people watch the same game and come away with 3 different opinions. But the thing that you can't get wrong is
how committed is he to the profession and the game, his football character, what his off-field track record is. Does he make good decisions? Has he been arrested? Does he use illegal substances? Is he someone who treats his family right and all that kind of stuff? So football and personal character, you got to get right. In the medical department right now, they're the most important people in the building. They're the ones who have to tell you what they think a guy's reasonable projection is in terms of his availability going forward. What kind of risk is he? Is he not a risk? Is he a risk that's acceptable? Should we not take him in the first? Can we take him? The medical people right now are the ones who are really under the white hot spotlight, really pouring over the information and giving it to the decision makers. And those meetings can be real tense and real interesting because there's a lot at stake, especially when you're talking about night one, as you know.
Absolutely. Talking with Louis Riddick here from ESPN. You can give him a follow at L Riddick ESPN. Watch all his work. Check out all of it on ESPN, obviously. So, Louis, as we get closer to the draft next week, for Washington with the 7th overall pick, they had a good free agency haul. They addressed a lot of positions that were probably needs. So I think they go into this draft with a pretty wide open canvas of what they could do. What do you think seems most likely, and what do you think would help them the most?
Look, I mean, every GM is trying to support their franchise quarterback, right? So Jaden, given all the things that they did in free agency, that in the ways in which they tried to fill the needs, especially on the defensive side of the football, signing Rashad, Jerome Ford, those guys. I mean, all those things are good moves. And they're going to be things that really affect, the season here in 2026. I think now you turn your focus in the draft right now to try and, to me, get some young speed on the perimeter to really go to help Terry out. But Treylon Burks he's someone who has flashed in the past, but you still need a guy who's a big, dependable X or Z who can win on the outside lane, who eventually can just grow with Jaden and become that dynamic duo type of guy. And I know that the Brandon Ayuk stuff is hanging out there, and he's someone who obviously would probably want to play with him in Washington, given their history together. I don't know if you can depend on that. So I think wide receiver, long story short, wide receiver has to be, to me, the number one position that they're looking at. Dan, being a defensive guy, if one of the premium players, like in particular, if Sonny Styles is sitting there at 7, given how important the command and control center of a defense is, and given what Dan knows how do-it-all, 3-down Mike backers who aren't off-ball backers, just aren't off-ball backers like they used to be back in the day and aren't valued the same way. These guys are premium players. And given how good of a player Sonny Styles is and how much of a foundational piece he is that a guy you consider? If Jeremiah Love falls to 7, I don't care who you signed in free agency. You have to pick him. You have to take him because he's not just a back. Mm-hmm. He's a weapon. He's a flat-out dog weapon. That's what he is. He's Bijan. He's Jahmyr Gibbs. He's Christian McCaffrey. That's what he is. When he was running routes at the combine with the running backs, I said, how the hell did they let this wide receiver in here to run routes with the running backs? That's what he looked like. So there's a number of different ways they can go. Somebody really, really good is going to fall to them. The question is, do they build it inside, running backer? Do they build it outside? Is it Carnell Tate? Is it Jordan Tyson if one of those two are still there? A lot of things on the table right now. I'd love to be in the meetings right now with Adam and Dan and the rest of the people to try and figure out what they're thinking.
Does the kid Mansour Delane jump up there and make him start going with
Yeah. There's another one. You know what? There's you're right. Stupid me, man. I like to not mention him. Look, Delane, he made such a great decision going to LSU. The way in which he played this year, and I saw him when he played at Tech. And I didn't think he was that good at Tech. I thought he was a little heavy-legged. Wasn't a guy who was a good man corner. I was like, man, he can't play off. He has to play press. He has to always play press. How fast is he? Then he goes to LSU, and he's just dogging everybody. Then he has his pro day, and he just tears it apart. Yeah, if he's sitting there, of course they need another corner. There's no question they need someone on the perimeter, a shutdown guy like that. Selling off and kind of dealing off 2027 picks given how strong that draft could be.
Right.
But they're going to get a good player. They're going to get a real good player.
Talking with Louis Riddick here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can watch and check out all of Lewis's work on ESPN or on social at L Riddick ESPN. You said of Jeremiah Love, if he's there at 7, you got to take him. What are the chances you think he's there at 7?
Probably slim and none. But but we're just spitballing here and talking. You know?
Totally.
I don't think he will. Look. And Big Mitch, look, you have what elite running backs look like.
Mm-hmm.
I had a really respected running back coach in the league who I played with at one time tell me, look, Jeremiah's obviously not as big as Eric Dickerson. I mean, I played with Eric and against him, and Eric was 6'3", 225, right? And, was built like Usain Bolt playing running back.
That's crazy.
But remember, how fluid and easy he ran. It just looked easy. It's like he was just out there just going, because it was just so damn easy. That's how the great ones always make it look. He said that the fluidity, though, of Jeremiah reminded him of that. Like, it just never looks like he's stressed because he's just so natural. And when he said that, I'm sitting there going, there ain't no way this dude is getting out of the top 5. There's no way that Tennessee is going to pass on him. They can't. They can't. And if you're the Giants and you're John Harbaugh and you're sitting there going, yeah, we got Cam Scattergood and Jackson Dart, but we don't have nothing like this guy. Because that's what he is. He's a weapon. So I don't know. I don't think he gets past 4 or 5. The Browns, it doesn't make any sense to pick him given what they have already, but it's the Browns. Who knows what the hell they'll do. And then he could be sitting there staring at the Commanders. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but either way, if they had Carnell Tate still on the board, Sonny Styles still on the board, Jordan Tyson still on the board, Montour Delane still on the board, which all 4 probably will be, how can you go wrong with any of those guys, really?
One name I haven't heard you say, and especially with your background as a defensive back, what about Caleb Downs?
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Yeah, you haven't heard me say that. Okay, so I love Caleb. Got to talk to him out at Ohio State. He's a captain. That's what he is. He's a leader. He's an alpha. And I think he'll be a high first-round pick, and he's going to play for a long time, and he's going to make a lot of solid, dependable football plays. If you're drafting that position inside of the top 5, top 7, to me, they better be bringing something like Sean Taylor brought, something like Eric Berry brought, something like the late, great Eric Turner brought, who I played with. Those guys were monsters. All of them. Mm-hmm. They were, when you looked at them, you were like, damn, that's a safety? No, that guy's a weapon in the secondary. And look, and Caleb, that's not to say that Caleb's not, because he makes all the plays you want, but the impact relative to what he would give you in terms of positional value when you're talking about the effect on the salary cap, right? So safeties in general, their salaries do not hinder you salary cap wise when they start becoming great players the same way that wide receivers and pass rushers and stuff do. So if you're going to take a guy at a position like that high, you better be saying this guy looks to me like he is in first year All-Pro Hall of to have under control for 5 years, who when he hits free agency, the salary cap ramifications are going to be huge, a la wide receiver and pass rusher. So what it is a long-winded way of me saying I don't know if he brings the same kind of punch and the same kind of impact that guys like Sean did or Eric Berry did or Eric Turner did. He's going to be good. I just wouldn't take him that high.
Louis, we know your time's valuable. It's funny. B and I always talk about watching Sean Taylor warm up. He looked like he belonged
like
with
a pass rusher,
with the D line, and you saw him with the DBs. You're like, that dude doesn't fit there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, and Brian, you remember Don Rogers, Kenny Easley, Dennis Smith.
Oh yeah.
Those guys, when you saw them, you were like, get out of here! Like, what is going? These guys are Nick Emanwari. Like when you see him, when you see Seattle. even though he went in the second round, but still, that's the kind of profile I'm looking for if I'm taking a safety that high.
Lewis, thank you so much for the time,
Appreciate
man.
you,
We really
Lewis.
appreciate it.
Of course. All right, guys.
All right, man. Thank you.
The great Lewis Riddick joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give him a follow at L Riddick ESPN. B, a lot of really interesting stuff. I took a bunch of notes from that conversation. Specifically with Caleb Downs there at the end. Sean, what did they list Sean at?
6'3", 238 pounds.
Nick Emenwari, second rounder who may have been, frankly, Seattle's best defensive player last year. I mean, just an absolute stud. Came into the league, bolt of lightning, 6'3", 220.
Mm-hmm.
Downs does not have that elite size.
Yeah,
he has, not to say generic, but he's kind of a run-of-the-mill size safety.
He's more like, what's the kid who was with the Legion of Boom? The safety.
Thomas? I think Earl Thomas.
Earl Thomas.
Yeah.
Earl wasn't a big guy. He was impactful. You wonder if he can be like Earl was when he was there.
Earl was 5'10".
You notice when Earl came over to Baltimore and tried to play, he wore out quickly being that big, trying to hit as hard as he would hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I found that down stuff really interesting because Lewis made it very clear, I thought to me anyway, and not to toot our horns, but it's kind of in concert with how you and I have thought about the 7th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
The position that makes the most sense is wideout.
Totally.
Because it's a super high value position. There's real questions about the roster construction going forward. Maybe you love Luke, maybe you love Burks, whatever, but like, are you depending on that? You're still banking on.
As he's talking about that speed on the edge to help out Terry, to help Terry and Jaden. You know what I mean? And then when he started talking about Mansour, when he talked about Mansour Delane and Tate, he was a little bit more hyped than the other people.
Totally.
And that's letting the pass rushers go because pass rushers, those are the ones that get all the attention.
Right.
You know, other than that, I think the other positions take a step back in a sense.
What'd you think about Eric Dickerson's a friend of yours?
Yeah.
You know him well.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've hung out with him and talked with him. I don't know, just because people are young and they pretend like Larry Bird wasn't good at basketball. Like
that's because they don't know sports.
It was funny. We love him. Mm-hmm. Anthony Haney. Doc said to describe Larry Bird, he said, imagine Carmelo but on steroids. And Ant was like, Doc, you don't mean that. Melo on steroids?
Yeah, yeah.
And Doc's like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
You
It was
don't.
funny.
Carmelo, this is the thing that people don't get. Carmelo was one-dimensional. He didn't play no defense. Larry scored on you, rebounded. Larry was a badass.
He was a dude.
Like I say, brothers in the hood will beat you up talking about Larry Bird can't play no ball. Let's be real.
Why Larry Bird comes up is because Eric Dickerson's best football was in the 80s, right? He was phenomenal in college at SMU. His first 2 years in the NFL, this is crazy. In his first 2 seasons in the NFL, he went for 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
Like he went for 4,500 yards with 34 touchdowns.
He brought the Pony Express to the league. Dog.
As a rookie, he went for 1,800 yards rushing, 18 touchdowns, and another 400 yards through the air in his second season. And I think this must be the highest total. Maybe look that up, or you might know. Does he have the highest single season rushing total?
I thought somebody broke that.
2,105 yards.
I thought someone came and broke that.
Maybe. See if you can pull that, WB. In 1984, Eric Dickerson had 2,105 yards rushing, 14 touchdowns, and another 139 through the air. He averaged $130 a game on the ground. And dude, it wasn't a volume play. He didn't lead the league in carries.
No.
He averaged 5.6 a carry.
Yeah.
So I
Duke a run.
I bring all that up because I know he's a friend of yours. I know you watched him. He's a little older than you, but in some level of contemporary. When you hear Louis Riddick compare Jeremiah Love to Eric Dickerson, that gave me pause.
It gave me pause, but this is the thing I ask when people make those comparisons. Will he ever carry the ball the amount of time Eric carried it? Those guys back in the day were carrying it 20, 25, on up. And no one uses running backs like that anymore. That mere fact to me means that if he's that good and you don't allow him to be that good, is it worth taking him at that high?
Positional value does enter into this conversation. The other part that enters into the conversation is trading. Is Washington looking to get out of this pick? There's a few different national legit reporters that I trust and listen to are suggesting that might be in the cards. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Nothing on the line for the Caps tonight. They were officially eliminated with the Flyers win last night. Caps are still with 1 to play. Season finale tonight in Columbus. We'll have it for you 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. Nats baseball tonight here on the Fan. Nats road trip continues with another one in Pittsburgh. Nats were beaten badly last night, 16-5. They try to bounce back tonight, 6:40 p.m. here on the Fan. Guys are just talking about the NFL draft, just 9 days away from it now. Commanders, the 7th overall pick. First round a week from Thursday night on April 23rd. Tomorrow we'll find out the new uniforms. Commanders reveal is less than 24 hours away. We'll check out the new unis tomorrow at 10 a.m. When your HVAC misses at the buzzer, call Foley Mechanical, heating, cooling, and radiator repair across D.C. and Maryland and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We just had Louis Riddick on. If you missed any of that, whatever you prefer, your preferred methodology of listening to the program, whether it's podcasts, Spotify, Apple, YouTube, Odyssey app, whatever you want to do, listen to that interview, because I took kind of significant notes as we were talking. And by far, a couple things that stood out to me. One, talking about Jeremiah Love, that if he's there, you have to take him, and there's really no powerful back, and then had the speed to run away from you. Riddick is a true student of the game, a guy that's worked in front offices. That's not like a hot taker. Like, if you want a take that will do well on social media, you compare him to Bijan or Jeremiah Gibbs, because that's all people care about is what's happening now. To bring up an Eric Dickerson comparison is crazy. My comparison had been Reggie Bush, because I thought they both have this elite ability to maintain speed while making a move. But Dickerson had that more stand-up run style and the same capability that I think Love does, which is really pretty remarkable. And I kind of want to open the phones on this. I know we're going to be busy. DA is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Excited to talk to David Aldridge. But we've also got this from Albert Breer and Daniel Jeremiah over the last 48 hours, I would say. Albert Breer, in his column on Sports Illustrated, wrote, "The Jets are looking to move down. Count the Cardinals.
With their second pick.
With their second pick.
Yeah.
Right. Count the Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, and Commanders among those already looking at trying to drop down in the order to accumulate capital. The problem for those five is finding teams that want to move up." Daniel Jeremiah went one step further and has a mock draft that lays out Washington trading back with the 7th pick to go back to the Jets' second first rounder at 16. And then they also would pick up a second rounder, which they currently don't have.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders have a significant lack of draft capital. That's not a surprise. As Adam Peters, I think he's making a point to point it out, because he said it repeatedly, that he's very happy to not have the second rounder this year if it means he's got Laramie Tunsil. Like, he's very comfortable with how that trade worked out. Now, there's a zillion mock drafts. You can pick whatever choice, right? At 7, Washington is going to have their option of what many believe is like a surefire blue chip prospect.
Mm-hmm.
At 16, that could be a little different, but it dovetails with something, Brian, that I find really, really interesting. The young man Jordan Tyson, from Arizona State, a player that a lot of folks consider to be the best wide receiver prospect in this draft, but a player that's dealt with injuries on the college level and, I don't know, maybe some level of questions of how much he's going to play through it.
Yeah.
And I think in an era of NIL and guys getting paid, I mean, you'll know who I'm talking about. You and I talk to people about certain high school prospects that won't push through an injury because they know they've got NIL on the other side when they get to college.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Standing reported the Commanders are expected to have a 30 visit. So the 30 visits, you're allowed to bring up to 30 prospects into your building. Commanders are expected to have a 30 visit with Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State wide receiver.
And they should.
His range of where he could land is completely wide open, I would say. He could go 9th. He could go 19th. Would you rather stay at 7 and take Jeremiah Love, who Louis Riddick just compared to Eric Dam Dickerson, trade back to 16, get a second rounder, and maybe be able to take a kid like Jordan Tyson?
See, the thing of it is this, Jay. They don't have to make the move today. As the draft go on, you're going to find out what happened. If Jeremiah Love is gone and one of these other, like he named 4 or 5 other top guys, are about to fall in your lap, you can still make your pick at 7. But what if, let's say, of the 4 or 5, the 3 you like are gone? Then at that point, when it comes to 7, you can move back. Like they're like, and the thing, like when they come out with this, I'm not shocked whatsoever because I heard Adam say I'm listening to everything. Listening to everything means I'm trying to see who's going to fall in our lap, and I'm also going to try and see if they don't fall in our lap, what's the possibilities? Who's going to get excited about somebody prior to this draft? Like the Jeremiah Love thing, Love has been the hot prospect since the beginning. Other than Mendoza, he's the guy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, some of those guys behind you may really want to come up. They can probably move back if Tate drops a little bit and possibly get him still and move forward. But I don't, like, people always worry about the position of guys being picked. If I'm picking him at 7 or 14 and he's injury prone, I'm concerned. Because if you draft him at 14 and he's never there to play, you're going to get criticized because of it. It's not like you got him in the 7th round and he came in and wasn't playing. It'll be, if he's in the 1st round, he needs to come play.
Absolutely.
Can't be hurt. So that, I'll be still a little leery of Tyson.
I'd like Lemon, the USC kid that everybody wants to dismiss as too small and a slot guy.
He's 5'11".
A lot of things
same height as Terry.
A lot of things are mindsets, man.
It's mindsets, but I think the thing, this is where I am with people. People are off of Tate because he ran a 4.52. 4.52 and a 4.48, it's that far.
Right.
If I run a 4.52 and I'm 5'10", I run a 4.52, 4.48, and I run a 4.52 and I'm 6'2", and I run a 4.58, a 4.48, and I'm 5'10" or 5'9". When a guy's running behind me, it looks different. That 6'2" guy that does this can still go up for it. So I know for a fact when they look at your 40 time, they also look at your height to see how that's going to be displaced. There are so many quarterbacks in the league who goes off of a guy because that 6'2" cornerback following you make you look covered. You may be 4 or 5 yards in front of him. But if you're a little taller, you don't look covered.
Here's my question. People are talking about trading back, right? The player that I think that has to be there, and you're totally correct, that the truest thing AP told me in Arizona is we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows how this is going to shake out.
Totally.
But it is my opinion that if Washington is able to trade back, it's because Jeremiah Love is there at 7. I think that is the player that will generate the interest to move up. And so I wonder if Love is there at 7, and you can take him, like you are allowed to just take the player, or because Love is there at 7, you're able to trade out of the pick and get a second-round pick that you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
give yourself a lot more chances, right? And I think it's important to clarify you stay in the top 20. You're not dropping to 28 or something.
Yeah.
But I'll start with Jeff and I'll open the phones. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jeffrey, you're on the clock. 7th overall pick. Love is still available, but the Jets are calling and you can get 16 and I believe 44.
Well, listening to what I'm still, if Love available, me personally, but I'm not a GM. I'm taking Love. I'm taking best overall. But listening to what Adam Peters said when he said he wanted to build through the draft, even though he necessarily didn't do that, I think now that he see that what he tried to do last year didn't work, I think he would trade back.
I'm going to go to my guy Vic in Akakeek. Vic, you're on the clock. 7th overall pick. Love is there, and the Jets are on the phone with 16 and 44.
I'm taking Love because I got Jaden Daniels, and I got a better. I have a line that is makeshift and banged up as they were last year. With the level of the wall we hit with our offensive coordinator, we were still able to run the football. And with Jeremiah Love being able to do things that only the running back can do once they're in a position to hit patience to the hole and get speed through it, Jeremiah Love can do that at a dynamic level, and he can go yard from 10 to 20, hash to hash, and explode beyond the first down marker, get into the secondary so he can score. I'm taking Jeremiah Love. The only way I'll be willing to trade back if everybody that we've talked about in the last 2 months is gone, and when I'm trading back, like Jimmy Johnson said, there's somebody there not somebody. There are bodies on the board that I want. He said Dallas was able to do what we were able to do years ago because we drafted who we wanted. And that's the only way I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm taking Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love not only helps Jaden Daniels from an ability to simplify the field and to get chunks of yards because you're occupied by his legs and Jeremiah Love's legs. But now we're able to control the possession of the game to where with the defense that we have now and the defensive coordinator that we have now that can shorten the field for people, we can now make teams unconfident about playing football. That's the idea.
Appreciate you, Vic. Thanks, buddy. Man. We'll open the phone lines up on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. 7th overall pick. Jeremiah Love's there. You taking him or you answering the phone? I'm going to break down. I think most of our listeners.
I'm always answering the phone.
Always answering the phone.
If you don't answer the phone, you're crazy as hell.
Most of our listeners are probably familiar with the NFL draft trade value chart. Jimmy Johnson invented this thing way back in the early 90s, maybe 89 when he went to Dallas. Mm-hmm. But and it's been updated over the years. The one I look at now is this dude, Rich Hill, who came up with it. All of these picks are assigned an arbitrary value, right? What does Washington have to get in return to maximize that value? Nobody go anywhere. Your call's next. David Aldridge joins us at 1 o'clock. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I want to start with the phones before I ask the boys in the aquarium. There's a lot of speculation that Washington might be looking to trade back. I think Adam Peters would love to trade back. Now, you got to get value. It's got to make sense.
Yeah.
But the thing that will help them trade back the most is if Jeremiah Love is available at number 7. We had Louis Riddick on earlier in the program. He said, if he's there, you take him, period.
Yep.
I'm curious if you agree. Let's start with David in Tysons. What's up, Dave? David, you there, buddy? Crack call screening from our guy, Ryan Clary, right there. We'll go to Kevin in Virginia. Kevin, if Jeremiah Love is there at 7, are you trading or are you taking the pick?
The proper football decision is to trade back, given the state of the team and the whole. But Adam Peters would be risking his career if he passed on Jeremiah Love and he became a Hall of Fame running back. That's the rub. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes if that happens, because he would be known as the GM that passed on an all-pro running back for years.
What's the flip side, though? Hold on, Kev. What's the flip side if they take him and he's not an all-pro running back? What
if they trade and get a person and they go to the Hall of Fame? I don't think it makes a difference if the pick you make works.
Well, if it doesn't work out, it's not as apparent what the downfall is that what you would have gotten if you had passed on it. So, I mean, the fan base will react. If you don't pick him and he's there, the fan base will go nuts, And I just think you won't know. Well, if he had gone back to 16 and gotten 2 more picks, what would he have gotten? And would that have improved the team? That's not as clear as seeing him have a great career and you're the GM that passed on him.
But you're looking but the thing about it is you're looking one-sided. What if he don't have a great career? And you pick somebody that, let's say you see who was picked at 16, and that 16 becomes a perennial All-Pro. And the guy at the position in number 2, second round, becomes a perennial All-Pro. I think that you can't be concerned about that one at this point, because if he becomes a Hall of Famer, he's going to play 10, 15 years. Adam Peters probably another team by then.
This is tough, dude. The receiver I really like, maybe not at 7, but I've started to really like Mekhi Lemon from USC. Field Yates' latest mock draft, he has the Jets taking Mekhi Lemon at 16. Thank you for the call, Kevin. I'm going to sneak another call in here. Greg is in Springfield. What's up, Greg? You're on the clock at number 7. Jeremiah Love is available, but the Jets are calling.
I don't have a problem making that trade, but if I'm making that trade, I'm asking for Breece Hall also in that package, because then that gives me a stud running back that I am passing on. And then I think that package makes more sense to me.
You'd rather have Breece Hall than a pick?
You're not going to get Breece Hall and the first rounder and the second rounder.
No, I said the trade for the 16, the second round, and Breece Hall. That's where I would start. That'd be my first ask.
You're not getting.
So
those
you're
three
not.
things.
So in your mind, you give up 7 for Breece Hall and 44
and 16.
No, 16 and 44.
Breece 16 and 44.
That's to me. If Jeremiah Love is that popular, I think that's where you start, and then decide from there.
I think that a lot of times we say stuff as fans that we think the other people. Are the other people over there just blockheads? And they're going to just fall for that?
The Jets
I doubt
be.
that. I don't think they are.
Thank you for the call, man. All right, Stallion. You're the Notre Dame Golden Domer around here. The Stallion is on the clock. Usually that clock only lasts about 40 seconds from what I hear. But the Stallion is on the clock with the 7th overall pick. Jeremiah Love is on the board. The Jets are calling with an offer of 16 and 44.
I'm taking Jeremiah Love, man.
Of course you are.
I'm taking Jeremiah Love. Like, he's so good. It's like, you look at his receiving yards last year, like, he didn't really do too much as far as, like, being a receiver, but he has that ability. And, like, Louis Riddick talked about it. Like, he looked like a receiver doing the draft combine this year. Like, he's just so good. And I think that when you have someone who has such a high floor with such a high ceiling, you have to take that. And also just pairing him with Jaden Daniels, like, my God, 40 seconds is amateur. It's going to take me 20 seconds to make that pick. I mean, just unbelievable. Give me Jeremiah Love, man. That guy's a stud.
All right. If you're curious, so the Jimmy Johnson draft board is the most famous. That was created in 1990, I believe, in Dallas. Bill Belichick made his own draft value chart later in his career. I've looked at this Draft Tech website over the years and they try to update what they think the draft value charts are. These are all just estimates, right? I'm not suggesting that these numbers are gospel and definitively accurate or something that Adam Peters is considering, but just as a baseline, I looked this up. If you're going to consider number 7, Washington's pick for 16 and 44, the Jets' second first and their second, the Commanders' pick at number 7 is worth 426 points on the Rich Hill chart, okay? The Jets at 16 is worth 305 points, and the Jets' pick at 44 is worth 135 points. Now, Brian, I'm no mathematician, but those two picks have a combined value of 440 points. That's damn near equitable trade value. If Washington's pick's 426 and the two you can get are 440, it's pretty fair, is all I'm saying. Like the math works on that trade.
But see, this is where I'm at with that, Jay. And I know you like the analytics and the stat stuff. That's numbers put up there. I don't look at the numbers. I look at the production of the players that I draft. And I know that says a 426 for the 7th, and it says 440 for the other 2. But what if the other 2 end up playing at 500 level, and you didn't give up the 426? Or the 426 end up playing at the 200 level, and you gave up the other stuff? Like, I know those numbers are put there, but how many times do people overexceed what their draft position is? Very often.
Sure.
So I listen, those numbers are put there and people go by it. But I have a thing about watching the production of the player. And that takes some time to really find out winning or losing. Because we do all that at the beginning of the move. We do it and we say, oh, the numbers matched up. But you look 4 years down the road, if you got rid of one guy for 2 and the 2 guys stunk, you lost. Or if you keep the one guy and he's stinking and the other 2 are exceptional, you're lost in too. So it's like that thing is not a win-win and a hit. But somebody with some numbers have fooled people.
There was a time when Ron Rivera was pretty much celebrating his draft day trade where they moved out of the pick that could have been Chris Olave, and instead they got Jahan Dotson, Sam Howell, and Brian Robinson.
Okay.
You go back in time, wouldn't everybody prefer Olave?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you don't know. But there are other times when the people moved out of that number 1 position. And guess what? They should have done it. Because the other 2 guys that they got came in and was exceptional.
The Hall of Famer, David Aldridge, joins the program next. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We are moving along here. A lot of NFL draft conversation. Tomorrow, the new uniforms get released for the Washington Commanders. You know the Ravens have new uniforms coming out Thursday?
They do?
I didn't even know that. Somebody told me that this morning.
I really wouldn't even think about them.
I know. I also don't know what they need to do. In moments, we're going to be joined by David Aldridge. There's a lot going on locally. Not all of it's that great of news. Cap season's over. Tonight could be Ovi's last game. The Nats are giving up touchdowns on the regular. But right now, joining us, the Hall of Famer, Mr. David Aldridge. DA, how are you, sir?
What's up, brother?
What's up, gentlemen? What's going on?
Fantastic,
man.
man.
Oh, man. Things are good, dude. Things are good. There's a lot of things I want to discuss with you, DA.
Yeah.
I want to start, and forgive me for not knowing what day this was. Maybe Monday, whenever Wizards locker cleanout was. I know you were there. Yesterday. Okay.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, I guess that
was Monday, JP.
I'm catching up, man.
He's only up till Tuesday, and it was this week. And we do things like during the weekdays.
I was in another country yesterday, in my defense. So, DA, you were there and asked a lot of prescient questions. Let's start with the coach, Brian Keefe. I guess he's no longer under contract, and I feel like they'll bring him back. Do you feel the same thing?
Oh, he's under contract.
Oh, he is under contract. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's under contract. So it's just a matter of do they want to bring him back or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and look, you can go either way on this, and either one of them makes sense to me. I mean, either one of them is plausible, right? You can say there's no way you can bring Brian Keefe back. They were terrible for 3 years. He was the coach for 2.5 of those 3 years. They were awful. You can't bring him back. Okay, that's fair. The record is the record. It's terrible. But you can also say, in none of those 3 years was he ever allowed to coach the team to try to actually win the game they were playing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I watched that.
Right. You know, so it's not like, wow, they had this great team and they went 50 and won 45 or whatever the number is. I don't even know what the number is. It's his fault he should be fired. No, it was, we really don't want you to win the game tonight, man. We want you to develop the young guys, you know, but we don't really want to win the game. And that's just, so, like, when you say Brian Keefe's a bad coach, how do you know? You never actually coached him when he was trying to win the game. So you have those two things that are kind of, I think, in the air, right? They're both in the air with regard to his future. I don't know which way they're going to go. I would have looked at Michael Malone, but he's no longer available, right? Like he's, so now you're looking at. I like guys that got rings on their fingers, B. Mitch. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
You know what I mean? I want guys like that in my building. And he.
Go ahead, Dave.
He has a ring.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Michael Malone has a ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I want guys like that on my team.
But in Keith's situation, do people ever have those discussions like, look, man, I know y'all trying to tank. You don't want me to win.
Yeah, they in street clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so, he's probably not having those conversations. I guarantee you his agent is. Right. Come on now. What you ask my man to take all these L's, he'll never get a head coaching job again in the NBA. I don't even know if that's what he really wants to be. Like, I don't know. He was a development guy for a long time. He seemed very happy doing that. Brian's a very quiet guy. He doesn't offer a lot. I like Brian. I've known Brian since he was working with Kevin Durant in Oklahoma City, 15 years ago. And I've always had a good relationship with him. But Brian's a quiet guy, and so he's just not really into putting himself out there. So I don't know if he wanted to be a head coach. But, yeah, I'm just saying, I just don't know. I can't tell you if he's good or not because he's never gotten an opportunity to try, so...
I
don't know.
his career numbers in 2.5 seasons with the Wiz, 43 and 160. And granted, that's
not good.
That's what he took over. Like that was the situation. But damn,
the
numbers are pretty sad.
It's bad. It's terrible. But look, I mean, again, I've had conversations. I've talked to Scotty Brooks many times about when he took over in Oklahoma City, when Durant and Westbrook and James Harden were in their first and second years. They started 3-28. 3-28 with that challenge.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? So it takes time, fellas. It takes time, and so that's one of the many decisions they're going to have to make. I think it's an important one. I do. But yeah, they got to make that in the off season, and they probably need to make it soon because the lottery's coming up. And if you do want to make a change of coach, the new coach has to say, "Hey, I want this guy, or I like this guy, and I don't really like that guy."
Dave, like you all talked with AD the other day, and I think that could be a big part of helping them get where they need to go moving forward.
No doubt.
What was your takeaway from his answering or lack thereof sometimes?
I know some people got like really upset about it. I'm like, y'all need to chill, man. Stop being so sensitive about everything. He was having a little fun with it. He was laughing and joking, like I asked him, because I think this is important. Like, I need to know, are you committed to this team for next season? Like, or do you want to bounce? Like, do you want to get traded this summer? And he was like, no. He said, I'm under contract. And he said, I like my money. Yeah. And I thought it was kind of funny when he said that. So, like he understands the reality of it. So, as long as he's like, yeah, I'll give it a shot next year. But I think I'd rather he be honest and say, I got some questions. Then say, oh, everything's great. I can't wait to play with the young guys, and I want to be a Wizard for life. No, that's nonsense. Come on. The 33-year-old man, dog. He's got a chance. He's got it's his career and the rest of his life. He's allowed to say, I got some questions about y'all because y'all haven't really produced a whole lot lately. So I need to know what the plan is. If y'all are talking about, is this going to take another 4 or 5 years? Or is this something that you can turn around in a year or two like Detroit did, right? And some of that depends on who they get in the draft because Detroit had Cade Cunningham to build around. The Wizards don't have a young player that good on their roster. I like some of their young guys. I think they've all got some potential, but they don't have anybody that you go, that guy's going to be a superstar. No, they don't. And I don't think any Wizards fan can realistically say that. Do I like what Keyshawn George has shown? Yes. Like what Alex Sarr is developing in year 2? Yes. Do I think Trey Johnson can shoot? Absolutely. Do I think any of them are absolute lock solid, all NBA players? No. No, they don't have it.
Yeah.
Now,
I remember,
if they get DeBance or Peterson, maybe they do have it now, and that changes a lot of the calculus going forward.
DA, I remember talking with you. Drafted him this high.
Why they pick you second?
And
right.
he didn't have to show it every game.
We saw it a lot of games.
Ends up he did that rookie season.
Nope.
But like the Wiz,
you got to show me.
You're right. Like the Wiz, as much as there's reasons to be excited about these players, it's hard to look at any of them and think that's a future legit top 5 star in the game.
Yeah, I think they got a chance to be all excellent role players. If you look at OKC, the secret sauce to OKC is that they have excellent role players. They go 11, 12, 13 deep, and whoever they bring in the game is splashing threes and locking you up. You know what I'm saying? Like they're great at it. They're incredible at it. But none of that works if SGA ain't on the floor.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't work, or it doesn't work nearly as well. I'll put it that way.
Totally.
So you got to have the guy. And the Wizards don't have the guy yet.
Right.
Even and that includes Trae Young and AD. They were the guy, but they haven't been the guy in a couple of years now. If you're telling me they're going to be the guy again, okay, that changes things. But they're both coming off of a couple of years of injuries, and AD's had injuries throughout his career, and AD's going to be 33 years old. So you can't just assume he's going to go back to being AD again. Totally. I don't know that.
Yeah.
So you got to. That's why the draft, and I've been writing this for a year now, none of this matters if they don't hit on the draft. They got to get the guy in the draft. Now, I think there's 4 guys that could be the guy.
Yeah.
There's really 3.
So they guarantee the top 5.
Yes.
They got to get one, two, or three? Because like you said, there's maybe three guys. If they get one of those guys, they should have some help, right?
Look, if they pick fourth, they've got a really good player. All right, like it could be Cameron Boozer, who's going to be a really good NBA player. He's not going to be a bust. I guarantee
his
you that.
His floor is so high.
Is he going to be a superstar? I cannot guarantee you that. I don't know if he's going to be a superstar, but he's going to be a really good player, right? So if that's your floor, you're in pretty good shape. But 1, 2, 3, I happen to think, look, obviously Peterson and DeBancer are kind of separated themselves from everybody else. And DeBancer really kind of separated himself from Peterson this year, but Peterson's going to be really good. I just can't see him failing. There's questions about why he took himself out of games. You got to get that answered. But the talent's there. Come on, you just watch him. And then I think Caleb Wilson has a chance to be a monster in this league. I just think he's got, now people, the KG thing, y'all got to slow your roll on KG now. Don't be comparing people to KG.
Right.
But
yeah,
I think he's a lot like Antonio McDyess. I don't know if y'all remember Dice.
Sure.
When he came out of, he played at Alabama. He got drafted second. I think it was 95 draft by Denver. And see, people remember Dice because they didn't win anything, and he got hurt. But when Dice was young and healthy, just go back and look at young Antonio McDyess. That dude was trying to dunk everything, okay, and succeeding most of the time, okay. He's just an explosive power forward. That's what Caleb Wilson reminds me of.
I like that.
I think he's got a chance to be a monster in the NBA. And so I think those three guys to me are the guy. And then if you're a 4 and they're all gone, hey, Cameron Boozer. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, I also think with Boozer, he'll develop.
Because AD may not be here in a year. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah. Right. Talking with our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. You can read all of his work in The Athletic. Give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. It's funny we're talking draft and the guy. DA, I wanted to give you a minute before we get to some Commanders stuff.
Yeah.
Tonight could be Alex Ovechkin's last game. Might not be.
Yeah,
Almost feels like it isn't, but it could be.
Yeah, definitely not.
What has Ovechkin meant to this city?
I got him. I did this a few years ago with The Athletic. We were all doing, and it was during the pandemic, and we were all trying to find out things to write about. And so we came up. Everybody started writing Mount Rushmores, right? Like, what's New York's Mount Rushmore of pro athletes? What's Miami's? What's LA's? And I did DC's, and of course, Alex Ovechkin is on Mount Rushmore locally. He's probably number one. Like, how could he not be number one? You could. You want to say it's Wes Unseld? Okay, you can make that argument, I guess. But how could it not be Ovechkin? I mean, he's been the show for. And he's usually doing something pretty good for the home team, right? So he's just been a dominant player for so long, and it's completely changed the entire viewing habits of the city of Washington D.C.
100%.
The Caps were not terrible when he got. They were bad when he got drafted because they were he was number one, so they were bad, but they had been in the playoffs before. They had been to the finals, I think, a few years before that. Mm-hmm. But they weren't must-see TV,
No.
And he made a must-see TV. He's been unbelievable. Totally. He's been incredibly durable. He don't miss games. He plays. He straps up every night, and he scores goals. And he's 40 years old, and he's still scoring goals. Not as many as he used to.
Right, he's leading the team in goal scoring.
Yeah, he's completely changed the hockey experience in this city from when I was a kid to now that I have kids.
Yeah,
it's completely different.
And I get it. Some people never will be fans because they think of his thing with Putin, and look. All I've said about that is, you want to condemn him, you can do that. You ain't Russian, and your family ain't still living in Russia. His is.
100,000%.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So maybe take that into consideration before you sit here in your privilege in the United States and condemn his behavior and his decisions.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can have that judgment. I'm not saying you're wrong to have that judgment. I'm just saying I think you have to at least acknowledge he has different circumstances than we do.
Totally.
Okay. That's
For
all.
sure. Talking to my friend David
And that
Aldridge
makes people don't understand. When your family's involved, it changes the way you do things.
DA, I did want to sneak one in about the draft, and maybe we'll be able to catch up with you. We know we're going to hear from Adam Peters on Thursday. I imagine you and I will be sitting next to each other, as we often do. We're about a week out, and this kind of gets to crazy season. We're seeing some reports from some real reporters that Washington would love to trade back. I think they would.
Sure.
Where you landed on number 7 right now? You think they stick and take somebody? Can you take a running back that high? Do they need to consider positional value? What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, look, anytime you have a top 10 pick, I always think it's BPA. I mean, I don't know how you don't take the talent. You got to take the talent. And if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 7 for some reason, I think you got to take the talent every time. And he's too talented not to take. If they take Sonny Styles, that's fine with me too. That's fine with me too, because he's got a chance to be a dynamic linebacker. Mm-hmm. And I know all the arguments about Caleb Downs, and I've heard the last hour. I get it. Safety's not. You don't usually take a safety, but if you think the guy's got a chance to be more than just a safety, take the talent. But if they want to move, if they can move back 5 spots and get an extra second or a third out of it, I would have no problem with that. I wouldn't, because they only, they have 6 picks? I think?
6 picks, yep. No seconds.
Yeah, you want to add. They're not in a position where they can afford not to continue building through the draft, right? I mean, they've still got a lot of things that they need long-term to address through the draft. They still, even though they signed a couple of edge rushers, they still don't have a young edge rusher that they have under control for multiple years that has, a chance to be kind of dynamic. And I like Oweh. Don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be a good player, but, they could still add a defensive end. They could still add a wide receiver or two. That would be fine with me. So if they want to move back, I wouldn't move back 15 spots, but if you want to move back 4 or 5 and can get an extra pick out of it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Yeah. But if you stay at 7, I think they'll be in pretty good shape because there'll be defensive guys you can take at 7. I don't know, other than Love, that there's a guy I would take at 7, including all the receivers. They're not bad, but I haven't heard anybody say Carnell Lake's going to be a superstar now. I haven't heard that. Maybe I'm listening to the wrong people. Mm-hmm. But, I've heard he's going to be really good. But I don't know if I could take really good at 7. I need somebody that's going to be potentially great at their position. And sounds like Styles has a chance to be great, and Love has a chance to be great. So that's where I'd be leaning.
I'm with you. My thing is, they're going to have an opportunity for a true blue chip, all pro level player. They just got to get the right guy. And the position value
they can't miss.
Yeah, you can't miss at 7.
You can't, that's right. You can't miss at 5, and you can't miss at 7. That's right.
DA, we always appreciate the time, man. I'll see you on Thursday.
Okay. All right, guys. Good talking,
brother. That's our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. Give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. Read all of his work in The Athletic. I brought some goodies back from Scotland. We're going to see what the boys think of Scottish finery next.
brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. No playoff implications for the Caps tonight. Those hopes ended with Philadelphia's win last night, but an important season finale for the Caps in Columbus could be the final game of Alex Ovechkin's Hall of Fame career. We won't know that until he makes a decision later in the offseason, but it could be it for Ovi tonight. We'll have it live for you, 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. Nationals baseball tonight again here on the Fan. Nats look to bounce back in Pittsburgh, hammered 16-5 last night. Nats baseball tonight, 6:40 on the Fan. Also, play-in games begin in the NBA tonight. Heat Hornets at 7:30, Portland and Phoenix at 10 p.m. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you missed any of the show today, get on Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you get your podcasts. That's where we're at. You're kind of a time traveler if you listen to us now in the future. Think about it that way. You can also always watch us on YouTube, Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody on Monumental. B, we haven't waved to the people at Monumental for a while. If you're at a bar, restaurant, watching us,
what's happening?
Appreciate you. Order another one.
Yeah.
Speaking of ordering,
just wait for JP to come pay for all those that he owe you.
So I came through for the boys at least. I was tasked with John Walton told me to buy some scotch. So look at this, B. You have to seal up liquor. You can't fly. Like I bought this at the airport.
Yeah, they don't want you on the plane trying to drink it.
Right, and they seal the bag.
You got to have the other stuff.
I can report that on the United flight on Monday.
So let me ask you a question. When you land, do they check that bag?
No. Well, I went through customs. I'm sure some scanner saw it.
They probably knew.
Yeah, but
I wonder if somebody were to take it out of the bag on the plane, toss the bag, but drink the stuff, will they know?
Well, if anybody's paying attention, it's still sealed, correct? I think if it's really high value, you know what I mean? If you're buying like a $1,500 bottle of scotch or something, which they certainly have, left hand up, I did not get us a $1,500 bottle of scotch. So I got Glen Moray, kind of just like a 4-pack of different scotches. I got to be honest, I don't know that Jeff could do this on air, but we could film it afterwards for social. I think Jeff might die drinking scotch. I think it is not going to be.
Hey,
something.
let's go for it. No, I'm joking.
Jeff, have you ever just sipped scotch neat?
No.
Okay.
How about bourbon?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's same.
Scotch a little. We'll give. All right, so we got 4 choices here: the classic single malt, the peated malt smoky classic intense.
That's not mine.
I think we give that one to Jeff. Then the port cask finish and the sherry cask finish. If you're
Sherry
watching
cask.
on
Sherry
Monumental
cask,
or on
yeah.
YouTube, so we'll divide these up. Or do you want one now? You're allowed to.
Huh?
Would you like one now, or do you want to wait till after?
I'll wait for y'all.
We can have a scotch tasting.
Well, I'm going to have to do it early. I got to get the bitch cup. I got to take care of some stuff.
Yeah, I got stuff to do. I also brought these joints, dark chocolate-coated caramel wafer biscuits. Everybody can have one of these.
You try that now.
Here, fire away. This is Tunnix. So I think these are pretty good. But I think what will be most interesting. So Stallion, wait a second. I'll pour everybody this. So I said this earlier. In every country in the world, Coca-Cola is the most popular soda.
Mm-hmm.
Every country except Scotland. In Scotland, they drink this stuff by the bucket. It's called
What is that?
Iron Brew.
That looks like champagne, like the champagne drinks.
So it's
soda?
bright orange, and it tastes like.
Yeah, you better open that on air, dog.
Yeah, I'm opening it here. So I don't know how to describe it. My best attempt to describe it is like, and I've been drinking this since I was a kid. I like it. My daughters liked it. My wife absolutely thought it was vile. It kind of tastes like Sunkissed meets ginger ale meets bubblegum
Bubblegum.
meets Gatorade.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a crazy combination.
It's a hard
Bubblegum,
thing to
Gatorade,
describe, dude.
orange soda.
All right, here's B. Mitch's first sip of
Mine will
Iron
be
Brew.
horrible because I just ate this other stuff.
All right, well, Stallion, I'll pour some for all three of you guys. It's like a bright neon
It smells
orange.
like orange soda.
Give it a sip.
What's that? What's the little drink they call it? That's what it tastes like to me.
Here, Stallion, you want chocolates for the boys too? All right, the aquarium. Hold on, you need this one too. You carry all that?
I see what you're saying, Jay.
It's got like a bubble gummy finish.
It got some of everything in it, but what's the? It's a drink from back in the day. Anybody in their 50s? It was. I can't think of the name of it now.
All right, hold on. Let the boys. Jeff, you going live sip here?
It smells like bubblegum cream soda.
Yeah. Cream soda is the one I'm thinking about. That's what it tastes like.
That's exactly what it tastes like.
It tastes like
just
cream
a little,
soda.
little more tart. It's not bad.
It just tastes like a cream soda.
I kind of like it.
It's an orange. It's an
that
orange
aftertaste.
flavor.
It's
It's an orange flavor cream soda.
Stallion, what do you say? It does have an aftertaste.
It's not bad. Like I would never choose to drink it though.
There's like a.
I can tell you one thing: it's better than anything for you than you're gonna get here in the States.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, it's still soda. I'm not gonna pretend like it's good for you, but
Hey.
they definitely market it as like kind of good for you.
Well, they don't have as much crazy stuff as we put in our stuff.
Probably.
With this cough syrup aftertaste, I bet it is healthy for you.
White Brian, did you try it? What'd you think?
I don't know what to think of this.
It's unique, right?
I've never had something taste like this before.
It's a very different. It's hard to describe, but it's good. I like it. It feels like it's good for you, but then there's like a slight taste or aroma or something of like shampoo, like you're drinking liquid soap in a way or something.
I watched a TV show yesterday. We're drinking a lot of shampoo and other stuff right now in this country, so get used to it.
It feels like I'm drinking Big League Chew.
Yeah, dude.
You said bubblegum.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a very unique, different.
The little wafer thing is good.
Yeah, did you guys try the wafer joints? There's
Trying them now.
The UK is not known for its food, and I think that's rightfully so. They have earned kind of the disregard of UK cuisine, but they do candy right. They do sweets correct.
This is good. This is really good.
Yeah, these are good.
I'm done with mine.
You want another one?
Nah. I don't like to. I'm trying to chill out on certain things.
100 grand?
No. That's my weekend meal. My weekend dessert.
These are good. It's a little too
Sweet,
I'd like the wafer to be harder.
like crunchier.
Yeah. Probably a bad idea for me to take a bite.
That's the problem with you. That's your problem. You go to Scotland, you get it how Scottish people do it. You can't expect everything to be like it is here.
Yeah, dude.
When in Rome, do as Romans do, JP.
I did, dog. I had Sunday roast. I ate very local.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fish.
I would have been doing that with you.
Sunday roast. I'm trying to think what the hell I ate. It was a lot.
What was your favorite dish from there?
I like the breakfast a lot. You ever had like the traditional baked beans with a?
That's what I was about to ask you. Did they have baked beans with their breakfast?
What was it that we ate at Shinnecock? No, they give you the lunch
At National.
At National, yeah, before you eat.
Lobster. We were swimming in lobsters at the National.
They had lobster, but that drink, what was that drink with? It was like
Southside.
a Long Island iced tea, but it was stronger.
It was a Southside. That's their famous drink up
thing
there.
was good.
That was good.
Made my golf game go bad, but it was good.
I'm trying to think my favorite meal while I was over there. I like the breakfast, but it's just too much. So one day when we had really bad weather, my favorite, if I'm going to eat a big breakfast, which I don't do very much, but if I am going to eat a big breakfast, and if we're here, my go-to like big breakfast, I'm about to get fat, I have to be able to at least lay down afterwards. Sausage gravy. Sausage gravy with biscuits is like my one seed, cream chip, whatever you want to call it. But so over there, if you get the traditional breakfast, it's kind of like that. Dude, it comes with 2 kinds of bacon, 2 kinds of sausage, haggis, eggs, potatoes, beans, and mushrooms.
What is haggis?
I don't know, Jeff. Honestly, you know scrapple.
Yeah,
haggis is the Scottish version of scrapple. I think scrapple's like the leftover parts of pork, right? I think haggis is the leftover parts of lamb.
B, what was that thing you gave me at your house on Thanksgiving?
Huh?
It's like, because that's what I'm looking at it right now in the haggis. It was like, it had rice in it.
No, I gave you a boudin blink.
That's what it looked like a little bit. It looked like boudin.
It's sheep organs.
Yeah, it's the organs of the sheep. I didn't want to say it, but
Isn't that what I said?
You said the leftover parts, like the meat part. You were thinking per se, but it's like the organs.
Isn't that what scrapple is too?
Well, it's healthy sausage.
Huh?
Because an organ is better for you to eat than anything else.
Whatever, Jeff.
From the
You
animal.
sure?
Yeah, you get more protein and stuff from the actual organ.
Okay,
We
so
eat
you
muscles.
eat some chitlins tomorrow then.
No.
All right,
I
then the
eat
organs
deer
are the
heart,
best place
though.
to eat.
Haggis, I am not morally opposed to eating weird parts of animals. It just doesn't taste that good to me. That's my issue. Like, I've had chitlins. I just think they taste gross.
It tastes like they smell.
I don't get a chance to taste it because I smell it. I go, oh hell no.
They smell. Chitlins,
I'm not gonna eat a fart. That's what they smell like.
You guys will laugh at this. So
that's what it smells like.
You know, my last name spelled with an A is very odd in the States, right? Like it's just
Finlay.
Right. It's Finley is usually with an E. Sometimes it's FINDLEY, whatever, right? But over there, it's not common, but it's not uncommon. To the point where we were in a little like store and they had a keychain with Finley spelled our way, and the girls got so excited because they had never seen that in a store. But in Scotland, you're part of clans, right? Like that's a different kind of clan, Jeff. Relax. But like the old ancient times in Scotland, like was divided up into clans all over the country.
Yeah.
And so I showed, like I knew my clan history just through my father, but like I showed the girls how you look it up. And so it's like Finley and Finlayson were part of Clan Farquharson. FARQ, Farquharson.
Farquhar.
That's why he likes to eat the chitlin.
Ainsley looked at me and she said, Daddy, we're part of Farterson? And I said, baby, that's why I'm so good at it. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. The Stallion might have made the worst bet of the year.
like, well, you haven't said nothing for me to take personally.
Right.
And then he went there, like, and I'm like, dude, come on. Son, you were the one.
All right. Shout out to the Stallion. He's taking ownership right now. If you're watching us on Monumental or on YouTube, there was no debate
sausage head
about who's getting the hot dog hat today.
He deserved it.
Stallion, before we get into our bets for this evening, we can start maybe just a fresh week because the five of us are here. Maybe that lets you off the hook because you're wearing the hot dog hat. What did you bet last night?
So with Cavalli and Skeens in the bump, I took the under in the Nats game, which was set at 7.5.
And how did that finish?
Terrible. There was 21 total runs, and the Pirates had 16 of them. And Cade Cavalli didn't even make it through the second inning.
I do think so. When I was getting home, I was, going through customs. I had a long ride from Dulles back to the house, and I was kind of catching up on stuff. And I realized Skeens was pitching against the Nats, and I love watching young fireball pitchers. It's just like one of the great joys of being a sports fan.
Yep.
And so I texted the group, and I said, Skeens tonight, ? And the group responded. Who was it? I think it was Stallion specifically. He said, yeah, Skeens versus Cavalli. And
that was his reason for
betting. He said, yes, sir, Skeens Cavalli. I'm excited by the start of Cade Cavalli. But let's not start acting like that.
That was his reasoning for taking that bet, the under, too.
He was part of the reason. Part of the reason.
You said two very good pitchers.
Two good pitchers.
Is what you said.
One really, really good pitcher.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
You put very in front of that.
I did.
Before we get to Heard It Here first, we do have to acknowledge Caps tonight.
Yeah.
They finished the season in Columbus. The playoff door has been closed, which sucks. Even if tonight just mattered a little, it would have so much more juice. Even if it was they need a win and two other things need to happen, you still have that window, right? But regardless, do you think it's Ovi's last night, B?
No.
Will you watch just in case?
I don't think it's the last night.
Stallion?
I was at the game on Sunday.
What did you make of him waving off the pens?
What are y'all waiting for? This is nothing. It's not going to be anything. Move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know when you played your last game?
I knew after it was over that was probably the last one. So my mindset was, if I got a phone call prior to week 8, I would try and play if somebody took that long. I got a call in week 9, but I was over at that point.
You were done.
But at the end of that game, I kind of knew something was up because like I said, I had to think about making the first person miss, and I never had to do that in my life.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That was your last year with the Giants?
Yep.
Stallion, you think this is the last we see of Ovi tonight?
I kind of have a feeling it is. And I think that he just doesn't want this massive show of attention. And this is just kind of out of left field for me.
He's going to get it.
I mean, he might. I mean, fade me. So he's probably coming back for another 5 years at this point. But I just feel like he doesn't want the attention. I think last year was the attention that he got. And even then, he probably would like to go without that. He's just a normal
When you're
guy.
that good, you're going to get it. I just think that.
Yeah.
But I've already conditioned myself for when he's done, he's gone.
Gone.
Ain't a damn thing you could do about it. So I understand, fans, and I think they kept saying it. Well, we want what you want may not be what you get. He's going to do what he wants to do.
He deserves to call his own shot.
He owes that at this point.
Yeah. Jeff, last game for Ovi tonight?
Nope. He's coming back next year.
Dub B?
He's going to play until he gets 1,000 goals.
Which presumably would be next season, right?
No.
A couple more.
Oh, you're saying 1,000, not the... I'm sorry, I thought you meant the record of combined...
That would be 71 goals he scored next year.
No. Isn't he only 13 off the combined playoff and regular season Gretzky record? I think he's much closer to another record. I don't know. I kind of think it might be. And he just doesn't. But then I'm on the same side as Stallion, which is a dangerous place to be. All right, in moments, we're going to let Jeff try. Jeff, say the scotch you got.
I got Glen Moray, Speyside Single Malt Scotch Whiskey, Smoky Classic peated malt, intense and smooth.
I cannot wait for
I can't wait for intense and smooth.
Jeff is
What is
gonna-
this?
I can wait.
Mine is the sherry blend.
Yeah, you got the easy one. Well, you got the smooth one.
Yeah, I'm smooth like that.
Jeff getting B-Mitch going iron brew and scotch. I like that. I mean, hell, if you were drinking Bloody Marys with scotch.
But that's already gone, bro.
All right, let's make some bets.
Bloody Mary's nasty.
You nasty too, Jeff. Turn around, turn around.
So play-in game starts tonight. Caps are on at 7. Whole bunch of baseball.
That's probably what I'm not watching.
Play-in?
Yeah.
I won't watch a second.
Yeah.
I won't watch. I'll watch Ovi tonight for sure. What do we like tonight, boys?
Give me the Dodgers plus 1.5. Oh, they minus 1.5? I thought I just sold
The
plus.
plus 1.5 helped me out.
I highly
beat
doubt
you,
the
Jeff.
Dodgers are plus 1.5 to anything.
Minus 1.5 to the Mets.
You know Jeff's locked in on a bet when he just completely botches what the run line is. All right, Jeff's on the Dodgers.
Who the Dodgers playing?
The Mets in L.A.
Hey, you know what happened last night too, Jeff? I'm looking at the Angels. All I'm thinking is Los Angeles, and I'm thinking the Dodgers when I took the bet. Luckily, I took the plus.
Why are there? I don't see any line on. My man Michaelis, not the best pitcher.
You're thinking along my lines, JP.
That dude.
Jeff, where you betting the Dodgers?
Was
at?
that
What-
the
I don't see
home
the Dodgers
opener?
even playing.
With Michaelis
down here.
Yeah, when he
got
gave up
scrolled down.
11 earned runs. Yeah, that was the home opener.
All right, go ahead.
I'm taking the Pirates minus 1.5.
The Dodgers are minus 200.
He's taking the run line. So
Oh,
it's
okay,
110.
okay.
Yeah, he shockingly did it kind of correct. Dub B,
Hornets minus 5.5.
you gonna watch that?
No.
I'm taking the Caps. I think Columbus got nothing to play for. Washington's got nothing to play for.
Give me the Mariners.
The Mariners.
Yeah, against the Padres.
Okay. All right. The boys are all in. We'll definitely. Quick question that maybe I should know. Tonight's game has got to be on Monumental, right? We need Joby and Locker on the call tonight.
I don't know.
Joey, if you can hear me, text me because if Joby,
he can hear you.
If Joby and Locker aren't on the call tonight, I'm gonna flip because I'm seeing it listed on ESPN, but I know sometimes they can do a side by side. Okay, Joey says it's on Monumental tonight. Thank God. I would be so angry.
Well, I'll watch it.
Yeah,
some of it.
I will be watching Ovi tonight. I bet he scores. I bet the Caps win. Thank you to everybody that listened to today's show. Great to be back. Really excited. Tomorrow, uniform reveal. It's going to be a lot of things. We might have some special, might be some special guests. Should be a very, very cool day. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Nick Baumgartner.
I
Thank
might
you to
come in
Louis
here with
Riddick.
my old uniform on.
You should. Bring your old helmet. Thank you to David Aldridge. Thank you to everybody that called in. B. Mitch is wearing his old uniform tomorrow.
I don't think so.
I think you should.
I don't think I can fit in them up.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it as far, your beer.
Brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Start with hockey. No playoff implications for the Caps, officially eliminated after the Flyers win last night, but still some intrigue for tonight's season finale in Columbus. Spencer Carberry and the Caps certainly know this could be it for Ovi.
If it is the end of his career, I smile usually in those moments because I've been blessed to be the guy that gets to be his head coach when he broke the all-time goals record, and I get to be the head coach that was with him at the end, and I don't take that for granted one bit. That's a special thing that I will have for the rest of my life.
Ovechkin about to wrap up his 21st NHL season tonight, his 1,573rd game in his Hall of Fame career. You can catch it live 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Tonight here in the Fan, that's baseball, 2nd of 4 in Pittsburgh, 6:40 is the airtime here in the Fan. And football, we'll know tomorrow. The Commanders' new uniforms are coming out less than 24 hours away. That happens tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down a screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, April 14th, 2026. We're giving away tickets to see the Black Crowes at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz today. Thanks for finding us, Navy Yard Studios, Half Street in Southeast DC. We're taking you up to Nats baseball at 6:10 tonight. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. Hell of a day. Got some pickleball in today. It was hot outside, like downright hot. Summertime hot. Feeling good. Not a great night last night in the old DC sports realm, though.
No, it was not. Last night was actually awful as far as DC sports went. The dream is dead for the Washington Capitals. It had to go the way that it went last night, where Lloyd Christmas style, you're saying there's a chance. You got sucked back in. I spent the entire day confidently talking myself into preparing for the inevitable. The Hurricanes are sitting 6 or more players. There's no way they're going to beat a desperate Flyers team in Philly. And then the Canes go up 1-0. And then, Danny, they go on the power play. And they go up 2-0 at the end of the first period. And I tell my wife, I say, we're not going to get excited yet. But I just want you to know we might get a little sweat for Game 82 against Columbus on the road tomorrow. It's a 2-0 Carolina lead. A lot of hockey left, 40 minutes left. By the end of the second period, it was 2-2. Mid-third period, still 2-2. Flyers are dominating play. Canes, I thought, were lucky to get to overtime. But then in overtime, they hit a post. You beat a goalie multiple times. You got nothing to show for it. So it was the most typical, the most gut-wrenching. It felt like I was watching the Capitals, in all honesty.
I was going to say Caps by proxy.
And then you go to the shootout last night. I hate the Carolina Hurricanes. I hate Rod Brindamore. I hate everything about that team. Mm-hmm. That is a pretty strong rivalry with Washington over the last few years. Not quite Penguins level, but among everybody else, they're
Ever
right
since
there.
Warren Fogle, cheap shot at TJ Oshie, broke his collarbone, they can go right to hell.
He can kick all the rocks. And here I am living and dying like I'm Mr. Hurricane, like I was born and raised in Raleigh, North Carolina. And they did their best Caps impression in the shootout, by the way. 4 rounds, 0 goals. This is how the season should have ended. This was always how it needed to end, which was the Flyers, who only advanced to the playoffs because of their shootout success this year, eliminate the Capitals via shootout win while I'm rooting for a team to get shootout goals who can't do it. That was how it had to go. The Caps won 10 more games in regulation and 8 more games in regulation and overtime than the Flyers this year. 10 more. And yet, Philly moves forward and Washington does not because the Flyers won 10 shootouts and the Capitals only won 2 this year in the Skills Challenge. Now, don't take what I'm saying as sour grapes or me saying the Caps should be in the playoffs. while you can have a gripe with the system, they got to play 82 games. You had plenty of time. There's an opportunity to go out there over 82 games and punch your ticket. You are in control of your own destiny. There's 164 points to grab. It's like an Easter egg hunt. Go put them in your basket. They didn't put enough of them in their basket. So they're at fault. They got no one to blame but themselves. The season ends tonight. Final game in Columbus. Possibly the last game for Alex Ovechkin. But it was gut-wrenching last evening. Just dangling right out in front of you like, it's a 2-0 lead. It's overtime. Oh, they're getting good opportunities. They're hitting posts. It's a shootout. And the whole night was just one big disappointment.
Yeah, I think you quantified it very well. I mean, I don't think they deserved to be in. When you go 0-5 against last place teams, for example, like Vancouver and Florida, enough of those stinkers where you go, if you don't lay an egg 2 times, you're already in the postseason. You've clinched and you're watching going, you guys need the 82nd game. But your other point about, regardless of all that, they're right there. And of course it had to be, you think you're getting in, don't you? You think you're getting in. What's that over there? Rug gets pulled. This is how it should have felt,
yes.
Right? You're out, but maybe there's a chance. And then the second gut punch.
Totally true. I don't think you're wrong when you say they don't deserve to get in. The problem with that, though, the logic doesn't work for me because the question really is, do you deserve it more than other teams? Not on a binary. Because you can go through everybody's resume, Danny. Mm-hmm. I can find Flyers losses against last place teams. Again, they have 10 fewer wins than the Capitals do in actual hockey this year in regular 5-on-5 play. So there probably aren't 8 more deserving teams in the East if you're talking about deserving to get in. But the fact is, this number of points almost every year would get you in. It didn't this year. You're on the outside looking in, and it is what it is. I said yesterday, you're going to hear from a lot of the same detractors. Most of them are probably casual Caps fans who will tell you what a disappointment this year was. And you didn't make the playoffs for just the 4th time in the Rock the Red era, so it is disappointing. But when you finished 5th in the conference in regulation wins, 8th in the NHL in regulation wins, tied top 5 for reg and overtime wins, more regulation wins than teams like the Penguins and the Flyers, by tenfold, that got in, finished 11-5-2 post-Carlson trade, 11-1-2 in 14 home games down the stretch. Like, there's a lot to like for me. I'm in an okay place. But there are 2 reasons they don't get in this year. One is shootouts. They were terrible. In the post-Backstrom, Oshie, Kuznetsov world, Danny, this team is horrendous at shootouts, which might speak to just overall like top 6 skill and hands and the ability to dangle and do some of those things. So they're going to have to get better there. The other reason they're not advancing, the power play killed them all year long. Mm-hmm. If they were better on the power play, which improved once they got the 19-year-old puck-moving defenseman Cole Hudson to the National Hockey League, but if they were actually better on the power play this year, they'd be moving on. I saw a tweet from somebody, one of the Caps fans out there, who said, listen to these stats. 14 of the Caps' 21 losses were 1-goal games. You following?
14 of 20, okay.
1-goal games. On those days where they lost by 1 goal, their power play went 3 for 41.
That's staggering.
They could have gotten 28 points in those nights where they, lost 14 times by a goal. They only got 6. So if your power play just scores 3, 4, 5 more goals in those 41 opportunities, we're not having this conversation right now. And that's why this is not a woe is us, the system screwed us. This is you had a chance, man.
Yeah.
You didn't come through on the power play enough. The penalty kill struggled early in the year as well. But for the most part, you didn't have enough.
And that's sort of my takeaway from it. So I wasn't eyes glued to the out-of-town scoreboard or even that game last night because it sort of was like if it happens for Tuesday night, I'll be much more excited about it. But leaving it up to someone else, the sort of this 10% long shot where a bunch of things had to happen, I wasn't going to do that to myself last evening. But I think you touched on it. Like all I ask is for reasonable behavior. And when your power play is unreasonable, when you're texting the group, decline all penalties because they're giving up more shorthanded goals than they're scoring. I'm not even talking about goals that they scored. Goal scoring chances. There's more shorthanded goals allowed for a period than good scoring chances for the Caps on the power play. I just have a lot less sympathy for you. You know what I mean? Again, your points are all right. I don't disagree with any of it. It maybe is a bit either behold the glass half full or half empty.
But the numbers are the numbers.
The numbers are the numbers, yeah.
That's not that much of an opinion. Like they are statistically one of the 8 best teams in the Eastern Conference. Analytically, it was one of their best years in several seasons, but doesn't matter. You got to get points. They didn't get the points. They get eliminated. They're not going to the playoffs. I don't know who to root for in this Penguins-Flyers series. I mean, I kind of want to root for the Flyers just because I hate the Penguins so much, and as soon as Sidney Crosby in Pittsburgh gets eliminated, my mood improves and I get happier. But at the same time, a lot of annoying Flyers fans chirping last night after they eliminated the Capitals. So do I, out of short-term spite for these losers who have been completely irrelevant for so many years, do I root for the Penguins to sun them and show them how mediocre they are, this very pedestrian average hockey team? I don't know. I guess I'm going to root for the Flyers begrudgingly against the Penguins. I hate even saying that, but it would just be impossible for me to watch a playoff series and when Crosby has a big goal,
I can't do
not
it.
to be livid.
Yeah, I can't do that. Carolina in the other bracket there, right? They'll if Carolina advances past Ottawa, they'll play the winner of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. So 3 out of those 4 teams I hate so much. I despise them.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's hockey playoffs.
Yeah, that's what the hockey postseason is.
When you're not in it, it is borderline impossible to watch.
Yeah, so I'm going, here we go, Senators. Let me familiarize myself with that roster. But yeah, I mean, that to me is the only one of those, that little group of 4 that could eventually get to the conference finals against Buffalo, Boston, Tampa, or Montreal.
But that was only one swing of the bat last night at the DC Sports Pinata is the Fans evening. The other team swinging the bat was the Nationals hitting us around last night. How about 15 runs for the Pirates? Cade Cavalli gets knocked out of the game in the second, couldn't throw strikes. Then Jackson Rutledge, who got promoted to the major leagues, despite having 5 walks and 1 strikeout in 5 AAA appearances. He was not pitching well at AAA, but he gets called up anyway. Weirdly, he gave up 6 hits and a couple of walks and 7 earned runs.
It wasn't fooling many people.
Brad Lord got rocked last evening. Joey Weimer, the position player, ends up closing it down for the Nationals, giving up a couple hits and a run. So it was a 16 spot for the Pirates last evening. So overall, just about as ugly a DC deucing as you're going to find.
Yeah, that was a tough one right there. So once you're looking at the pitching matchup, Cade Cavalli off to a nice start this year. That kind of went away against the best pitcher in baseball, either him or Drake Skubal. And Skeens was on his P's and Q's. He looked fantastic. He was awesome. Again, I give the Nats credit, though. I mean, I know they punched out a bunch early on, but competing, kept grinding. Listen, no one's going to give you any trophies for putting up 5 runs.
In the 11-run loss?
Yeah, but no one's going to give you a trophy for coming back a little bit. But again, they were getting runners on. The bats were still good. They made Jose Urquidy work. They got to the bullpen a little bit. Even though they had no chance in that game, it's still, I see you young players.
The offense is good. The lineup, because of its ability to grind out the SAT test, so to speak, they don't give in. They're not just bubbling in any answers. Mm-hmm. Every AB they're working, every pitch, they are fighting and scratching and clawing. So because of that, they're going to be a tough out in terms of, getting through the order. Jacob Young is hitting in a way that he hasn't at any point in his career. Another home run last night. And C.J. Abrams, in the only hit that Paul Skeens gave up in the first inning, took him deep down the right field line for a solo home run. He continues his really strong start to the season. Speaking of starts, though, let's get the show started with a conversation on the Commanders. I wanted to look at what Adam Schefter had to say today on Get Up. So this is ESPN. They were working their way through some draft topics at the top of the board. Schefty's been the most interesting insider on Jeremiah Love because he's had different information or opinions, whichever you think he's using, than anybody else on this. A couple of weeks ago, he said he didn't think the Tennessee Titans would take Jeremiah Love. Sounds like his tune is changing on that, possibly, just a little bit. I think it was as recently as maybe 7 to 10 days ago. He said he doesn't think the New York Giants would take Jeremiah Love. He's now open to the possibility that they could. But here's what hasn't changed. When he said 2 weeks ago that those teams weren't going to be in on Love, he said that he thought the Washington Commanders would be the best fit, and he thought that they'd be really interested. And today, he said that they were the floor. That essentially, unless they trade back, Jeremiah Love will not get past the Commanders. So Schefter, plugged in like a microwave, still thinks that the most talented running back in this draft class could be the pick for the Commanders at number 7.
It's hard to imagine he's not going to be a top pick here. Maybe he goes 4 to Tennessee, 5 to the Giants. Feels like the floor is number 7 in the Washington Commanders. but everybody's been wondering all along where he goes. I do think Tennessee is in play. I do think the Giants could be in play, though I think they ultimately decide to go defense. Washington makes the most sense. Washington is sitting there waiting to see whether one of these other teams makes the plunge on a running back. If they don't, Washington's been looking to upgrade its backfield for quite some time. To have a player like Love on the board potentially at number 7 would be a lottery.
What's more compelling about that audio clip? That he is reversing course a little bit on the Titans and the Giants, where previously, remember, he was actually pretty adamant that Tennessee wasn't going to be drafting Jeremiah Love, and now he's saying, I could see him going to Tennessee or the Giants. Or is it more interesting that he's still sticking with the Commanders as a legit fit? That he really thinks if Love is there and Washington has the chance to grab him, that they would do that?
The noteworthy part to me, because he does this just enough couching where he's like, I don't see that right now. Like, I forget the exact wording he used with the initial, because again, it's not a report. It's him just sort of spitballing or giving opinion, but we all know he's so connected that it's not just some, dart throw. Whatever it was a couple weeks ago when he said, I don't know if I see that as likely. Well, that sets alarm bells off, or that sets, flare guns up in the air. I think the most noteworthy part is that, Washington's there. Washington's waiting to see if he's available, that's what they're doing. Because that sounds more like, I know their mind, and I'm going to tell you this. If he's there at number 7, Washington takes him. That, to me, is the part that jumps out more than him reversing course, but it's not a total 180. He'd argue it's probably like a 160. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a complete reversal. Because before he kind of went, I don't know if I see that with, he could be in play. He'd be able to get away with that in court. But you and I both know what the sentiment was.
Yeah, I just think he basically has gone from saying the Titans are not going to draft Jeremiah Love to the Titans might draft Jeremiah Love. And in fact, it blew up on him last time a couple weeks ago where everyone was like, dude, you're saying something different than everyone else. And he came out and he's like, well, and he kind of doubled down. He's like, this is my opinion. This is what I think. I'm not suggesting I've been told that, but this is what I've assumed. Everything he says is based on what he's hearing, I would imagine. It's just an informed speculation. But you fast forward a couple of weeks and a lot of things change, and clearly he's heard something else. Because now he is saying, Love could go 4 or 5, but he's not going to go past 7. But I want to look at Washington as the landing spot with this conversation. When is the last time the Commanders drafted a player who was not a quarterback that would result in the excitement level from the fan base that selecting Jeremiah Love would? Because if you think about it, it's got to be like a running back, a wide receiver, maybe an elite edge. I'm thinking Chase Young.
Chase Young's the answer, man.
Possibly in 2020. I don't even know if that's the same, though. It was the COVID year. It was done in a draft year where, remember, the draft was like on Zoom. There was just less pixels and interest and engagement. And if you look at TV numbers from like college football and everything leading up to it that year, it was all down because of the year. Maybe. I mean, Chase Young, from a prospect standpoint, which I think is a different conversation, was a highly regarded, revered, generational, can't miss. This guy's going to be the next defensive player of the year. And it might also be that the fan base was so excited that it exceeded what you would get out of Jeremiah Love. I'm just not sure. And there's nobody else in the conversation recently if it's not Chase Young. Again, non-quarterback.
Yeah, so to me, I just, because I was the only one of the few voices that's going, not so fast, let's all pump the brakes. People wanted my head on a pike. Like the amount of whether it was tweets, social media, calls, show hours, going on other shows, getting screamed at. People were so ginned up. They literally thought they were drafting, Reggie White 2.0. This was the savior. This was the game wrecker. Every euphemism, gold jacket this, transcendent that, generational this. People got themselves so ginned up and carried away with how perfect he was going to be at all times, and he would just solve all the problems. That's the answer. The amount of excitement that I was just kind of the Jon Snow meme, just it's me against everybody else. I'll never forget that, and I'll never unsee it. So to me, that's the answer.
Maybe. I think offensive skill positions are almost in their own league, though. With running backs and receivers, comparative to even very talented defensive players. Josh Connerly last year, first-round pick. You got to go back to 23 before that, Forbes. There was no real juice. Jahan Dotson in 22. I think people got on board because he was a wideout, but that was not the name linked to them.
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise, yeah.
Jamin Davis in 21 was kind of a whatever. Chase Young could be the answer in 2020, to your point. 2019, they took quarterback Dwayne Haskins. We had a watch party over at the Anthem. And I remember there was a lot of speculation they could draft Haskins, but even though he was a local guy, there was
nowhere near as much buzz as you'd think.
Yeah, I'd say there were plenty of people that weren't convinced or weren't sure. And in fact, there was such infighting in the building that they actually had to trade back up into the first round so that the football guys, Jay Gruden in the front office, McLuhan, I think it was at the time, and company, could get the guy they wanted, which was Montez Sweat, because Haskins was the owner's pick. Payne and Allen in back-to-back years in 18 and 17 on the D-line. Doxson in 2016. Scherf was an offensive lineman. Didn't have a first-rounder in 14. Didn't have a first-rounder in 13. Those were post the Griffin deal. Kerrigan in 11. Trent Williams in the top 5 as an lineman, so it's just not the same. Arakpo in 09. So maybe it is Chase Young, Danny, but I guess my point is, if it's not, because I'm not completely sold on that idea, how far back do you have to go?
You got to go ways back. So especially, again, for quarterback, it's Griffin, 2012. But anything other than that,
Sean Taylor, 04?
It might be Sean Taylor.
The night before that draft, they were debating between him and Kellen Winslow.
Uh-huh.
I think the Sean Taylor obsession love in this fan base, while everyone was jacked up at the tape and excited the day they drafted him, if you remember, that all kind of came after the fact, too. Like a week before the draft, this station didn't exist back in 2004. But I don't know that we're doing the it's got to be Sean Taylor thing.
Mm-hmm.
There were some fans maybe that thought that way.
So if it's not Taylor, because the legend grew once he arrived, and was like, oh my God, look at the size of this dude, and the way he moves around, and the preseason, and we were off to the races. But in terms of the draft and that moment, excitement wise, I'm with you. Here's my answer. If it's not Chase Young, LeVar Arrington. This dude jumps over the line of scrimmage. He has a thing named after him, the LeVar Leap. Anytime he's unblocked, he makes the tackle and is so fearsome, is so quick, is so fast, is so strong. This is just the next big thing. Now, of course, right after him goes Chris Samuels, who's boring, left tackle, just Pro Bowl plus caliber, star, 10-year great player.
By the way, when you say right after him, you mean right after
him. I don't mean like the next year. Oh, literally.
The Redskins
second and third
had the second and the third picks in the 2000 draft. What an amazing thing.
Thank you, Mike Ditka.
I think LeVar is probably the answer for me, honestly, which was way back in 2000. 26 years ago. Maybe Chase Young. Now, if you want to change the qualification a little bit more, because we're going Chase Young, LeVar, offensive player, non-quarterback, talking tight end, running back, wide receiver. And do you have to go back to Michael Westbrook in 95 in the top 5? I actually think it might even be a couple years before that when they took Desmond Howard in 92, who was a Heisman talent and going to be the game breaker on special teams at 4th overall. There's a Glory Days I go into. They still have a gigantic poster of Desmond Howard that's basically right there when you walk in. It's hilarious. Out of Michigan. That's 92.
Yeah.
That's almost 40 years ago.
By the way, oh my God. Desmond Howard's closer to 40 than he is to 20. That's ridiculous in terms of years ago, the draft pick. But let me go back to Westbrook real quick. Because of that Cordell Stewart Hail Mary, because of that, the hype surrounding him, that was buzzworthy. Again, there's no internet. There's no, everybody looking at YouTube highlights or whatever.
It's a different world.
Yeah, it's just a different world, different time. That guy, number 4 overall, was the next big thing.
So let's pose this for you guys next at 800-636-1067. Adam Schefter today on ESPN says he thinks that Love doesn't get past the Commanders. That's the floor for him, assuming they don't trade back. First, you can give us your reaction to that. But when is the last time they took a player that people would be as excited about when his name gets called as they would be with a running back out of Notre Dame and Jeremiah Love? 800-636-1067. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In baseball last night, the Nationals fell to the Pirates 16-5. They'll take on the Pirates for Game 2 of the 4-game set tonight. 6:40 right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 0-3 with a 12.41 ERA. He'll take on Mitch Keller, who is 1-0 with a 1 ERA. Hockey tonight, the Capitals officially eliminated from the playoffs yesterday with the Flyers winning in a shootout over the Hurricanes. Final game of the season for the Capitals tonight. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. Could it be the final time Alex Ovechkin puts on a Capitals sweater? 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear that one tonight over on the Team 980. Your next career is closer than you think. PGCC's continuing education offers fast, affordable certificates in today's most in-demand fields. Get started at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Washington makes the most sense. Washington is sitting there waiting to see whether one of these other teams makes the plunge on a running back. If they don't, Washington's been looking to upgrade its backfield for quite some time. To have a player like Love on the board potentially at number 7 would be a lottery.
That's Adam Schefter. Get up on ESPN today. Welcome back, G&D on The Fan. Jeremiah Love's not getting past the Commanders at 7, says the number one insider in the industry. He is sticking with Washington being all over Love. Question I've got for people is, assuming they draft Jeremiah Love, there's going to be a reaction, a euphoric, giddy, excited, elated reaction within this fan base that we have not seen on a draft night very often around these parts. When is the last time, non-quarterback, because I don't think it's fair to compare Daniels at 2, Griffin at 2, to a running back, 7, or any other position to a quarterback for that matter. But when's the last non-QB that will have generated this type of excitement when they were drafted? Danny, you think Chase Young, even though it was the COVID year, everyone's locked in their homes. I remember we were doing the draft show from my basement, I think. We were like on Comrex's doing that draft show. I don't think it is the same, but there was. Here's what I will say. There was a feeling that he couldn't miss, and he was generational, and because of that, and he was a backyard area DMV kid, there was a ton of excitement.
People were losing their minds. I think what happens is we're colored by the fact that, well, it didn't work as great as it should have, and he's not here anymore, and that's that. Go back to that time. I'm telling you, all the words that you just said. Generational, game wrecker. Hey, should they trade back and get multiple chances at a starter? No, you can't pass on him. They should take him over a quarterback. Like, people were convinced that this dude was Superman.
I mean, but
right?
yes, but there were also you remember the people that yelled at you. That's normal. Right. There were plenty of people calling in that wanted to draft Tua, that wanted to draft Justin Herbert, that thought they should take a quarterback, that said when you have the second
sure,
pick.
You're always going to have a small counter opinion that says we should take someone else, but the excitement level over Chase Young was stratospheric.
And maybe that's the answer. I actually go back before that just because of the COVID element where everything was watered down. It was like, you look at TV numbers or attendance at ballparks. Sure. And every year you just go through and you're like, what happened in 2020? Oh,
right.
That one.
Right.
So I kind of view it that way almost. I think you could go all the way back to LeVar Arrington in 2000, 26 years ago. It has been that long.
26 years.
And from an offensive skill standpoint, maybe that's the best way to try to find a juxtaposition here, is receiver, running back, tight end, a weapon. The last time they drafted someone, you'd be this jacked up to plug into your offense and try to hit a 57-yard, 72-yard home run in week 1 the first time they touched the ball. Who's that? I mean, is that Michael Westbrook in the mid-'90s? Is that Desmond Howard in 1992? It has been a long, long time. Let's go to Will in Arlington on The Fan. Hey, Will.
Hey, Will.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
I was thinking Sean Taylor there out of Miami, from the defensive side. But overall, from an offensive, I said Michael Westbrook even before the two of you did. So thanks for taking my call. But, yeah, the two of those right there were spot on, euphoric here in this town when they were drafted in the first round.
So I'll have to plead a little bit of ignorance on the reaction to Westbrook because I was 3 years old when he was drafted. I remember his career for sure. I watched him go for 1,000 yards in '99. I remember his incredible catch in the first ever game at what is now Northwest Stadium.
Yep.
I think in overtime to beat the Arizona Cardinals. So his career is burned into my brain. But in terms of him being drafted in 94 or whatever it was, I don't have a great file on the lead up to that. I know that at Colorado he was special.
He was great.
And he had caught the Hail Mary from Cordell Stewart. And he's a receiver going in the top 5. That speaks for itself.
Yeah, so you got to think about the time. So the Desmond Howard pick a few years before, that's post-Super Bowl. The roster is now older, a little slower, a little more injured. You lose a couple key pieces, but he was going to be the injection of life. It didn't really work. They went through this really bad period. 92, they were in the playoffs. Then 93, 94, 95, it wasn't real good. But you had, okay, this is it. This is how we get it back. This is the new, because the receiver spot here in Washington, that's the posse, dude. That's, that's Sanders and Monk and Clark. And, okay, this is how we'll get it back. This, just a chiseled mannequin-looking dude, a giant piece of solid rock who could fly. You had the hype from the Hail Mary, et cetera, from Colorado, even though Cordell Stewart, by the way, I think threw 10 touchdown passes that season, just to tell you how different the time was. But Westbrook was going to be the dude, the pre-draft hype. And people were disappointed because it was only pretty good his time. I mean, he was a pretty good player. Not unbelievable, but he was fine. But the hype there, the excitement for after a few down years in Washington, which we weren't used to, that was a huge deal.
Why didn't he win the Blitnikoff that year as the best wide receiver in college football? That's interesting to me that
Who would have won at 95?
Let's see. 1995, Blitnikoff finalists. Terry Glenn, Keyshawn Johnson, Bobby Ingram. Ingram won it a year earlier in 94, which is, I think, the Westbrook draft year. Let's go to Chris in Calvert County. You're on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
Hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, for me, it was a draft that was really like post-draft type, but the year that they picked Devin Thomas, Malcolm Kelly, and Fred Davis. And I remember a month after that draft, I was in Bethesda. My buddy and I went to Gary Clark's restaurant. I don't think he even owns it anymore. But by a fluke, at the end of that night, we got to hang out with Gary Clark. It was my buddy and I and Gary Clark for like an hour to talk football. And Gary Clark told us that those 3 were going to be the next posse. And I remember being so excited about it because I'm like, Gary Clark's saying this is the next posse. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way, but that was still a really cool night.
Appreciate you, buddy. That collection of talent, because you could dream on that a little bit of saying, basically you just rebooted your entire offense. You just brought in an entire new skill group. When you get 2 receivers, let's say it hits, and Devin Thomas and Malcolm Kelly are 10-year answers, and then you get the weapon at tight end to go with Cooley. You already had this really talented, legit, perennial Pro Bowl underneath possession threat who was impossible to tackle after he caught the football. And you add this vertical weapon in the tight end game to push the seam and push the ball down the field. If it all worked, the strategy was great.
Oh, it was awesome.
I mean, you got 3 weapons on the cheap, and you can go have this dynamic and prolific passing offense, and the aerial assault is about to take flight, and let's strike up the band. Fred Davis was the best of the 3. He had some okay years and got into trouble off the field with the weeds. Great dude, by the way. I still see him every now and then. He's opening restaurants and different things around here occasionally. Awesome guy. But of the 3, his career was like far and away the best.
Devin Thomas, good male model. Malcolm Kelly had my knees, basically.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Isn't Malcolm Kelly coaching in the NFL right now?
I don't know, actually.
Did I see that? Let me see. Malcolm Kelly.
Here's how to ride the stationary bike.
I swear I saw him on a sideline at some point.
It says, Malcolm Kelly, American coach, is the first thing that comes up.
All right, where's he coaching?
Let's find that.
He is coaching in college currently.
Let's go. That's my guy. Leonard Hankerson's coaching for the 49ers. Another receiver I was wrong about.
Hank time.
I loved Leonard Hankerson out of the University of Miami. That was my dude.
Kelly's been with TCU as an assistant head coach and wide receivers coach since 2022.
That's my guy. I was so loud wrong on Malcolm Kelly. Oh, I thought he was going to be a beast. You look at that guy in a uniform, you see, that's what 82 catches and 1,257 yards
It's the thing I fall in love with. You know what I mean? I can't help it.
Brad's in Mississippi listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Brad?
Hey, yeah, so I think just to give an answer, I'd have to say Chase Young. But for someone my age, listen, I'm 23 years old. The real answer for me is nobody, because I haven't really had a whole sample of what it's like to win. And it's a lot easier to get excited when you know that you can win. So this past 2 years, 2 years ago was my first time I've ever seen a playoff win. So now it's easy to get excited about, a guy like Jeremiah Love, that's like the missing piece. I'm like, okay, I've seen that we can do it. Now let's add one more piece. In the past, it's like, okay, Chase Young, be cool, but we don't have the quarterback. We're not going to – I haven't seen him play off. So it's hard for me to get excited. But now –
I get that actually, dude. Where it feels futile. It feels like you're just on a hamster wheel, and it's like, cool. I'm glad this works. It's still owner. It's still Bruce. It's still, journeyman Jag quarterback. The Case Keenum tier again. We're doing someone else's leftovers. I understand that.
I also think he just made a really smart point, which is the Jeremiah Love excitement and the joy that I have thinking about that pick is tied directly to Jaden Daniels and is made better by Jaden Daniels.
And you're not giving Carson Wentz that weapon.
You're not.
Right.
Doesn't feel the same. But when I think about that pick and that exultation, the idea that everybody's going to just have that exuberance working on draft night, it's because of you're thinking about the shotgun and the mesh point, and it's kind of a package deal. Daniels and Love together in that backfield changes things. Toby's back from Augusta. He was at the Masters. We're going to play a game next. How much money did Toby Altizer spend at the merch shop at the Masters? We're going to find out next.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here. Spring. Oh, it is here, and it's a great time to open those windows. The windows have been open at the Hooray House, so what about you? Your windows not easily open? They leak? Are they broken? They need repainting yet again? The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price, just like Grant's got, just like I've got. The Window Nation, more you buy, the more you save. Sale is going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home. You could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years.
Great offer. Take advantage of it now. The offer ends soon. I have done business with Window Nation in multiple homes over the years, so has Danny. We love them. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. 96% customer satisfaction rating. Over 45,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation's installed over 3 million windows across the country. Recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. We love Window Nation.
Hurry, that sale ends soon, so don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Back live on Grant and Danny in the Navy Yard, downtown in D.C. 4 blocks from Nats Park. Nats play tonight, 6:10 pregame, 6:40 first pitch in Pittsburgh. One of our producers was just in Augusta at the Masters. He is back in the saddle with us. Stobie Altizer has returned triumphantly. And we wanted to play a little game. So when you go on vacation, Danny, we play a game called How Much Weight Did Danny Gain on Vacation? This is not that game, but this is similar to that game.
It's feed out of the same trough where some things happen, not to offer too much judgment, that maybe aren't the best for you. You know what I mean? For me, it's adding weight. That's not good. We don't want to do that. And maybe for a lot of people, spending a lot of money may not be the right course of events. Again, I want Tobes to be happy, whatever butters your bread. But it's one of those, you might be better off if you were thriftier, and I'd be better off without donuts.
I liken this to the trailer at the movies where the big voice person tells you, from the director who gave you, and they tell you about another similar movie where Liam Neeson was chopping throats. You're watching a movie where Mark Wahlberg's now chopping throats. This is from the director who gives you How Much Weight Did Danny Gain on Vacation? We're going to play How Much Money Did Toby Spend on Vacation? So a couple of quick notes here. We have always had one producer on our show, it feels like, who spends a ton of money on sports relics, jerseys, and gear. Remember Tom used to do this?
Oh, yeah.
Tommy would have hundreds and hundreds of dollars, it feels like, every month that he was just searching online for like another game-worn helmet or gloves or something. And like he would tell us, like his entire paycheck at times would just go to merch. It was like his passion. Toby has more jerseys than you can shake a stick at. The guy's got a bunch of hats as well. We don't talk about it a lot, but I think he's sneaky is a massive collector of sports not even memorabilia. Like
just he's a collector. He's Benicio del Toro and Marvel.
But his is clothing. That's what his is. Clothing. Toby, have I said anything so far that's inaccurate?
No, not even close. I mean, I think you're underselling how much stuff I have, if that's possible.
Rough estimate number of jerseys.
155, I think.
Rough estimate number of sports hats.
More than that. Like probably 180, 200.
Where do you keep them, by the way?
They're all over the place.
Okay. There's not like a part of your closet where they're all stacked up.
There is.
Okay.
There is. There's like 4 stacks, and then that's after I cleared it out a little bit.
All right. So, any questions that you have for Toby so we can get going here?
Yeah, how much did you spend? I'm kidding. That's the game. Were you able to fit everything into the suitcase that you brought?
Well, thankfully I drove, and so it kind of fit into a large bag. Let me put it that way. A large bag that you could purchase at an establishment, not like a grocery bag. It was large. I don't know.
How many trips is there one merch shop
There's
at
one merch
Augusta?
stop, and there's always a long line, so it's only one stop.
So you went one time?
Yeah, you're not going back in there again, or unless you want to wait at least 30 minutes to get in.
How many bags did you walk out of that store with? And did you carry everything, or did someone have to help you carry?
I carried everything.
Okay.
I want to say there were 4 or 5.
5 bags. It's a lot of bags.
My God, 4 or 5 bags. How many times did you think to yourself, maybe I shouldn't?
Never.
Okay.
Not once.
Did you ever have a moment where you had sticker shock?
The Masters does a fantastic job of very subtly or not at all showing you the pricing. So, no.
Did you have a budget that you tried to stick to?
I had an idea of what I thought I would spend, and I did not stick anywhere near it.
Did you double that number?
That's to be found out later.
Oh, no.
Okay. That's good information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You wore a hat yesterday.
Yes.
Is that the only hat you bought?
No.
Okay. How many hats did you buy?
I believe it was 8.
8 hats.
8 hats?
8 hats.
8 hats?
8.
Now, not all 8 are for me. 2 are for my dad. 2 are for an uncle.
At least
I think
4
I ended up
for-
with 1 extra. I think I for myself kept 4.
Oh, okay.
Which is not
That's a reasonable number, Grant. So
totally the
why
right
don't you-
amount of hats. And you wore a pullover yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't tell me how much, but what was the most expensive item you purchased? Was it a coat, or I don't even know if they have those, a jacket? Was it that pullover? Like, in terms of overall price for one item, what was the most expensive thing you bought?
Probably a set of coasters.
Oh, see, it was not just clothing.
No.
Memorabilia
It's the knick-knack
as well.
paddywhacks, yeah.
Yeah.
Coasters?
Yeah.
They were expensive?
Yeah.
All right, Darius is telling us to wrap, so we've got to make our guesses. I could play this game all day. Closest to the pin without going over. Danny, you go first.
$2,450.
No chance.
2450.
God, there's no chance of that.
Is there? 5 bags.
Yeah. I'm going to say $1,106.
Okay. Are Darius and Ryan, or Darius and, excuse me,
Darius
Strober?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Strobes, I would
I'm gonna
take
go 1,100. Let's go $1,174.
Okay.
Yeah.
1,267.
Danny, you're going to want to turn around for this real quick.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at the size of this receipt.
Look at this receipt.
gosh.
If a CVS receipt had grandchildren and you saw the whole family tree.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. Here is the answer.
Wait, I tell you what. I want the answer when we return because I want you to read every item on that receipt as well. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Pirates for Game 2 of the 4-game set. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Last night, the Nationals fall to the Pirates 16-5. P.J. Poulin starts for the Nationals tonight as an opener. He'll serve as the opener for Miles Michaelis, who comes into tonight 0-3 with a 12.41 ERA. Starter for the Pirates will be Mitch Keller. He is 1-0 with a 1 ERA. Again, 6:40 tonight right here on the Fan. 6:10 pregame for Nats and Pirates. For the Capitals, they were officially eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers win in a shootout over the Hurricanes last night. So final game of the season for the Capitals tonight. Could it be the final game of Alex Ovechkin's Hall of Fame career? They take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. He will suit up and play tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Caps and Blue Jackets over on the Team 980 tonight. Nats and Pirates right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 1 hour, right at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we're going to give away tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers. You got to be listening to Grant and Danny.
You smell that? That is a sound of exclusivity. So we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
In just a couple of minutes, I want to get into tomorrow's uniform unveiling the Commanders have planned for 10 a.m. We are T-minus, about 19 hours away from getting our first glimpse at the new unis. We'll be discussing this segment right here on The Fan. But we've got to put a bow on our game of how much money did Toby Altizer spend at the Masters. We just asked a bunch of yes or no questions. 3 of us guessed in the $1,100 to $1,200 range. Danny's up over $2,000. Now, Toby, if you wouldn't mind, again, showing the receipt on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. You're not going to see this necessarily.
Like when you watch the NBA draft, you're going to hear Jade Billis talk about length. They're talking about that receipt.
That is, the game they play on social media where like a girl walks around with a ruler and everyone has to pull it up to find 5.5 inches or something. And they pick these random amounts of length based on what I'm not really sure, but you know what I'm talking about.
I think so.
It's like this blind thing. Like, can you guess what 6 inches looks like? And they have to like pull the measuring tape up without being able to see it. This, to me, looks like about 2.5 feet. The length of that receipt.
Yeah. It's bigger than a toddler in terms of height.
So can we get a drum roll, please, for the final verdict on how much money Toby spent at the Masters? He says he blew past his expectation and what he was trying to spend.
$2,475.43.
I win both showcases. Up both of your you-know-whats.
Wow.
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah.
What a call. I thought you went way too high.
I know you thought that, and you was wrong. I smelled that one from a mile away.
Can I get a rapid-fire read through that receipt real quick, just item by item? Can you just knock that receipt on out for us?
Driver cover, Masters backpack, ornament, ball marker, tumbler, glove, card case, tumbler, gnome, which, by the way, you need to look that up. Gnomes are a massive thing.
So I heard the junkies talking about that a lot.
You get one per person, and you could sell them on eBay for a couple $100. Tote bag, coffee mug, coasters, golf balls, Masters tray, dish towel.
Hold on. What the hell is a Masters tray?
It's like a serving dish.
You don't need that.
It's beautiful, though. It'll be a part of my decor in my house.
It's beautiful, though.
It's beautiful, though. It's so great.
It was fantastic.
You bought that for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Home decor.
Ham decor.
Nobody else finds that absurd. Toby's just going, come on, man, it's beautiful. And everyone's like, yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable thing to purchase. Why wouldn't you do that?
It'll be home decor along with a lot of Washington Nationals and Commanders and Wizards stuff.
Plastic cups.
Dish towel. Towel. Dish towel. Golf towel. Quarter zip. Hoodie. Polo. Yardage book. Magnets. Trifold towel. I got a couple of those. Hat. Little key fob thing and badge holder, like a lanyard to hold it.
Lanyard.
To hold the badge.
The key fob is pretty nice. I saw that today. What did Mom Altizer think when you told her the price of all of this?
She wasn't that shocked because she knew it was going to be a large number. Let me put it this way. So driving in, I'm like, oh, I can't take my phone in. I pay with everything on my phone. So I was like, I can't take my phone in, so I've got to transfer some money over. And as I'm walking up there with my 2 massive bags, which they give you just massive green shopping bags, I ran through one really quickly, luckily found another quickly, and then was able to throw more stuff in there. I walk up to the counter, and I'm like, can you guys split between cards? they're like, yeah, we can if need be. So we get through the first bag, and I'm like, they do a fantastic job. They don't show you how much you're spending. And there's 2 people at every register.
Oh, they're not. It's not like
no.
You're not going.
They're not shaming you.
I can't see what the number is. There's
600,
2
800.
very nice ladies talking to me, and they're like, "Oh, is this your first time?" And just having.
Are they
conversation.
writing it on a little yellow steno pad by hand, basically, and hitting it into a calculator?
No. So we got the whole thing rolling, and so after bag 1, I was like, "What are we at?" And they're like 1,500. I was like, "Okay, I should be able to do it on 1 card. I should be okay." And luckily,
so you thought there was a chance you could be upwards of like $3,000.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be in some trouble.
I mean, what an unbelievable expenditure, Harry.
What's the one where you go when you got back after? Because to me, it's like I don't mean to gently use this, but fog of war. I talk about that a lot, right? Obviously, you and I have never been in war, but like when you're sleep deprived with a 1-month-old and you get talked into making a purchase, you're like, did I really need that industrial strength bottle cleaner thing? I don't know that I did. Whatever, but you get stuff. You're down there at the Masters. You're drinking in the pimento cheese sandwiches and the atmosphere, and it's thick as
so
pea
you're
soup.
saying when everything wears off and you roll over the next morning and you look over, and you go, uh-oh.
So you pile back in that car and you get back home and you go up to your condo. You ever open the bag? Did you go open the bag and go, I don't know if I needed that? Was there one thing that you kind of went?
You want to know what's crazy, Danny?
Huh?
None of it.
None of it.
None of it.
Let's say you have to give one thing back. Or like today, I don't know how we got here, but you have to give something to me or Danny. You don't have a choice. You just have to hand something over that you'll never see again.
The lanyard?
What is the item that you would most be willing to part with?
I have an extra golf towel.
An extra golf towel. So you didn't just get one golf towel.
I got some gifts.
Are you going to use them?
All for me. Yeah, I'll put them all in the bag.
Well, you can't use the golf balls though, right?
No, I won't use.
There's no way.
I won't use the golf balls. No, I mean,
imagine losing one of those.
Honestly, as crazy as it sounds, to walk away with almost $2,500 worth of merchandise, there were a couple things I wish I would have got, and there's nothing that I wish I wouldn't have gotten.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that. I'm proud of you.
It's so much stuff.
I know you were excited to be there. You couldn't wait to go spend all of your money, and you did a great job at spending money.
I definitely did a good job of that. Well, I will say, my uncle walked away spending over $4,000. My cousin spent $1,500. My other cousin spent about $600. He was the responsible one. So
I bet you guys won the lottery again. They're excited to see the Altizers come back.
Our group spent a combined about $8,500.
They're just raking in cash.
Y'all come back into time now. You hear?
In that store. My goodness. All right, tomorrow at 10 a.m., we find out once and for all what this uniform unveiling is going to look like. We know for sure at Northwest Stadium, and they're going to go with the burgundy road jerseys from the same era, that 91 Gibbs era Super Bowl roster. So you're going to have white and burgundy. They're going to look like the Redskins. People are going to be very excited about that. It'll be an emotional day for a lot of people. That's awesome. The big question still is, what else do they have in store? Is there a surprise? Is there something up their sleeve? Josh Harris hinted at that at the owners' meetings in Phoenix last week.
Because he literally said, like, we have something else up our sleeve. Like, actually reference that. Now, who knows what that means exactly? That's just a figure of speech, but it did sound like that's not all, right?
So give me your best guess at what tomorrow at 10 a.m. is.
Okay. Burgundy we've seen, white we've seen, and I say but burgundy we've seen that little quick pause frame in the video.
We've also seen it for many years. It's the jersey that we all loved and kind of agreed was one of the best in football that they did away with. They told us they didn't, but they did. And now you've got the real Redskins jerseys back for the Commanders. The only thing missing is the word or the logo for the Redskins. But it looks like the old thing.
So this is my working theory. This is actually my best guess. We were talking about this with CK a few moments ago. I think it's everything is the same old besides that. I think it's still the same dumb W, the same, stupid motifs, the same alt black jerseys that they wear against the Bears, the same crap that I don't like. They're going to keep that. My theory is, this is what I'm working with. If you look between now and stadium opening, there's very little else marketing, ticket, business office can kind of do to sort of dangle an enticing thing to get people ginned up and excited before the new stadium opens. The team wins, that does your work for you, but just in case they don't, it's hard to win up here, as you know. The next thing they could do is change that logo. Because again, that's the last lever they could pull. So my theory is they're going to wait to pull it. My theory is they don't have anything they love yet. They're going to do some more time rolling out the spear, talking about the spear, pretending the spear is the thing that's different than you guys think. It's this connection to ancient Greece and the phalanx, and we'll talk Hannibal and the Romans and all this other kind of stuff. That's what a commander really is, and here's your spear. I think they're going to do a little bit more of that, dangle that. That's going to be a year and a half, maybe 2 years from now. They'll do that, then new stadium opens.
Why was there a helmet box in the trailer? In the teaser that they released, there is a clear box that a uniform would be in, and then there's a gigantic square
helmet
box where, Rydell box, by the way, but where a helmet would clearly be. Why have that in the trailer if you're not also getting a new helmet?
Because you haven't seen those burgundy helmets, the correct burgundy, not the burgundy of lies and untruth, but the correct burgundy with the W. You haven't seen the ones that are going to go with the white jersey and the W. I think the W stays for a little while longer.
Well, to that point, that's very possible because we have heard they're going away from the matte helmet. That's the new helmet. Mm-hmm. It's called, that's the phrase that's used is matte, and they're going back to glossy. So it is going to be a different finish on the helmet, which will make the actual color of the helmet look a little bit more traditional, and to your point, better and like the Redskins. So maybe that's it. Maybe it is just the gold block W on a glossy burgundy helmet. They've gotten rid of the matte helmet, and that's why the helmet box is in the trailer, because in theory, it's a new helmet that matches the uniforms better. I'm okay with that. By the way, gold face mask would be a tweak and would be a really good look. If you go with just the traditional gold face mask on a glossy burgundy helmet with that gold block W, now you've got enough that you could say we reworked the helmet. I'm going to actually go a little bit further, though. I think there is a trick up their sleeve. I think there is something that has not yet been unearthed, so to speak. I think you've got a burgundy road jersey to match the 91 era Gibbs Super Bowl Redskins. We know that. And I do think they are going to roll out a new black uniform that is not the Steelers black and yellow that you hated and so many people didn't like. By the way, that jersey was wildly popular in sales.
Yeah, post Hail Mary especially, right?
Young people loved it. And post Hail Mary, that was the uniform that Jaden Daniels was wearing where he bought 13 seconds in the pocket and threw the ball up for grabs to Noah Brown. So that jersey did really, really, really well. You could convince me that they're going to keep it because of that. But I think the reason it primarily did well was because it's black on black. And that's kind of been the way forward for the last 10 years in the league. Everyone's trying to do that black on black, kind of newfangled, cool look. Washington had a bunch of mock-ups all the way back to when I was on the beat between 2010 and 2013, I remember, where they were going to wear this. Remember, they even sold some black uniforms that they never wore. They were like black with white numbers, like white outline, and it was just like a black number on a black jersey with the white, small, trim numbers. They never ended up wearing those. I think they're going to unveil a new black uniform on which the helmet will have a spear, a burgundy and gold or burgundy spear. And to me, that's going to be the grand finale moment of whatever happens at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Could be wrong. I think they've worked themselves into, no matter what, this is going to be wildly successful, right? Everyone's going to be exciting because the uniforms will be the best that they've been since they got rid of the name Redskins, changed their colors, and made a lot of people unhappy. But don't you think if it's just the burgundy jersey and it's just a helmet that's now glossy and not matte, isn't there going to be a little bit of what else? And it's not their fault per se, because you should build this up. This is a momentous day. 4-1-5-2-6, 10 a.m. We're 3 weeks away, 2 weeks away, 1 week away, 24-hour countdown. You've got to do that. That's what marketing is. But it does feel like you've been saying to me, Danny, wait till you hear this joke. Oh, I've got the best joke. I got this awesome joke. I'll tell it to you next time I see you. Hey, I got to tell you this joke. You're going to love it. You're building it up.
Yeah, this has happened to us before.
We all know about the burgundy jersey. So they need to have some awareness to know, worst kept secret since Commanders, when the helicopter got the shot through the glass window. If you got something other than that, great. But otherwise, I would have gotten the word out over the last couple of weeks. Like, whatever crazy thing you guys think there is, there isn't. You know, if they're not doing a Spear helmet, they dropped the ball by not letting people know to let people know.
Smart point.
You just start whispering to the people around the building. Psst, 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 psst. Some of those reporters that are going to tell them anything you say. Psst, 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 psst. Just get the word out. Hey, there's no Spear helmet this time, guys. But I think you're going to like what they do have. That's all it would have taken. Because they didn't do that, I think you're getting a Spear helmet.
That's a good counter to my counter. So the only thing I can think of to sort of respond to that is if there's enough tweakage, aka you mentioned gold face mask, the new that is old glossy helmet with kind of the yellow stripe down the middle again, and it looks like the 91 era helmet to go with the 91 era jerseys, that might in their minds be enough with a to be continued kind of hinted at shortly thereafter the reveal. Right? Because again, if you buy my theory, which that's all it is a theory, I haven't talked to a single person, I have no idea. But the next thing, again, we now have in 2026, okay, it's 4 years until 2030 when the new stadium opens. And there's very little else they could do. They've got you the new RFK 2.0. That's done. Not done, quote unquote, but the fact that it's happening, we're all looking forward to that. Now we're looking at our watch. Okay, we got to wait 4 years with all the permits. And what's the parking garage going to look like? When shovel meet ground? What are we doing? When are we doing it? Nothing we can do about that for a long time. In terms of jerseys, here we go. It's 91. Yes, you guys remember that. That's great. What else is there for 4 years?
That yes was sneaky a Marv Albert. Yes, Darius should pull that. It sounded like Michael Jordan just hit a 17-footer.
Jordan
right around the elbow against the Jazz in '98. Like that was straight up Marv Albert. Kudos on that. I want to know your best and worst case tomorrow, and this is the topic on the phones. We'll hit in a second, so you can line them up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. For an example, my best case is I don't think this will happen. This is my dream scenario.
Okay.
The Block W is no longer on the week-to-week helmets. And now that is a Spear. That is, maybe it's a cool-looking crest somehow with a feather or something, which is not going to happen again. This is my best-case scenario. Unrealistic, but dream for tomorrow would be I'm blown away because the Block W is gone. It won't be. And there's now, every Sunday, with the burgundies, with the whites, this Spear is their new logo full-time emblem on the helmet. Worst case scenario, because I already know I'm going to be happy, tomorrow is a win of epic proportions.
It's how big a win is it?
No matter what.
Yep.
Worst case is there's no surprise. Worst case is the burgundy jerseys that look amazing are going to come back. The white jerseys that looked incredible last year were breathtaking, and I got emotional seeing for the first time at Northwest Stadium on Sunday Night Football, are going to be the home uniforms. And there isn't anything else. It was much ado, it was just a huge story that was, the code got cracked pretty quickly, and they just kind of kept selling it as we got closer, but there was no, bet you didn't expect this. There was no surprise. That's the worst case for me for tomorrow.
Worst case is it's more of the same. And what I mean is all of the cool things are almost negated by, and it's the W again, the same Block W, the Arizona State third alternate jerseys that were the All Blacks, the pajama-looking ones. They're back. It's still the same Block W.
But they're bringing the burgundy jerseys.
Right. So I'm saying so you taint the delight with, yeah, but here's the same stuff that you hate so much, Danny. That to me is the worst case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm confused. So what would they be wearing? Like, what would their rotation be?
Oh, because
you're saying the white jerseys, the fake Carson Wentz jerseys are still here?
Right. No, so I'm talking about all the jerseys. To me, that's a baseline. I think that's going nowhere. So as you said, it's a win. We've already won. I've got the goodness. I'm talking about the helmet. It's the same Block W.
So then that's going to happen.
On the incorrect. It's the incorrect W on the correct helmet. It's the same black jerseys. Everything's the same. The dream scenario, and this is a dream scenario. This will never happen. I just want everyone to know it's never happening. I almost hesitate to put it out there because you might think that it might happen. There's a sliver percentage of a chance.
Don't say the thing.
The joy and euphoria that people might feel. Are you ready for this? The script, you know the script I'm talking about too. R on the side of that helmet for Raise Hail. R. There's an R on the helmet.
The curse of R.
The R is on the helmet.
Their background on social media now is the big cursive Raise Hail where the R stands out. If they put an R on the side of the helmet and it was for Raise Hail, oh man. First, that R would be doing a lot of work.
That R is working so hard.
That is some
Can I ask any follow-up questions? It says Raise Hail. You better say that it says Raise Hail. That's it.
What the heck does that R mean on those Redskins jerseys?
It says Raise Hail.
It's Raise Hail. You know all those teams that just have the first letter from their Twitter catchphrase on their helmet?
Hashtag Raise Hail. We said that. That R is right there. And it's right there on the logo with the right colors.
The Panthers are putting a K on their helmet for keep pounding.
There's no black jerseys. There's no nonsense. None of the things for the Gen Alpha people that don't understand anything. It's just the jerseys of joy with that R on the side.
Best case tomorrow, worst case tomorrow. 10 a.m. Once and for all, we're getting new uniforms. The people were heard. It might just look like the team you fell in love with again. What do you want to see? G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What if? This is a what-if situation. What if selling your home felt actually more predictable, more controlled, and a lot less stressful? The right strategy in place, serious buyers walking through your door, and confidence in how it's all going to play out. Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams, bring to the table. As you know firsthand, they sold my place. They sold our family's condo. We got way over asking for it. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope that people stumble upon it. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold. From pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer, every step is intentional. The strategy is why homes sold with Reynolds and Power Home teams sell 2 times faster than the average agent. Fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions in your life, and smoother experience from beginning to end. That's why their sellers also net 4.27% more on average. For a lot of homeowners, that means 30% more, $30,000 more at closing. That's more money, more control, and more assurance on your next move. Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. You call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team now to find out more. 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD or DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and lemonade with vodka. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Pirates last night 16-5. Game 2 of the 4-game set in Pittsburgh tonight. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. PJ Poulin going to serve as an opener for Miles Mikolas tonight for the Nationals. Mitch Keller will get the start for the Pirates. Keller comes in 1-0 with a 1 ERA. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. On the Team 980 tonight, the Capitals' final game of the season tonight. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. 7 o'clock puck drop. The Capitals were officially eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers' win last night in a shootout. Could tonight be the final game for Alex Ovechkin? The Caps will take the ice tonight for the final time this season against the Blue Jackets. Can hear that one over on the Team 980 this evening. Baseball season is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Dylan. Nats looking to bounce back tonight in Pittsburgh after giving up a 16 spot in Game 1 of that series against the Pirates yesterday. By the way, maybe this isn't as funny as I think it is. This is a very nerdy baseball guy joke, I guess. But today, Miles Mikolas starts for the Nationals, and they are using an opener and piggybacking him, which is to say they're going to have a reliever pitch the first inning, so that he doesn't have to deal with a few of the lefties at the top of the Pirates order. But they also have activated Mitchell Parker, and the expectation is that he'll come in after Miles Mikolas goes through the order once or twice, and he'll pitch 2 or 3 innings just to get you into what is normally bullpen range. So they've got the first inning handled by the bullpen, then Mikolas hopefully can give you 3 innings, get you to the 4th, and then maybe Mitchell Parker comes in and gives you 3 innings to get you to the 7th, and it's like what a normal starter would be able to do. That's the plan to get Miles Mikolas through this start against the vaunted Pittsburgh Pirates lineup.
So here's my analogy. Also, we'll use baseball. We had our first Double-A baseball game of the season this past week, and the kids tried hard, did fun. Everyone had a snack post game. Runner on first, ground ball hit to shortstop. The kid actually fields it and starts looking around. See what I'm saying? He's looking at third. He's looking at left field. Looks at the playground, and then everybody's safe. Actually made the play. Could have gotten out at second. That was this is where we are moment. Let's forget about, hey man, what? How do you want to change your barrel path to accentuate hard hit percentage and line drives, and what pitches do you want to throw? That's where we are. That's what this reminds me of. This is where we are. Let's not talk about anything else other than this is where we are with Miles Mikolas right now. Like, this is the State of the Union. This is not I'm hoping he gets right. This is an acknowledgement that he ain't right, and this is how many times can you have these sorts of conditions for your every 5th day starter?
You're not long for the rotation at this point. When we hire a babysitter and we can't leave until everybody's asleep and we have to be back before they might wake up, it tells you that's probably not the best babysitter. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
That's where we are. It's like, well, we don't want you to pitch against the lefties in the first inning, but you can't face anybody more than 2 times at the most.
You can't throw on Tuesdays or against teams with good hitters.
My guess is you're not that long for this gig, but we'll see. Maybe he can get his act together. They can help him to get feeling better about himself and getting some outs, and a month or 2 from now, he's still in the rotation. Let's get back to the Commanders, though. 10 a.m. tomorrow. They will be unveiling their tweaks to the uniform and changes to their jerseys. What's it going to look like? 800-636-1067. So we're giving you our best case and worst case scenarios. Best case for me is that it's more than just the burgundies on the road and the whites at home, which I'll be elated with, and I'm very happy about. It's going to be a win no matter what. But my best case is that they have actually changed those blacks from the black and yellow Steelers thing. Mm-hmm. And I say that because I think that's the only path to a spear on the helmet. They're not changing that burgundy helmet, in my opinion, to the spear from the Block W. The Block W is not going away. That would be amazing if it did, but I don't think it's even realistic enough to suggest it as I'm trying to make a realistic suggestion.
Gotcha.
And that would be new black uniform with the spear on the helmet, because that gets the ball rolling if it's popular, to maybe that could be your primary helmet a couple of years down the road or by the time they're in the new stadium. Worst case scenario is we get the jersey we wanted on the road, and now the full-time announcement is White's at home, Burgundy's on the road. The Commanders' jerseys are gone forever. You never have to see those Carson Wentz jerseys again that look like a different team. Yay. But we don't have anything else for you. You guys cracked the code. The internet sleuths were all over it. We have nothing else. There's no surprise.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no door number 3. Yeah, to me, worst case is just more of the block W, more of the same. Black uniforms are pretty similar. Nothing new, kind of no new logo or anything like that. Too much continuation of the current name. Best case scenario, pipe dream will never happen, but it's a script R on the side of the helmet.
Let's go to Usman in New York, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Usman? How are you?
What's up, guys? Happy day before uniform reveal day.
Day.
Quick thing. I think the worst case scenario is exactly what we expect. It's going to be the Washington football team uniforms. We keep saying Super Bowl uniforms. We had those uniforms up until 2021, just like last year's helmet. I think ownership for teams typically are very detached from the internet sleuth uniform Twitter world. And so whatever they think are tricks up their sleeve is probably stuff we've thought of for weeks and months and seen in concept uniforms. The worst case scenario is the uniforms that we're expecting. The best case scenario would be if we somehow adapted Redskins historical uniforms to the Commanders. So taking the Sonny Jurgensen yellow helmet and putting a W there, or taking the spear and just removing a feather or something like that. I don't think we're going to get that, and I'm not sure why we wouldn't get that given it's been a few years since the name change. This is the time to change it, and we have to wait another 5 years before the uniform rules allow us to change. But I think we're expecting exactly what you've said, and overall I think we'll be happy, but I think it'll be much less to be desired.
I have thought a lot about something Usman said in that call, which is I don't think that at the ownership level, Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Mark Ein, the people that are busy, they're billionaires. They have other things going on. They're in a country one day and another country the next day, and then in another state 2 days later because they own their own plane and they're flying around on Air Ein or whatever it is. I don't think that they're super plugged in on day-to-day what you and I are speculating and suggesting or what fans are hinting at on Twitter. So they may think that nobody knows what's coming, even though a lot of us have already connected the dots. And that is my one hesitation when Josh Harris said, we do have a trick up our sleeve, because everyone's like, you're going to do the burgundy jerseys, right? He's like, we're going to unveil something that throws back to the past, but we also have some fun things that people don't know about that are tricks up our sleeve. He just might not know what people know about. And everyone keeps thinking that means there's something else. What if it isn't? What if there's a disconnect? And to be clear, they have staff that should be saying, hey, they figured this out. Let's not overpromise.
Yeah, don't dangle anything here.
The worst thing you can do to me is overpromise. But again, maybe
that's in general.
Maybe we're just overthinking it, because the bottom line is you could make the biggest promise in the world at 9:54 tomorrow. At 10 a.m., even if there's some letdown where everyone shows up and they're like, oh, that concert was only 27 minutes. You told me it was going to be an hour. The fact that these jerseys are going to look like Redskins jerseys is the win. You will not have upset people if you. How popular were the whites at home last year?
Very much.
For the Sunday night games and the Christmas Day game against Dallas. They didn't have to do anything. They just said, hey, go grab those jerseys that are in the back room in the AD department at the high school that used to be worn, throw them in the washer, and take the word Redskins off of them. That's all they had to do. And everybody was thrilled. It's the same thing with the burgundies.
Yeah, that's a good point. So it's hard because when this sort of initial announcement is made or whatever, when there's hype leading up to it, people's expectations are going to start to rise, right? I mean, again, the Cleveland Guardians is sort of my corollary with this, where it's like one day they were the Indians, Tom Hanks narrates the video, and it was over. There was no time for what's it going to be? It's going to be magical. It's going to be amazing. When you do this making the brand nonsense they did for 2/2/22 and you had a whole year of people sort of figuring stuff out, there's going to be some air coming out of the balloon a little bit.
Stephen Warrington, you're on the Fan. Best case, worst case for the announcement tomorrow.
Okay, guys, just give me a moment to set this up because I think this is the best case scenario. Now, I'm Italian. I'm Italian-American. I'm giving the ownership group the permission to culturally appropriate all of my background dating back from the Etruscans through the Roman Empire. So what I'm saying is you can put a feathered arrow on both sides of the helmet, which is what I want. I want to see the helmet where the player's coming at you, and you're seeing those 2 points coming at you from either end. What's going to happen is we're going to allow, even though I guess we couldn't get the name Warriors, what I'd like to do is like we had with the Pigpen, the guys that dressed up as girls, the
Hogettes?
pigs, the Hogettes. They're going to be the Warriors. What we're going to do is, Danny, I'm sure you remember this. The play from the Warriors '70s movie where the game came out. They were the Warriors. You're going to hear over the intercom, "Warriors come out to play," at least 5 times. Everyone's going to join in. You're going to have an Etruscan warrior that's going to be on a horse, going to have a flaming spear, just like they did 90s style Seminoles. He's going to ride out into the middle of the field. That flaming spear is going to be launched into the middle of the field. You're going to hear the guy at the very end saying, "Can you dig it?" And everyone's going to go, "Ah!" And then they're going to play Crazy Train. That is my dream.
That's pretty elaborate, and I like it.
Well, I mean,
have you thought about it all?
The dream. He has been workshopping that, noodling that to every detail. He's picturing it. He knows what they're wearing.
I mean, first of all, I've not heard the Etruscans since my ancient history class in 5th grade. I mean, that is a deep cut right there.
That's a Sharando High School bit. The Warriors, they have. I don't know if they still do. It seems like the high school level you can get away with a little bit more. But I called a Sharando High School game. I think their quarterback was Ross Matheny, who had gone to play at the University of Virginia. This must have been in 07-ish, 08, I don't know. But I don't know if it was a Native American or someone in headdress or whatever, is riding a horse out to midfield and throws the spear down, and everyone in the student section goes nuts to kick off the Friday night. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
What's up, man?
Doing well, sir.
Hey, look, I mean, Commander, you got to get a hold of this ship, man. What is that last caller talking about? What are we talking about here? As long as, first place, Florida State, come on. The thing that I would like worst case scenario is keep the black jerseys with that. I'll just get rid of the black jerseys entirely. Just get rid of them entirely. Of course, the best scenario is what? The 1990 Super Bowl era, that color scheme, right? But I think that I disagree. I think we're getting away from the W, Grant, and I think we're going to see that spear on that helmet.
On the helmet that they wear every Sunday.
Tomorrow we're getting
the new helmet logo will be a spear. That's what you're telling me.
As long as the W is gone, they can go back to the damn numbers for our case. That looks better than that damn W that's on there now. I mean, and the Warriors and all that. Come on. What are we doing here?
I hope you're right. I don't think you are. I think the block W, for now, is here to stay. I think you have to ease into the spear this is why I'm concocting this black uniform with some type of alt helmet with a spear on it that you only wear once.
It's one more baby step. Yeah.
Right? But now you can put it on merch as well. You can sell some things, and it's just a soft opening. It's the baby pool. You can walk around in it. And then when you kind of get used to the temperature and you sit down and it's not cold anymore and you're kind of up to your nipples in water. Now, guys, now we can start thinking spear for the new stadium. You see? Spear on the helmet all the time at the new stadium. Maybe the scoreboard is shaped like the spear. Josh Harris is promising us a weird shaped scoreboard.
We got a lot of stuff up our sleeves.
Nobody knows what that means necessarily. I hope he's right. I'm trying to prepare people for what I think is a lock, which is the block W is still going to be on the helmet. And if you're setting yourself up for get rid of the block W or I'll be disappointed tomorrow, I think the standards are too high.
Yeah.
That's quite an ask. They just started the block W a couple years ago. I think there's rules in place that make it hard to just change things like that when you have a brand new logo.
Even if it stinks?
Yeah, even if it stinks. Damn. Could they work a crest into this? I mean, could a crest be on the alternate helmet? Could that work? Could you do what about the numbers? He referenced that. The Washington football team, I don't know who you think of, but I think of like John Allen and Daron Payne, just like a 93 and a 94.
Yeah, the numbers on the side.
The numbers on the side of the helmet like they're Alabama, rather than a spear, or rather than the W? Would you rather have numbers or a W?
It's both. It's all bad. Numbers, I guess, a little bit less bad than the W. The W to me is all part of that same Snyder poo in the stew.
I think I'd rather have the block W than numbers. The numbers to me looks amateur.
Yeah,
and
I don't like it.
Very collegiate.
Mhm.
It looks District 5 hockey, the Mighty Ducks, when they didn't have real uniforms and it just had D5. It just, to me, it's very like, this was issued to you because you couldn't afford a helmet. I'd rather have a bad logo, the block W, the taco holder, whatever we're calling that thing, than the number. But I think it's here. We'll see.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 10 a.m.
I'm worried about it. I'm worried about being let down, even though it's still really good.
It's going to be a huge day for the team. It'll be a massive day for the radio station. Make sure you're locked in all day long. Junkies leading up to the announcement, 6 to 10. B. Mitch and Finley live at 10 a.m. as the announcement is made by the Commanders with your immediate reaction. And then we've got you 2 to 6:30 for the cleanup session of the day tomorrow as people get out of the office. And everyone will have gotten their look already, but we'll get to have the last word on it. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And in 20 minutes, we're giving away tickets to see the Black Crowes. Quick thank you ahead of the double play to our friends over at Papa John's. Philly cheesesteak, chicken bacon, ranch, and steak and mushroom, chef-crafted, oven-toasted sandwiches filled with fresh toppings were dropped off today. They got the melty, sharp cheese, savory sauces, ciabatta bread, brushed with special garlic sauce, and toasted. $7.99 right now is what they start at. These new Papa John's sandwiches that they brought for lunch.
That's a good little Sammy. I pummeled a Philly cheesesteak. It's gone now, by the way. It used to exist, and now it doesn't because I pwned it.
It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Danny, we are giving away tickets. If you want to go to a cool show, see the Black Crowes, you better be listening at 4.
Haven't had a chance to talk about this since it came out, but Toby and I are steamed. Grant sleeps, Tara sleeps, and Strober sleeps, and most of you sleep incorrectly. Peaky Blinders, The Immortal Man. It is a film. It is on the Netflix. It's on right now. The entire series should be consumed by anybody that likes good entertainment. If you don't like good entertainment, by all means, watch stupid reality shows where people pretend to get married and then they get divorced 7 hours later and it's all for the cameras. This particular show is incredible. Cillian Murphy is as good in this role as anybody's ever been in anything. You get guys like Tom Hardy throughout. You get Tim Roth in this one. Barry Keoghan. I'm not sure how to say his name, but he's outstanding, playing a grown-up version now of Cillian Murphy's son. There are all sorts of great actors throughout the series, but this movie is like a really long episode of the show. And a lot of times when you go show to movie, people kind of get upset at that sort of criticism is not the right word, but that sort of analysis of it. It's like, oh, it's just a long episode of the show. But the show is so great that they didn't lose the feeling of the show by just giving you an extra long episode, which is the movie. Does that make sense? It's almost 2 hours. It's under 2, though. It is so good because it's a continuation of this universe, this show. It chronicled a post-World War I small-time crime boss rising up in Birmingham, England, post-World War I. And now this movie takes place during World War II, and he's got to come back one more time, sort of save things, wreck things, everything under the sun to sort of reassume his former role as his son is kind of running amok. It's perfect. I love the Peaky Blinders universe, and I'm sad it's gone.
It's time for your boys' double play. Who done it? Paulson is back, and he is better than ever. I got some cases to crack, now don't I? Couple of things. First, it is always amazing to me when a criminal, especially a murderer, is so stupid that they do nothing to cover their tracks. They just assume. You have to be a crazy person or some type of narcissist or something to just go kill someone and like walk out and get in your car and drive away and go home and just keep living like you're never going to get caught in 2026, the year of our Lord. That might have worked in 1951. You know what I'm saying? Like there weren't cameras. There weren't this. Maybe in 1979. I don't know. Possibly in 1992. Nowadays, you're just going to do that? I watched a documentary series, The Truth and Tragedy of Mariah Wilson. Are you familiar?
No, file on that.
She was a very popular, notable biker in the biking community. I know you got into biking at one point. You had a gigantic helmet that you wore.
It's a real helmet.
Kind of got stuck in the door over there one time coming in because you were wearing that helmet. The Truth and Tragedy of Mariah Wilson. So, spoiler alert. Basically, this is not that great of a whodunit. You can kind of, from this 3 minutes in, you know who did it.
Oh.
But basically, she gets killed, and there's this love triangle thing going on. And what happened was the girlfriend of this guy that she was like flirty with or whatever just went to her house, ended her life, goes home, and it's over. And like this girl is on the run from the cops, and just like, what are you thinking exactly? Obviously, you're not.
Right, I was going to say.
But she just didn't think she'd get caught. And then she's doing the interview, and she's like, yeah, I'll just get a lawyer. And then she leaves the police station and she flees to another country and they bring her back. And then she gets out of jail somehow. She's like on the run and they bring her back again. And for all I know, she's hopefully going to die in that jail cell. But people are just stupid.
Yes, there you go. That's by the way, a good takeaway.
Every now and then, like you watch something and you're like, whatever. You get this sometimes with evil. There are people that are just downright evil. Where in my mind, I go, no one would actually think and be that terrible of a person. They're out there, by the way. And then the other thing you sleep on is people are just so dumb. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, have you watched DTF St. Louis?
No. I heard someone start to describe it once, and 2 sentences in, I pulled the ripcord, And I got out
What
of
were
that
the two
room.
sentences that bothered you?
Like, well, it's a bunch of horny like people kind of. And I went, okay, that's enough of that. I don't care about that at all. It's like a grown up euphoria from what I've heard. So I have no interest.
Interesting. The first episode does not give those vibes to me necessarily, but I'm only one episode in.
I think I know what DTF stands for.
Yes, but that would be a weird reason not to watch a show because people might hook up. I don't know. That's a strange thing. You love Game of Thrones, but anyway.
I like good shows. I don't care about. I can watch people hooking up anywhere.
Yeah, well,
I got the internet.
Yeah, but it's Jason Bateman. It's like a great cast. It seems like it's very popular. I don't know. So I went in blind. First episode in, I'm now hooked. I've got a death in episode 1, and as the credits roll on the first episode, we're launching an investigation. We don't know how we got here.
Oh, that's fun.
It's like a flash ahead, flashback situation where a couple weeks ago there's a conversation. These guys are going to start this lifestyle, and next thing you know, we flashed ahead at the end of the episode, and I know how it ends now is with a death. And I, whodunit Paulson,
You're in.
Look at me. Who's going to solve this thing?
It's going to be you?
There's no one else to solve it.
Who else can solve it?
You're not solving it.
No, I'm not.
Because Danny doesn't want to, someone might hook up in this show. We got to not watch that one. So I'm going to have to solve it. It's going to have to be, it falls on my lap. This is on my desk now.
Somebody needs to step up, and you are somebody.
Jason Bateman, man.
How Bateman is he?
Is Bateman in it? Then I'm going to watch it. So far, episode 1, he is like sullen Bateman. He's kind of like down on his luck.
Like
Bateman.
season 2 Ozark, where there's a lot of obstacles in the way.
Yeah, there's a little bit of he's not happy Bateman.
Okay,
he's like longing for something Bateman.
Yeah.
But
I like that Bateman too, by the way.
I'll see what happens. We're only one ep in. It hooked me enough that I'm looking forward to episode 2 tonight. I haven't gotten the Euphoria vibe yet. I'll let you know if we get there.
Okay.
I could definitely see how that would happen. I could see how, based on what I've seen, we could end up in a weird, like pineapples on everyone's door kind of situation. You know what I'm saying?
No, what is that?
What
does that mean?
You might have to Google that.
That's a thing?
It's a thing.
Do you guys don't know what that means?
They definitely don't.
Strober nodded his head vociferously, by the way.
Strober
He's like,
might
yeah,
know
I know
what that means.
Toby,
You know what that means? Wow, okay. Toby knows what that means. Darius, it's no chance. You know what that means. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Pirates. Game 2 of the 4-game series in Pittsburgh. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. The Nationals falling in Game 1 of the series last night, 16-5. P.J. Poulin will serve as an opener tonight for the Nationals. Miles Michaelis will then go to the mound after that. Mitch Keller gets to start for the Pirates. 6:40 right here on the Fan. On the Team 980, final regular season game for the Capitals. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. 7 o'clock puck drops. The Capitals were eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers win last night. Could this be the final time Alex Ovechkin puts on a Capitals sweater? Final game tonight of this regular season. The Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets. 7 o'clock on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets to Southern Hospitality Tour. Black Crowes Whiskey Myers. Tuesday, June 16th, over at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Our Beltway Blitz each and every day at this time. The teams in town you care the most about. It was a rough one last night between the Capitals being eliminated, the Nationals giving up 16 runs locally. Moving ahead to today, the Caps finished their season in Columbus. The Nats are back on the diamond. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders. All coming up on the Blitz. Let's get to it. To start us off, Sammy Silver of the Hockey News. So, Sammy, why don't we begin with Alex Ovechkin tonight? Do you think there could be some hints along the way? Should we be trying to decipher based on if there's a handshake line with Columbus or, if he spends a little extra time on the ice at the end of the night? Is there anything that's going to be telling, do you think?
No. He hasn't given any hints so far, and it's just not he's just not the kind of guy, and I don't see him starting now, so... even, Stromer said this morning it's going to be business as usual. They're going to enjoy it. And if that's it, they'll just take what they can from it. And at the end of the day, it's his decision, and that'll come in the summer.
When do you feel like the team has to know by in order to figure out what they're doing in terms of roster building? Like, what's kind of their drop dead date for being able to field the best roster possible?
Yeah, I saw something earlier that mentioned the draft, and yeah, I think that's a good deadline, is to kind of know in that range, maybe like mid to late June, of, hey, these are my intentions, this is what I'm doing, and this is the approach you might want to take, when it comes to the future, and then at the same time when it comes to free agency and considering your moves, whether he's back or not. So I think that's a pretty good bet on a date.
What's the path forward if he stays and if he doesn't, and how different do those look?
Yeah, I think if he stays, I mean, he's shown that he can still contribute and he can still score 30 goals in a season. So it's not like he's lumbering to the finish line here. It's even at 40 years old, he's still able to put up top numbers and contribute. So I think next year, if he does stay, it's kind of more of a transitionary role, and you start to see things maybe change from the way they have been here as the Caps start to incorporate their youth a little bit more. I think that the team's made it clear that they want to start planning for the future here and pushing forward with the young guns that they have in the system and the new core pieces that they have. So I think if he stays, it'll still be him welcome back with open arms. They love having him, and he's such an integral piece of that culture. And if he's not, then it's time for Wilson, Strom, Chikrin, and that core to step up even more, and younger guys to continue coming up and join the ranks here.
Sammy, do we view this season as kind of a very mild failure, like, almost made it, or is it maybe more sizable than that? Is it a big failure? Kind of, where do we sort of view this year, non-Ovechkin division?
I mean, I don't view it as a big failure. I mean, any year that you don't qualify for the Stanley Cup playoffs, players that's going to sting, and players and people dissecting it will take it as they will, with some people being like, if you didn't make it, that's a failure, and then others maybe having a little bit more leniency. But I think this group, you saw it, they earlier in the year, they're atop the East. They have, some hot moments, and then Pierre-Luc Dubois is a big piece to lose, and then you have Brian Leonard out for a stretch. You have Tom Wilson out for a stretch. You miss Alexei Protas for a handful of games, and guys maybe don't replicate the career years that they had last year. And I think when all those pieces come together, and then you don't have a full lineup, and you don't have the consistency that you had a season ago, and it comes together, and it doesn't allow you to find consistency in your lineup. It doesn't allow you to find consistency on the ice and able to form chemistry. So that's one thing that goes into it. Another, the way the standings work and the way this league goes is it's rough out there. It's the National Hockey League. It can go anybody's way, and this year it just didn't go the Caps' way. It just wasn't their turn this year, and so I think you look at it from multiple angles, and obviously it's tough and it stings, but hope for the future, and they'll come back stronger.
Sammy, enjoy the game tonight. Thank you.
All right, thanks. See you guys soon.
One last ride for the Caps this season, and maybe one final ride for Alex Ovechkin for all time. Let's talk football. Frank Schwab joins us to do just that from Yahoo Sports. Frank, curious to get your thoughts as we get closer to the draft. It does seem like we're getting more no's from the top prospects in terms of showing up at the draft in Pittsburgh this year. Why do you think that is?
I'm not certain. I know, look, with Mendoza, it's a kind of a different deal. His mom, as we know, has dealt with MS for many, many years, and it's got to be tough for her to travel around. And I haven't gone back to see if Fernando has specifically said that's why he's not going to Pittsburgh, but that's the presumption. So that's kind of different, from other guys. And I don't know. If I was a prospect, I'd certainly want to be there. I'd certainly want to hear my name called and go across the stage. I think there is unfortunately, some stigma about like the quote unquote, like, being embarrassed by being the last one in the green room or not getting drafted day one. Like it's some like dishonor to be drafted day 2 of the NFL draft. Like that's gotten overboard a little bit. And maybe that's, keeping guys away because they don't want that, to be the story of the last guy sitting out in the green room waiting around. But overall, I just think it'd be a cool moment. Still a lot of guys want to experience that moment in person in Pittsburgh.
Frank, cheesy, hacky, open-ended draft type question loading here in about 3 seconds. Who's the team to watch when it comes to draft night? Maybe especially in the first round that's going to do a lot of moving and shaking, that's going to surprise us. Just who's the team that you've kind of got your side eye with?
Yeah, and the one that stands out to me is Dallas. I don't know. I just get this feeling that I'm going to be higher on Dallas going into the season than everybody else. I think that they've turned this defense around, and they're kind of one big move away from really turning that defense around, from the coordinator on down to some of the acquisitions they've made. And I just sit there and say, what is holding up a trade from the Cowboys trading both of their first-round picks in what's not really a great draft to move all the way up to number 3 with Arizona to draft Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of Ohio State? They need an off-ball linebacker, a difference-making off-ball linebacker. Sonny Styles is a remarkable player with, great athletic ability and all that. The Cardinals, what are they going to do with an off-ball linebacker? Just move down. Get an extra pick. The trade value chart is about equal with the Cowboys picks and the Cardinals picks. So I think the Cowboys might make a big move. I don't see why not. I think that they've put themselves in a position. Look, their offense is great. Their defense is just average. I think they could actually compete with the Eagles this year for the NFC East. And, we always pay too much attention to the Cowboys, but I think this time it's deserved. I'm really interested to see what they do on draft night. And hey, if they just stick around, I think they have 12 and 20. If they just stick around with those two picks and draft two guys who you would assume would be starters or at least major contributors on their defense, there's nothing wrong with that either. So I'm really interested to see what the Cowboys do in this draft.
Frank Schwab on our Beltway Blitz. We saw the report last week that Dexter Lawrence wanted out from the Giants. I didn't really buy that there was anything that was going to happen there, but now apparently they're having some decent conversations. How do you think this ends? Is there any chance he gets dealt during the draft?
I just don't. It's not out of the question. Look, I'm not saying 0% or even close to 0%. There's a healthy percent chance that he gets moved because, hey, new regime, you don't want to be here anymore. Well, what can we get? But I don't know that they're going to get value back, especially in this draft. Like, if teams are willing to part with 2027 picks, I think the Giants might be listening. But again, this I'm having such a tough time. I hate to say it out loud. I'm having such a tough time getting excited about this draft. It's not very good. And I know teams see that too. And so if you're a team offering, that's why when people criticize like the Rams for going to get McDuffie or the Broncos are going to go get Jalen Waddle, say, oh, how could he give up the first round pick? Who cares? It's like a second round pick in any other draft. Like I'd trade picks in this draft too for players. So, but if the Giants get a call from a team down in the bottom, 7 to 10 of the first round of this draft, I'd be like, why? What's the point in this? I don't want that. I'm going to try to work it out with Dexter Lawrence. I think he plays with the Giants this year, but I do think there's a chance he gets dealt. It depends on how much a team is willing to give up and if they, give back an equal amount of fair value.
Still a lot more to go, obviously, another round of free agency, draft, et cetera. But to this point, who do you think has had maybe the best offseason to this point, Frank, that's positioned themselves better than we're talking about?
And it's kind of obvious, but it's the Raiders, right? Like, I mean, you go out and you spend a ton of money and you draft first overall, your offseason is going to look good. So I'm not unearthing any gems here, but I really think the Raiders had the best offseason so far. And you know what? I mean, for all the kerfuffle about Max Crosby, at the end of the day, the Raiders still have one of the top 5 defense players in football. That's not the worst outcome to have in the world. Like, I mean, I know they probably wanted that trade. Maybe Max wanted that trade, but here's where they are, and Max Crosby's still a Raider, and that's tough to criticize. So I think the Raiders have done an exceptional job. On kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, though, in a team that had a good offseason but didn't do much, I think the Rams had a perfect offseason because they had – and it's easier for Les Snead, their GM. He had one position to fill. One. Like, okay, your roster is Super Bowl ready, but your cornerbacks are not good enough. Well, what did he do? Went out and made that trade for McDuffie, which I think was perfectly fine given the state of the 2026 draft where they were drafting. And then you go out and sign Jalen Watson, and it's like, all right, you've completely fixed your cornerback room. There's no weakness left on the Rams. I mean, just with 2 moves. And I get the degree of difficulty is a lot easier than it is with the Raiders or the Jets or any team that's totally rebuilding. But, yeah, those are 2 teams kind of stand out to me, are Raiders and Rams, for much, much different reasons.
Frank, thank you. Great catching up.
Absolutely appreciate it, guys.
You got it. Let's localize. Commanders to finish up the Beltway Blitz. Our buddy Johnny Cakes Allville will do just that. Cakes, give me the player you'd love at number 7, the player you'd like at number 7, and then something you would not like at all.
Player I would love, Jeremiah Love. Instantly makes your running back room a real threat instead of a patchwork unit. What was the second one? A guy I'd be okay with?
Yep, someone you'd like.
I'd like Carnell Tate because the wide receiver room is not great. Are you guys sensing a trend here?
Those are offensive players, Johnny Cakes Allville.
That's Weapons Allville over there.
Even though the defense needs a lot of repairing, and some of that was taken care of through free agency, I'd like a young, difference-making wideout in case this is Terry McLaurin's last season in Washington, D.C. And what I would hate to see, I now have Ruben Bain on my FUBAR list. He is undraftable. I don't care how great of a pass rusher he is. He's got short, stubby arms, and then the news comes out that he's been involved in 2 traffic altercations, one of which cost a woman her life. He is right on the FUBAR list, at least on the FUBAR list for being drafted in the first round, in my opinion, with such a high pick.
Flakesy, I saw a couple of folks yesterday casually chatting about Washington trading back. I don't know where you are. I'd love to get your take on it. I'd love to. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm too pessimistic here about someone's desire to get rid of multiple picks over maybe this year and even next year. I just don't see that many willing dance partners to come up. A, do you see that? And B, how would you feel about a trade back?
I don't really see it happening because, as you mentioned, the market for it is just so soft. If there were 4 or 5 must-have first-round draftable quarterbacks in this draft, then, yeah, I'm sure Adam Peters could entertain calls from various suitors to try to move up to 7. But when your second-best quarterback is Ty Simpson and people are all over the map on where he should and could get drafted, it's really not going to implore people to part with precious draft capital to move up a few spots. Now, if I'm Adam Peters and I get an offer to move down in the 10 to 12 range, and there's still a grouping of players that I have graded kind of in that same range, I'm going to do that in a heartbeat, especially if a team is going to offer me a second-round pick, which I currently don't have. I just don't know how realistic that is when the market just doesn't seem to be bearing a lot of trade downs at this point.
Cakesy, you're Weapons Oval, I'm Weapons Paulson. So we're simpatico, okay? We're the Spider-Man meme, you and I. So I'm asking this as one of you. We're together on this. But for the people that scream at us that you can't take a running back at 7, and what about the value, though, and that's just not worth it, though, what do you say to them?
Well, I say to them, if Jeremiah Love is the second coming of Jahmyr Gibbs and or Saquon Barkley, you can absolutely take that guy at 7. What you can't take is a big plotting running back, Derrick Henry excluded, that comes off the field on third downs that's not an all-around threat. But if you have a guy who can catch 60 balls out of the backfield as well as rush for 12 to 1,300 yards, that is definitely worthy of a top 10 pick. So that is my retort to the people that say you cannot draft a running back. And I used to be very anti-running back in the first round, but I've seen the light. I have come around. If you have a multi-dimensional guy, like the guys I mentioned, like Bijan Robinson, like Austin Eckler in his prime, those guys are worth drafting in the first round.
Casey, I think no matter what they do, they still need someone to take the top off the defense. And some folks will tell me, it's just McLaurin, he'll do that. I'm now scared that that's not a thing anymore, right? With the injuries and with the way last year went. I remember the playoff game against Detroit, et cetera, but I don't know that that's my consistent threat that ever coverage is going to be shaded anyway. I think that's why they offered Alec Pierce $1 trillion, numbers approximate. Even if they take Jeremiah Love, I still think they need a top taker offer, if that's even a term.
Absolutely. And whether that's going to be a guy who you pick later in the draft or one of these other bottom barrel wideouts that are still available. And that's disrespectful to call Debo and guys like Jawan Jennings bottom barrel, but these are guys who, were not snapped up in the first wave.
Let me ask you about two names, because someone, I think I was on with Standing the other day, and he asked me about these two guys. Because I've said no all offseason. But if you don't draft a receiver at 7 or 71, let's just say it doesn't fall correctly. Stephon Diggs.
I'm probably going to say yes, but go ahead. Stephon
Diggs, Tyreek Hill.
I'm more in on Diggs than I am Tyreek Hill. I just don't know how much Tyreek Hill has left after that horrific injury. Stephon Diggs was pretty productive with the Pats. Now, is he the same player that he was back in Minnesota? No, but if he stays healthy, he can be like that security blanket guy for Jaden Daniels that catches 80 or 90 balls, gets in the end zone 6 or 7 times. Like, you could do a lot worse than Stephon Diggs.
You could, but he is a goose of the highest order.
He's a goose, but you know who's a bigger goose? Tyreek Hill.
He is a really...
Yeah, he might be the gander right there.
What's Mother Goose? He's Papa Goose.
Yeah, he's Papa Goose. So I'm staying away from Papa Goose, and I'll stick with Mother Goose. That's my man, Kia Terp, Stephon Diggs.
How good will David Blau's offense be in year one?
Ooh, that's a great question. It's the great unknown, right, Danny? We don't know how great it's going to be. Can it be? I'm going to give it a top 10 to top 12 offense if Jaden Daniels plays in 15-plus games. That's my prediction.
Cakesy, we appreciate you, buddy.
Is that crazy? Is that a crazy number?
It's optimistic. It's fun, and that's why we do it. That's why we're here.
Why we play the game.
That's why we play the game.
Let's go top 10, baby.
We'll be listening at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, boys.
See you,
Keep up the good work. This Junkie Show, they're good, these
There's
guys.
something. They got a little juice, these guys.
There's talent here.
Yes, we do.
There's a buzz. They're back and forth. They're quick. They're saying, you don't remember. You sleep on. I'm not asleep at all. I don't even get it, but I like it.
They're the Ovechkins. Every time you think, just maybe, this is the end of the road. They score 40 more goals. You know what I mean?
There you go.
That's it.
All right, Cakesy.
Thank you, boys.
Be good. The NFL Draft Countdown on Grant and Danny, a series we've been doing in the last week, continues tomorrow. We're actually going to talk about Ruben Bain. Cakes just said he's off his board, basically. I want to double click on that next.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Could tonight be the final time Alex Ovechkin puts on a Capitals sweater? It's the final game of the regular season for the Caps tonight. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. Capitals were eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers' win over the Hurricanes last night. 7 o'clock puck drop tonight for what could be Ovi's final game of his Hall of Fame career. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Pirates for Game 2 of the 4-game series tonight, 6:40 right here on The Fan. Pirates beat the Nationals 16-5 last night in Game 1 of the series. P.J. Poulin will serve as an opener for the Nationals tonight. Then Miles Michaelis will take the hill. Mitch Keller starts for the Pirates. New skills, better pay. Your next career move starts at PGCC. Continuing education classes, online or in person. Enroll now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The NFL Draft is a week from Thursday. That is 9 days away. Commanders on the clock at 7 in round 1, 71 in round 3, and then again, the rest of the draft starting in round 5. It is time to count down to Pittsburgh and Thursday night's NFL Draft, just over a week away. You got the cakes audio? I'll throw it over here. Silly Draft Day. Draft Day is such an underrated movie, by the way. I just hear Kevin Costner wheeling and dealing.
All my picks back, all of them.
What was his name?
Sonny Weaver?
Sonny Weaver.
So the subplot of like the family weirdness, and then we have to go drop this guy's ashes out on the facility. I could have done without that part of it. It totally unnecessary. It just gets in the way. The fast-talking GM, Dennis Leary's the coach. He's pissed off. Wait, we're doing what? I don't like Bo Callahan. No one came to his birthday party. I want my picks back. There's signs outside the Seahawks GM's door. Everything about it is good except for the weird family subplot. If they just snip that out of there, it would be a much better movie.
Really, really good flick. I'm definitely watching it next week leading up to the draft. It's become a staple for me. Normally start streaming. Or one of the apps will throw it in the rotation on the main page, little splash page activity there. I'll check it out before the NFL draft. So I wanted to talk Ruben Bain with you, Danny. This is what Johnny Cakes Allville of Junkies fame just had to say. He is basically taking Ruben Bain off of his board.
I now have Ruben Bain on my FUBAR list. He is undraftable. I don't care how great of a pass rusher he is. He's got short, stubby arms, and then the news comes out that he's been involved in 2 traffic altercations, one of which cost a woman her life. He is right on the FUBAR list, at least on the FUBAR list for being drafted in the first round, in my opinion, with such a high pick.
So the Ruben Bain backstory here. A lot of talk about the arm length. He was moving down the board because he didn't have long enough arms at the time of the combine. I think that fall ended. And then, as people dug in and just went back to watching the tape and the highlights and the sizzle reels, you go, are we sure we care that much about the arm length? Now, by the way, I talk to really smart football people all the time, and they tell you this is very important.
Mm-hmm.
People who blocked edge defenders like Logan Paulson love blocking guys that don't have that length to grab you by the chest plate and keep you off of them. Players who play the defensive line. Really, really good pass rushers in the NFL. Gerald McCoy, I heard, opining and monologuing about this, basically saying his arms are a big problem. You can't play that position in this league if you can't use your hands and engage, basically. So I'll defer to the experts on that. I'm never going to, based on an inch or two here or there on arms or hand size or whatever, completely wash away a college career. The guy was unbelievable in some huge games, including in the playoffs this year. My issue with Ruben Bain in terms of the football part of it was always, I look at him and I see a D tackle. I guess part of that's the arms, but it's the body, it's the build. I see a guy that's probably inside more than outside. I think Mesidor at Miami will be the better NFL pass rusher. Maybe I'll be wrong. Cold takes expose me. Just one boy's opinion. But the point of the dude's story is I have not had him high on my board, whatever board that is. Anyway, I like Styles and Love and Tate and the edges, Bailey and Reese, all the guys we talk about constantly more than I like Ruben Bain. But that having been said, nobody, except for the teams and apparently the insiders who just chose not to share it, which is another weird angle of this, knew until this weekend that Ruben Bain was driving a car with passengers on I-95 in 2024, hit another vehicle at a high rate of speed, driving recklessly, allegedly, that led to a crash and caused a fatality, an injury to Destiny Betts, who was a 22-year-old girl who was with him and his teammates traveling on 95 during spring break. Bain was cited for careless driving. The charge was dismissed before she died while she was in a coma. And you and I talked about this very quickly yesterday for a segment, and just the idea that it probably is not going to hurt him very much that this comes out now, because teams have known about this for an extended period of time. Now, I want to preface everything by saying our football conversation, our little sports show, is trivial in the grand scheme of the fact that this young lady, Destiny Betts, this young woman's life ended at 22 years old, an absolute tragedy and an awful thing. That is so much more important than where he gets drafted. We're just doing our little sports show.
Right.
Having said that and gotten that out of the way, I do want to say, Danny, that I think it's true that the teams have known this all along, so nothing's going to change in terms of whether or not he's draftable or, he's not getting moved down the board now because teams found out about this. But they may have started him lower on their board than we knew. None of us knew this was a thing.
Right.
So we're looking at the tape.
Looking at this hyper-productive player, national championship
we're looking
game.
At the arm length as maybe a reason he goes down the board. What if he's 23rd on someone's board instead of 9th, and the reason is they got these red flags on him that we didn't even know existed? So that's where I think we have to recalibrate. Everybody is assuming the question is, are teams going to move him down their board now? And everyone's saying, no, they already knew. But he started lower on boards, I bet you, than we thought. This is why on some of these mocks with the plugged-in guys, you see him going 15, 17, 19 maybe. I saw him on a mock draft like a week and a half ago. I can't remember if it was Kuiper or Jeremiah or McShay or who had it. But he had Ruben Bain like in the mid-teens. And I'm thinking, there's no way in hell Ruben Bain is going way outside of the top 10. I think there's a better chance he goes in the top 5 than outside of the top 15. But maybe when they talk to these teams and they're like, where do you have Bain? He's our 5th favorite, 6th favorite defensive lineman. They're just baking that in, but nobody's known why.
Right. And there could also be a million reasons. One could be the positional thing that you mentioned, where some people go, well, that's not what an edge rusher looks like. It just isn't. Somebody could say, we don't love them at our scheme. Our 4-3 defensive tackles don't look like this. Our 3-4 guys maybe do, but we're not going to draft an interior 3-4 guy at 8 overall. I mean, I'm making all that up, but there could be a million reasons. This is a tough read. So let me move the off-field stuff to the side for a second. I will absolutely get there. These are the kinds of guys I would always be wrong about. I would always take more of a chance on. Again, off-field to the side for a second. The hyper-productive, there's no... Watching him play, you go, immediately, you see him beating whoever's in front of him, wreaking havoc in the national championship game. I think it was the 3 tackles for loss, a quarterback sack. He's in the backfield every other play. He's always had the short arms. It's not a new thing where his arms got shorter and he has to adjust to it. He's always played with them.
He might be facing longer tackles.
Totally true. It's going to be hard. This sport, and every sport, is filled with people that have broken paradigms, where it used to be X, and now it's like, oh, it's not a big deal. I remember John Randall when I was a kid. They go, he's not really a defensive tackle. Actually, he's a Hall of Famer. He's incredible at it. Now, you have to run a certain scheme a certain way because he's not the 400-pound smart car, but he's really, really good, so you figure it out.
So in the interest of time, though, just to hit fast forward, we've been talking about Ruben Bain without knowing this off-field information for months, and we've had the same conversation, arm length, what is he, what isn't he? The new development here is the part you put to the side, which is that in 2024, on March 17th, he's 19 years old, he's driving this vehicle, there's a death. The teams have known about this. By the way, the weirdest thing is all the insiders come out and go,
we knew it.
Yeah, we knew.
Yeah, we knew that.
Well, this was already out there, guys. Everyone knew about this. You just chose, I guess, that we didn't deserve to know about it? Like, you don't think that the people that follow this thing and invest in this thing would want to know about it? I mean, I get that there are times where you have to make the decision as to whether or not you're going to report on something. When I covered the Redskins, this happened to me constantly. There were these little things that would happen, a fight in the locker room, an offensive lineman getting into it with the trainer and and knocking them to the ground, whatever it might be at any given moment. And you hear these stories and you do your reporting and you do your digging and you go, this would be bad for these people if it got out. Is it important to the public? Is it important to the fans for the betterment of them going and buying their tickets and watching the team? Should I report on this? As far as the draft goes, when everyone's predicting who goes where and talking about who's going to end up where, that's a pretty important omission, I would say.
I think it's 100%. And it's irritating, quite frankly,
we find
to
out
me
about
in the
every
public.
DUI, this guy got in trouble for weed when he was 16 years old. There was a death, and people knew this and just decided, I'm not going to tell you.
Well, it sounds like the kid in class that when Grant gets called on, they go, Grant, what's 5 times 5? 20. I was going to say 25. I was going to say 25. I knew the answer also. Congratulations for also knowing it. It's incredibly irritating and condescending. So stop gatekeeping and actually share the info. Do your job. I know you weren't fed by an agent, but maybe you could actually do some reporting. But here's what I care about with the incident. It's not to say I don't care about that first incident. Of course I do. I'm a human being. It's awful. I need to know now, how did you handle it? How are you processing it? What's going to be different going forward? There's 2 sentences in the report that we read yesterday that I care about above all else here. So this is from a leaked source. Again, I don't know what's true, what's not. This needs to come out, though. It feels like it could be Laremy Tunsil all over again, a leaked source told Read Optional. This is from Read Optional, the story. It doesn't feel like Bain has been transparent with us. We are concerned about multiple incidents, another team executive said. We are waiting for the other shoe. If there are no lessons learned from the first thing, he's off my board entirely.
The multiple incidents worries me.
That's what I care about.
What are they talking about? Now, I know there was a second traffic incident in 2025. I don't know if that's what they are referencing there. That second incident, so that is March of 24 to October 2025. You're talking about 16, 17 months later, something like that?
No, if it's you didn't come to a complete stop or you failed the signal, okay, whatever.
But it was another careless driving citation.
Mm-hmm.
It was also dismissed for defective citation. I guess, I don't know, the cop wrote something down wrong or however you get out of that. You probably got a decent lawyer and a technicality and you're out of it. That's fine. But to that point, Danny, he's 19. He made a horrendous mistake.
Yeah.
Horrendous mistake. He's got to live with that forever. I'm sure you beat yourself up every morning when you look into the mirror and you think about it more days than you don't, that Destiny Betts is no longer alive because of a mistake you made when you're 19. And that is awful. And I have great empathy for him, and I feel for the family more than anything else, right? But while you should not be judged maybe by the worst mistake you ever make at 19 years old, I firmly believe that. You have to learn from it. And for him to have had another incident where he was driving carelessly, can you imagine? If someone died based on you driving, wouldn't you never, ever, 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 certainly for the next 2 years maybe, you might want to lay low for a little while.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, not text and drive or whatever the thing is that you were doing. He had the same citation the following year. So that starts to get into maturity and learning your lesson and some of those things. But is that the other incident that this person's talking about? Is there another thing out there that maybe the teams know and the insiders know
so that's
that they're
what
not sharing?
Yeah, that's what I would need to know in terms to make my evaluation. If it's a, hey, you got a second traffic thing in 2 years and it's minor and it was just the way the citation reads or whatever the letter of the law reads, yeah, he was going 18 miles an hour or more above the speed limit in a 55. Okay.
Yeah, you were
whatever.
73 and a 45, and there was a cop, and it was a trap, and a whatever in a 2-lane road
and that's
in a weird county.
Enough over that it's careless. Okay. I mean, I got one coming home at the middle of the night on St. Patrick's Day, and when it went from 65 to 55, I didn't notice. And so you got to appear before the judge, reckless driving. Oh my God, right? That's the thing.
Remember just a few weeks ago when I forgot I was supposed to have my hearing that morning, and I didn't. And I was like,
and you were wanted.
Am I wanted?
There's a bench warrant for your arrest, yeah.
It wasn't actually, but that was my fear. I had to call Orange, Virginia, and I was like, what the heck's going on? Are you guys looking for me? Do I have to come turn myself in and go to jail? They're like, you'll be fine. Just pay the fine. But it was a crazy, it sounds insane, like how many over I was doing. But it was literally like a 45. I'm riding with traffic. We're all coming through this little area where it drops down twice in the span of like 300 yards.
Yep.
And I said to the cop, I'm like, what? I was doing that much? He's like, don't worry. Everyone kind of comes through here at that speed. That's why we sit here. One of those kind of things. But it looks terrible. You could probably use the same words they use for Ruben Bain, I suppose, to your point. So that is the question is, first, do you think that this will hurt him? Will his draft stock be hindered by these 2 transgressions on the road, including the very, very serious incident from when he was 19 years old in 2024, when this young lady tragically died. 800-636-1067 if you think this is going to affect him. And then the other question is, if you're a team, what do you need to know? And would this change how you feel about this player at all? Yes or no? We're counting down to the NFL draft on Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:10 tonight on Grant and Danny. That's when pregame ahead of Nats baseball comes your way with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Question right now as we count you down to the NFL draft 9 days out. Where do we see Ruben Bain coming off the board, and just how much will he be affected by the news of the week that he was involved in this crash as a driver of a vehicle 2 years ago that led to a coma and a death of a 22-year-old, and then had a subsequent driving issue 1 year later? And we'll take your calls at 800-636-1067. So, Danny, I do think that it's going to negatively affect him, obviously. This is one of those issues, red flags, whatever you want to call it, that gets added to the file.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's him and another player you're looking at, it's a possible tiebreaker to move someone ahead of him. But the difference in the clarification is this is not new to the teams. This is new to you and I. This is new to the average person listening right now. But the insiders and all the super plugged-in people have kind of hid this. They just haven't made it public until someone got their hands on it. And so I think he's already paid the price for it in terms of seating at his position or draft board. It just happened months ago and we didn't know it. And so you're looking at some of these mocks and you might be going, oh man, teams really don't like him because of the arm. So teams really do think he's more of a defensive tackle. And when we have draft experts on, how many guys have we had on that said, I'm not sold on Ruben Bain? Like, it's never really matched the dominance of the tape, how much people love him. Where are those people getting their informed opinions? Talking to teams. The team doesn't have to come out and tell you, he's got this issue, I'll tell you all about it from 2024. They just have to tell you what they think of Bain. So if they're a little lukewarm, then the media becomes lukewarm. That's the process to get the information out to people. So I think they've already been reflecting this and how they feel about it.
Yeah, so the falls in the mock drafts, as you said, are ephemeral. They're not real. The real evaluation is somewhere else entirely with the teams. So somebody tweeted me, I'm at Funny Danny, you're at Grant H. No, excuse me, at Grant Paulson. There's no H, damn it.
Get rid of that H.
It's going to be a tough habit to break. This feels like an Eagles pick. I mean, they did it once with Jalen Carter, and it feels like he'll somehow end up there. Well, they'll move around the board and get a guy at incredible value just to stack and do the thing that they do. Whereas I can understand having reservations if you are picking, in the top 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. If you're in the teens in the first round, here's what you're getting: a hyper productive, incredibly motivated, quality player. Whether he fits perfectly into a certain scheme or doesn't have the exact right arm length to be this edge or that, here's what I know: that's a disruptive force on defense, right? And if you're doing it at 21, how much better do you feel than if you're doing it at 6?
9.5 sacks, 15.5 TFLs last year, and he had 2 years in college where he had at least 7.5 sacks and at least a dozen tackles for loss.
Reeker.
I mean, there's a couple of those guys in this entire draft. He's one of them. Reggie's in D.C. What's up, Reggie? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm a diehard Miami fan. I'm talking about Jerome Brown. I'm talking about going back then. I'm taking him off my board. Okay, first of all, you had a driving infraction that took somebody's life. God rest their soul. Then you turn around and have the same infraction. Think about last year. There was a player, right, that had red flags by the name of James Pierce Jr. If he was clean and he was in this draft, he would be the number 2 pick. The boy had 10.5 sacks, so his talent was way better than Ruben Bain. I got family members that go to Tennessee, and everybody knew that boy had problems. And look what happened with those problems that carried over from Tennessee, carried over to Atlanta. I'm not saying that he hasn't learned his lesson, but man, I would have to you got to look me in my face and explain to me how you're going to have an infraction where somebody lost their life, and then I don't know what the time frame from when that accident happened to when he got the next driving infraction. Walk me through what was your thought process of doing the same thing? And he would be totally off my board. And then think about this: he's not even as talented as James Pierce. So he is definitely will be off my board. So that's my take on it.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Reggie.
you, dude.
It was exactly 18 months.
18 months, yeah.
It's 1.5 years after the death, the serious crash. Because, I think about this. I was 16 and got into a bad car crash where I was negligent and just an idiot, and I pulled out and rolled through a stop sign or whatever, and you look back and you're like, man, what a moron. You were just so immature at 16. Why weren't you more serious in that moment to do everything you should have done correctly? And people that are immature, you see that. Like, you get in accidents, you make mistakes, you have a buddy in your car. Well, I think I was putting a CD in the CD player or whatever. Just a stupid thing. Luckily, When I say it was a serious accident, damage was done to 2 vehicles, but nobody got hurt or anything like that. This was a death.
Yes.
This is a different thing. This is a life-altering, kind of completely life-shifting, devastating day that should change your outlook on everything for the rest of your life. And 18 months later, you get dinged for the exact same thing behind a wheel. Like, that does make me worry. That gives me pause. His point on James Pierce, for people that haven't followed, litany of different character concerns coming out of college, was charged, this was going back about a month ago to March 12th, with 3 felonies and a misdemeanor. Miami-Dade, Florida. State attorney dropped the charges on him. He was dating Rakia Jackson, who's a WNBA player. And according to these court documents, circuit court documents, the 22-year-old NFL player, Pierce, who just had 10.5 sacks as a rookie with the Falcons, they traded up to get him, remember? Ends up that's going to blow up in their face big time. But he was charged with felony counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, fleeing and eluding the police, and resisting an officer. The story goes that essentially he was trying to run over, allegedly, his girlfriend with his vehicle. This was the 26th overall pick in the draft out of Tennessee. And a lot of the things where you go, you don't want to deal with this guy. This guy's bad news, whatever. We'll see what happens. You got to let everything play out. But he's not going to be at off-season activities. He's probably not playing this year. You don't know when he's playing again because he got into this really, really serious situation. Pierce is alleged to have refused an initial order to get on the floor after officers responded to a domestic dispute call, drove away, hitting an officer's leg intentionally to avoid arrest, according to police. Per the police, then crashed his vehicle and attempted to elude police on foot before he was apprehended. Like, just bad news.
Well, the reason people do these investigations, the reason teams trying to figure this out is this a pattern of behavior? Like, with all due respect, this isn't, you're not, trying to be a choir boy or a saint or something like that. You're going to play professional football, but they need to know, are you going to do something that's going to prevent you from playing for us? That's the point of all this, right? So if there's no lessons learned from bad behavior, you do something wrong, you did something wrong. What are you doing about it? What's your reaction to it? And if it's a bit of callousness and you get your suspensions are in your future, that's going to ding you. That's kind of the point.
All right, next at 5 o'clock, we'll kick off another hour with our 10 draft prospects in 10 days series. We'll spin the wheel, see which prospect we land on today. It's Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In baseball, Game 1 of the 4-game set in Pittsburgh last night did not go the Nationals' way. The Pirates winning 16-5. Game 2 tonight, 6:40 right here on The Fan. PJ Poulin will start the game for the Nationals as an opener, then Miles Mikolas will follow him. Mikolas comes in 0-3 with a 12.41 ERA. Mitch Keller set to get the ball for the Buccos. He is 1-0 with a 1 ERA. Nats and Pirates 6:40 right here on 106.7 The Fan. On the Team 980 tonight, could it be Alex Ovechkin's final game of his career? The Capitals in Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets at 7 o'clock. Capitals were officially eliminated from the playoffs with the Flyers win last night. So the Capitals on the ice one final time this season, 7 o'clock on the Team 980. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus the St. Louis Battlehawks Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condorian Murad. We're Grant and Danny. They do estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with them at kmlawyers.com. Mention the show, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Another chance for somebody to win tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers tomorrow at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Each and every day leading up to the draft, which is 9 days away, we are previewing the possibility of another top draft pick landing in D.C. This is our countdown to the draft, 10 prospects in 10 days. Let's see who the wheel lands on today.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
To the outside. Yes! Touchdown, Carnell Tate!
Saying, well protected, lets it go. Tate! Touchdown, Buckeyes! Saying, loaded, wide open. Carnell Tate, 44-yard touchdown! The ninth play of the drive. Saying, getting a little bit of heat. Going deep to the end zone. Touchdown, Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State. And by the way, those are 5 of the scariest words for cornerbacks in the NFL. Wide receiver
That's right.
from Ohio State.
He's a little track record there of late.
I mean, look at the list, right? You got, I know Marvin Harrison Jr. hasn't quite made good on pick number 4, but super talented. Good player for the Cardinals. Garrett Wilson of the New York Jets was the 10th pick in 2022, was an offensive rookie of the year. Chris Olave, I think, is one of the most underrated players in the NFL.
On. Yep.
11th pick in 2022, outstanding. The best receiver in the league last year, the offensive player of the year, was Jackson Smith-Njigba, the 20th pick in the 2023 draft. He's become arguably a top 2 or 3 player at the position. Obviously here, Terry McLaurin consistently punches his ticket for 1,000 yards. Curtis Samuel was a versatile playmaker and did good things in the league for many years. Emeka Egbuka is maybe the next really good wide receiver to break out from Ohio State. He flashed a bunch after being drafted in the 2025 draft last year. And then there are other guys who have had success. Noah Brown, Paris Campbell, KJ Hill, Devin Smith, Santonio Holmes, Michael Thomas, Ted Ginn, Joey Galloway, among them. I don't know if it's wide receiver you, but it's close to it at this point.
At this stage, I would say that it is. I mean, the track record is really good, where it's not just guys that were the number one option there, right? Like if you were the number one option at fill-in-the-blank school for a while, you would go and be good at the next level. You know, the Miami connection, whether it's Santana Moss or Andre Johnson or some of the names you'd run through, Michael Irvin. Now it's he was the 3rd or 4th option for a couple of years because this other guy who's now going for 1,200 at the NFL level is there, and they've got 2 running backs that are NFL players and whatever. Again, Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin were never the first options at Ohio State. And here they are thriving at the next level. This is wide receiver U as far as I'm concerned. And it shouldn't matter to me as much as it does, but I'm giving way more benefit of the doubt to Tate because of that.
Well, I think that there is a reason to bump him up your confidence meter, so to speak, because he went to Ohio State. You know that it translates better. I think that's reasonable. When you have a track record recently, and I mean over the last several years, of the offense that they run, the coaching that they get from head coach Ryan Day on down, and to their wide receiver room with Hartline, who's moved on, but like that entire group of coaches that have been around and calling plays and involved in the development of players like Marvin Harrison and Carnell Tate and Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, all the way back to McLaurin and Curtis Samuel. When it works, it makes you think, okay, well, the pipeline is strong for a reason. They run the types of routes in that offense that they're asked to run in the NFL. They practice and prepare and have facilities like an NFL team. They are coached by guys who could coach at the NFL level. It's a level of competition thing as well, not just in the Big Ten, but on a national stage where you're playing in the playoffs and for a national championship. And your rivals are teams like Michigan, who have starting quarterbacks in the league, and players all over the place that are budding team captains. So there's plenty of reason, I think, to be willing to look at where he went to school and say, if he went to Tulsa, maybe I'd feel differently. Yeah. But because he's a Buckeye, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
And there's something to that. In addition, it's you welcome the challenge. Because in some places, a lot of recruits, and by the way, this isn't crazy. This is actually one of the things that led me to make my decision in recruiting. I kind of went, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play there for a couple of years. I'd like the school, I'd like to go, but do I really want to sit? Or I got a good path to play. A lot of guys, they're not scared. You go to Ohio State, there are pros at that spot, the same position you play, that have been in the system and have advantages over you. Not being afraid to go compete and stay there, that actually, I think it's a feather in his cap.
Well, to that point, his freshman year might have been year one of NIL. Maybe, he certainly could have gone somewhere else. And he only caught 18 balls in 13 games and was not used very often. The 2024 season, he easily could have gone and played somewhere else, transferred, no questions asked. He stayed there, won a national championship, and he played a good bit. Caught 52 balls for about 730 yards. This past year, he was the guy at wide receiver, drawing the top assignment from the opposing secondary. And he ended up averaging 17.2 yards per catch. That's what's interesting about him. For a guy that gets dinged for explosiveness, or, is he going to be able to take the lid off in the NFL? Is he a vertical threat? Is he an X receiver or more of like your traditional Z? Because I see him more, Danny, as like that possession Z receiver. That like, let's run the digs and the crossers and the drags and the stuff in the middle of the field, some of the in-breakers, and use our body to box people out. That's what I think of him as. He averaged 17 yards per catch last year. Got down the field a lot. 51 grabs, 875 yards for him last season.
I think there's more than meets the eye transformer style. Now, Jeremiah Smith occupies a lot of attention. That's the knock, is that a guy that went for 87 and led the team in yards on the opposite side of the field is going to command some coverage and the like. But the things that I like, body control, didn't drop a pass all season long. The straight ahead 40 time is not as good as, John Ross. Let me know when John Ross has big impacts. I mean, he's above the threshold for me for track speed. Game speed is another level. He's able to keep his acceleration as he goes down the field. There's a lot of Tet McMillan there, a guy that, who didn't run a 4.3, but is right around that 4.5 range where Tate is. Would you not want Tet McMillan on your team? There's been a number of guys that have run right in that range. He's 6'3", running there instead of a 5'8" type burner. He's a different player. I think he's more well-rounded, and we're going to see some more of that. I'm ascribing to him some stuff that he hasn't done as much of yet, and I think he will do. It's not based on the production. It's not based on he was the number one guy, went for 90 catches, Blitnikoff Award winner. That's not there. But I think at the next level, I see a little bit of T. Higgins. I see a little bit of Devontae Adams, kind of similar builds. I think he can do a lot.
So I keep, the T. Higgins comp is everywhere. I just don't see that when I watch him. I think the reason people say that, you could tell me if you see it, is it's kind of how he moves. He is not explosive. It's almost like, I hate to say it this way, but like the worst thing about T. Higgins is like he's a little bit of a stiffer, not a twitchy, fluid, dynamic guy.
I think that's right.
It's kind of like a longer, stiffer, bigger bodied thing.
Well, you go 6'3", 190, whatever, plugged into the computer, it spits out as T. Higgins. I mean, they look, you take the face away, they look really similar.
That's kind of my point. Is it's a body type thing more than like a style thing per se. I do think Carnell Tate does a really good job along the sideline. You saw that in his sizzle reel, and he doesn't drop passes. To your point, his hand size is huge. He's 96th percentile hands. The 6'2" and a quarter inch size is 78th percentile. He'll be a big wide receiver, but he's not heavy, so he's going to have to add some weight. You would think with his body type, a la Higgins, where it's very slender, it's like kind of limmy, and there's not a whole lot of meat or physical like build to him. You would think he would be faster than he is. I was surprised he ran a 4.53. Now, people made a huge deal about that.
Yep.
I don't think that's a death sentence or even matters. The league, as you've said many times, and just said a few minutes ago, there's guys all over the league at wide receiver that run a 4.5 that are going for 1,000 yards every year. 4.5 is perfectly fine. It is below average. I mean, it is 39th percentile. So I kind of wonder, okay, it's not the stats. It's not really the tape. Like, what are we hanging our hat on exactly for you to be a top 10 pick? I love Carnell Tate as a first-round wide receiver. I've said this all along. I think he's a good player. I think this is 60 to 75 catches for 900 to 1050 yards almost every single season. But I view him in a great offense, Danny, as like a wide receiver 2, who I would have zero problem drafting in the 20s or even in the the high teens, 17 to 20 or something. 7 overall just does not feel like the range. Like, what I'll tell you is, you mentioned Jeremiah Smith. For people that don't know, he's mid rounds, hopefully by Washington in the 3rd round. Wyatt Young out of North Texas, and then Jeremiah Smith 4th, who was facing better competition, better corners, more attention, and he still put up those numbers. Caught 87 balls. 87 balls this year. Again, you're talking about a bunch of guys from like random conferences that are basically ahead of him in that conversation, or dudes like Malachi Toney from Miami who were catching pop passes and stuff behind the line of scrimmage, right? But I bring this up to say that Jeremiah Smith took so much attention, and you have to wonder about that. Like, when you take him out of the equation, and Carnell Tate's dealing with a bracketed coverage from a safety or double team, or he's treated like a number 1, what might those numbers look like? And I think that's going to be held against him too.
It is a fair question, and my response is what happened to other Ohio State receivers. Right? I mean, what would you have said about Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin, Emeka Egbuka, or a number of these guys?
That does not mean he will be the same. Also, those guys were faster than him, all of them to a person, and I would just say are a little bit twitchier than him too.
Yeah, I mean, different bodies, different people, different everything's, right? But I guess my point is can he hold up? Again, there's enough track record there where these are different types of guys. Chris Olave is different than Egbuka, who's different than JSN, who's different than each and every one.
And Garrett Wilson ran a 4.38.
Yes. He is a
different kind of athlete.
He's a different receiver. Yeah. There are, Daniel Jeremiah gives his pro comp to Olave, which
Olave ran a 4.39.
Yeah, which
I don't see that.
I don't see it as much. Again, that's what Jeremiah said. To me, this is more, again, Devontae Adams and T. Higgins. A bigger bodied guy, not in terms of hulkiness. He's not DK Metcalf, looked like Megatron, but a longer, linear, maybe a little bit stiffer, where to me, the only question that I've got really is, what does he do with press coverage? Can really good, long, limmy press coverage corners disrupt and bother him? That's my question. And that's the thing I don't know the answer to, because it's not as if his get off is incredible. And he's that. I just see if he gets up to stride, he's faster than you think, great body control. I think he can be a medium level number 1 a la McLaurin.
These are the guys that I'm always wrong about. Like we talked about it earlier with Malcolm Kelly and some other guys, like these big wide receivers. The idea of them is intoxicating. But there's not many examples, by the way. Like, you're comping him to T. Higgins. Generally, you should not be drafting a guy like that in the top 10. Now, T. Higgins, it worked out. He's become an excellent, basically a number 1 wide receiver who happens to be the number 2 in Cincinnati.
Right. Because Jamar Chase is incredible.
They have the best guy on the planet, maybe, in Jamar Chase, right? But more often than not, if you're chasing that skill set, like you have this, you're hell-bent on this idea of like what you like in a running back, as an example, where you're like, I don't want the plotter, I want the pass-catching speedster. The receiver version of this would be, this is your plotter. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking for the Garrett Wilson, the body bend, Gumby kind of figure. Like, he can contort himself into like being in a small box, or like it, he can do some like magician trick where he gets into a soda can somehow. Like, that's what you're looking for at wide receiver. That is not what Carnell Tate is to me. But yeah, I think the question is, I'm pulling up NFL.com's weaknesses that they have. Lacks ideal build and frame. I think that speaks to what I'm talking about,
Yes.
where at his height, you would think he would weigh like over 200 pounds, and he's not close.
I think he probably needs to ultimately.
Maybe he will when he gets into a
Right.
weight room. Long press corners will limit early release advantages, which you talked about. That's kind of the big question people have is bump cover. Five. That's a nothing. That was a one-off injury, not something that carries over. But we can open up the phones on Carnell Tate. 800-636-1067. How would you feel about Tate being the pick at 7? It's such a massive need for Washington to add a wide receiver that even though I'm sitting here making the case that he's not worthy of that pick, I actually would not have any issue with it. Fast forward 9 days. I'm doing the draft show with you, on Thursday night or whatever that looks like. And they took Carnell Tate. I'm happy. Like, the word I'm using would be excited. I'm fired up that they got a weapon. I just think in a perfect world, last year, 2 years ago, 2 years from now, next year definitely, like Jeremiah Smith is a slam dunk. He's going to go in the top 5.
And he should. He's incredible.
But that guy at 7, I would be screaming for 3 months like I have about Jeremiah Love. I'd have jingles that Darius could play about Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah is a receiver.
He
Grant wants him.
was a bullfrog that did it, and a Jeremiah to me. Yes, but that I don't have the same warm and fuzzies for Carnell Tate.
Which I get.
Wide receiver 2, Richmond's like 2 on a bad offense. He could be a 1. That's kind of where I'm at on him. Take him at 15. Take him at 18. Trade down to 14 and take him.
I recognize I'm the lone wolf here. Like they do on NFL Network before the game when one guy picks a game and no one else does. I like him better than everybody else. And again, I'm so biased because of this Ohio State thing where I'm going, every one of these guys, when you draft one, outproduces their role at Ohio State. Like the thing that limits these Ohio State receivers the most is the other Ohio State receivers, is the other incredible backfield mates, is the fact that they're already up by 50 on most of these teams they're playing each week, and maybe you don't get as many touches that way. These guys have been so productive to graduate. I think there's more in the tank than what he's done already. And my confidence, by the way, is you don't see many people saying that. So I could be very loud wrong on this.
Well, but it's not like you're Galileo here. I mean, the consensus is that he's going to the Browns at number 6 potentially.
Well, fair enough. But I'm saying I like that. Like I think I would be, I don't say the most excited of anybody. I don't know how you measure that, but I would be more excited, I think, than most people.
You're the only person who's ever seen Carnell Tate.
Yeah, no one else is allowed to be as excited as me. But I feel like I would like that at 7 a lot more than most of this fan base. I guess that's the feeling I have.
You're not advocating for Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper at 7 or Casey Concepcion or something.
I'm going to a guy that's
a better player. He's a slot guy. Tate's unequivocally going to play outside. But we'll see what people think next. 800-636-1067. 10 prospects, 10 days leading up to the NFL draft. The wheel landed on Carnell Tate today on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for VA 250. 2026 marks 250 years of our nation. Virginia is where the story began. From the coast to the mountain cities to small towns, VA 250 is launching a year-long commemoration that invites everyone to explore how America was made, who shaped it, and why these stories still matter today. Be sure to mark these signature events coming up this spring and summer to celebrate. Pen to paper, the Civil Gospel, the Declaration of Independence, is on May 2nd at Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. Worth going to. The Flame of Revolution, 250th anniversary of the 5th Virginia Convention. That's on May 15th and 16th in Colonial Williamsburg. We're planning on making the trek. Start planning today like the Paulsons are. Visit visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Tonight could be the final time that Alex Ovechkin throws on a Capitals sweater. The Capitals taking on the Blue Jackets in Columbus tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear that game on the Team 980 this evening. The Capitals were officially eliminated from playoff contention with the Flyers win over the Hurricanes last night. So the Capitals take the ice one final time this season, and it could be the final time Ovi takes the ice. 7 o'clock, can hear that game on the Team 980. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Pirates. Game 2 of the 4-game set in Pittsburgh, 6:40 right here on the Fan. The Nationals dropping Game 1 to the Pirates, 16-5. P.J. Pooling going to serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis. Mitch Keller starts for the Pirates. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nine days from the NFL draft, our series of 10 prospects and 10 shows continues. Spun the wheel today. It landed on Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State. We're getting your thoughts on the possibility of bringing him to D.C. You can call us at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. My philosophy throughout the pre-draft discussions that we've been having is that I do think the value for this class at wide receiver is going to be in the late second, early third, and Washington has a pick at 71 where I think they're going to be able to get a wideout, and that's why I'm prioritizing differently, because I don't necessarily think Tate is so much better than some of the other guys you might be able to get if you were to trade back in round 2.
Which I think is fair. Position scarcity is a thing.
For sure. But it is a position group that, like cornerback, and like some of the other positions that aren't running back, linebacker, safety, you are thinking second contract when you make that pick. And if Tate works out, and he's a superstar, it's a $40 million player, you are checking 2 boxes. You're making your football team better by filling a needed, important position.
Yep.
Also, you are doing the right financial thing. The guy that is in control of your cap is going to, I think, be perfectly fine, content with that decision too.
Yeah, look at what happens in available. If you can draft one, you get 5 years worth of a premium position player at a bargain. I mean, that's the philosophy, and it makes a lot of sense.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. You can get us up at 800-636-1067. We'll go through a mock draft simulation in just a moment. The wide receiver position right now, you've got Terry McLaurin, who is coming off of an injury-riddled, disappointing 2025 campaign. But if he can stay healthy and be on the field, I think everybody feels like is still a wide receiver 1 in this league. The thing about Terry McLaurin's season last year was when he was on the field and healthy, he still played at a high level. You know, you made the case last week. You were talking about Jaden Daniels, and everyone's just assuming if healthy, he'll be very good. But you said, let's look at the games. You know, you can actually pick some nits on the quality of the performances. Go back to that Kansas City game at Arrowhead that we were at, where he made the ridiculous touchdown catch, the even crazier sideline catch when he got hurt, making that reception. Like, when McLaurin played, the football was still really, really good. So they have one wide receiver for next season that they don't have to worry about. He's under contract beyond next season. There's some question as to whether or not, without a bunch of guaranteed money, he'll be here beyond next year. The other big deal with Terry McLaurin is he's about to be 31 years old.
Yep.
And so it is time to start layering around him. There's 2 piles of guys, basically. I've got 2 tiers of receivers on this roster other than McLaurin. There are what I would consider to be like veteran placeholders, just guys that are filling out the roster. And then there are young players that still have a chance to turn into something very helpful. I'm going to put Luke McCaffrey, the 2024 third rounder, and Jalen Lane, the 25 fourth rounder, into that young guy that could still be pretty good category. I've got Van Jefferson and De'Ami Brown in your veteran placeholders. I don't know what to do with Treylon Burks. He's kind of in between the 2 categories. He's not that young anymore, but he's still 26 years old. If you told me he turns into a solid NFL wide receiver, that wouldn't shock me. So he's kind of hovering between the two. If I had to pick a lane for him to drive in, I guess I would say the veteran placeholder more than the potential laced kid that McCaffrey or Lane could still be. But there's no real upside to me on this roster of like when McLaurin walks, you've got your wide receiver 1. And that's why a receiver at 7 is fine with me if the right guy's there. I just don't know if that's the case.
And I think that's the question, right? Because let's say for the sake of argument, it was a different year, and maybe not even last year because it wasn't viewed as a great receiver class. A couple years ago, right, where that Marvin Harrison Jr. class and a number of guys, you go, yeah, whoever the best one available is at 7, no problem, sight unseen. The debate is over how good Tate is really, because I think Tyson's viewed as more talented, but you already said it, off injured. Lemon from USC, kind of Amon-Ra St. Lemon, basically, is undersized, and he's viewed, is he just a slide? Is he outside? The answer, yes, maybe. I don't know. But again, hyper-productive, someone that could go in the right system and scheme and potentially thrive. Tate is the guy that looks the part. For the, just in terms of the pedigree, I know he wasn't wide receiver 1 at Ohio State because they got a superstar that's, I hate the word generational, but might be that as their wide receiver 1, and that track record matters. So if you are a buyer like I am, you'd have no problem at 7. If you're more lukewarm, you'd go, I guess Tate at 7, but it doesn't feel great. I think that's where a lot of people are.
I think every year I'll probably be a broken record on this, but I really like the wide receiver depth down the board more than the guys at the top. Mekhi Lemon, because of the slot element, that's like the baggage there. But if you told me pick between him, Tate, or Tyson, and where you draft them doesn't matter, I would probably take Mekhi Lemon out of USC. Tyson is my favorite of the 3. He's off the board. I'm not drafting him. It's one injury after another his entire college career. And guess what? If he stays healthy and he plays football, I'll bet he's a badass. I'll bet he's actually really good. And I'll just be like, good for you. You took the risk. I wasn't going to. Mm-hmm. I passed on him. You get to reap the benefits of that. But I would go Lemon maybe narrowly over Tate. The range I really like I'm a big Denzel Boston guy from Washington who's huge. Again, I can't quit huge wide receiver, 6'4", 212. He runs about what Carnell Tate does. He's like high 4.5s, 4.6 basically, but he's a gigantic wide receiver, which intrigues me. The guy that I think is super slept on is Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. And I think if Washington were to trade down in the first round into, yesterday they did this deal where they were like 16, 44, something like that. I think Omar Cooper could be one of those picks. That would not surprise me. He is a 4.4 guy who I just think coming from Indiana, the offense that they ran, some of the back shoulder stuff they did on the sideline, I think the transition for him will actually be pretty smooth. But deeper down at 71, Zachariah Branch from Georgia, or maybe like a Malachi Fields from Notre Dame. There's interesting, juicy names. The kid Skylar Bell I was talking about from UConn, who made just ridiculous numbers this season, was awesome. Elijah Surratt, the other big receiver, 6'2", 210 from Indiana. Trey Lance's little brother, Bryce from Dakota State, 6'3" and change, and runs a 4.3, 4.40. I don't need to force a receiver at 7. And I'm just not willing to do it. Let's go to Mo, who's in Largo. What's up, Mo? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Apologize we couldn't link up last time. Had some issues with the phone. But with regards to the topic at hand, I don't see Tate as the best wide receiver in this draft. I understand the safety aspect of it that the media's been pushing because he's an Ohio State, product, and the pedigree's there, decent size. But the fact that he wasn't a number 1 makes me hesitant at drafting him at a position where you're looking to draft a number 1 wide receiver. Personally, I feel as though KC Concepcion is the best wide receiver in this draft, and he gives you added value in the return game as well. He's got excellent vision, explosive, has the ability to get open in press coverage, has the pedigree because he comes from the SEC. I mean, the kid is go look at his numbers and then go look at the guy from Seattle. I'm sorry, JSN. I think that's his name. Yes. Go look at his numbers, his combine numbers coming out, and then go look at Concepcion, and then turn on the tape and tell me you don't see something very similar. I appreciate you taking my call. I'm hanging up now to listen. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Mo.
Thanks, bud.
For people that don't know, Concepcion is a wide receiver that a lot of people think could be as high as 4th among the position group behind the big 3. He's listed 6 foot, just under 200 pounds. Went to Texas A&M, caught 61 balls for 915 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, about 15 yards per catch. He's projected by a lot of people to be a slot receiver, but I think he'll be able to run on the outside as well. Explosiveness, which is the word Mo used, has kind of long been the word for him as well. But if there's a catch with him, it's some of the measurable stuff. He's not big. He's 5'11" and change. I think it was 5'11", 5'8", so 29th percentile size. He is about 195 pounds, 38th percentile weight. He is, not long by any means in terms of athleticism, out leaping people, being able to run a jump ball or anything. 13th percentile reach, arm length, whatever you want to call it. So some of those measurables don't stack up for him, but it's twitchy, it's explosive, he's got speed. It's like a low 4.4s guy, 21 years old. So I know he turned heads at the Senior Bowl. Logan really liked him. Another guy that's going to be available.
He'll be around
down the board a little bit if he were to trade down.
Yeah, if you can maneuver. I mean, again, this is all. This is the tough puzzle, right? As a general manager or someone that's making these kinds of decisions, where is your team best? Is it reaching some, maybe a lot, maybe a little, whatever you want to call it, at 7 for Tate? Or can I guarantee if I like 4 guys for the sake of argument, at the receiver spot, if I like Cooper, Concepcion, Boston, and Bell, I'm just throwing 4 names together, kind of middle round guys, not middle round, second round guys, late first, second round. I like them all pretty similar. And if I get an extra pick in one of those guys, I'll feel great. That makes my team better than if I just stay at 7 and draft Tate. Or if it's, you guys don't know what we're about to see from Carnell Tate. That's better than any other combination of things, and there's no trade available to us. You know what I mean? Like this is where the challenge is.
At least in the case of like Jeremiah Love, to overdraft him at 7, he's head and shoulders better than the other guys as a prospect. And I think you're acknowledging that's not necessarily the case with Tate per se.
Totally.
So
I like him the best. Yeah.
But you always say part of why you love him is Ohio State. So I ask you, if he was Carnell Tate from Michigan, would you feel the exact same way as you do?
I would not. I would hesitate a little bit more.
Doesn't that give you a little pause?
Of course it does. Again, that's why
that jersey's doing some work.
Well, that's why I'm not paid millions of dollars to evaluate and make the decision. But it gives me confidence because he's gone through that system, gone with Heartline, gone through this feeder thing that literally every year churns out one of the 3 or 4 best new rookie receivers, and now they're offensive players of the year in JSN's case. Every team that drafts one's like, thank God he's here. Our 30 reception punt returner, that's what Terry McLaurin was supposed to be to help on special teams, is our ace because he went through this system.
My only pushback, because I can't think of an Ohio State guy recently that hasn't balled out, especially the top guys that get drafted in the early round or two. But all of them were just different players, like ran a lot faster than him. He's the first. I mean, the other guy like him would have been like Noah Brown, I think. And, I think he's a much better prospect, obviously. Noah Brown was not a first-round pick. But you get my point. Like,
yeah, I mean, there are different types of players. I mean, I put this together. Cooper Kupp, 4'6". Devonta Adams, 4'5'6". Mike Evans, 4'5'3". Michael Pittman, 4'5'2". That's the guy who reminds me of a little bit, too, now that we're thinking about it.
I like
Brandon
that
Ayuk, 4'5". CeeDee Lamb, 4'5". There's a million. So he's more like them than the other specific guys from Ohio State. But they've had small guys, big guys, everything in between guys. Like, if you're a receiver there, you get coached up pretty well.
Let's go to Matt in Stafford. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, dude.
I can't speak much to Kenyon Sadiq, how much he played in-line blocking. But as a receiving threat, I think he's the best in the draft, and I would just consider taking him at 7. If you put him out on the field with that offense, he elevates everybody around him. And, he's 6'3". You look at the build, he's super
action
fluid.
figure.
Kind of reminds me of Jordan Reed. So I would just take away the labels. How would you feel about him if he was just a wide receiver?
Well, yeah, you're doing my thing, which is like, forget the position. He's just a weapon.
Uh-huh.
The problem is they paid Chigakonkwo.
Chig, yeah.
And it always sounds great about getting multiple tight ends on the field as often as possible. But also Bates is going to have to be one of the tight ends on the field because of his blocking ability. Sadiq and Okonkwo both are going to be willing participants, but neither can block anything like Bates, right? So in 12 personnel, one of them is going to stand on the sideline. You just paid Chigakonkwo about $9 million a year. So I think Sadiq is just not an option for them. If Stowers were to fall and they had a second-round pick, would that be intriguing? I think it probably could. There's definitely a path to that. I'm not taking tight end off the board altogether. But in the top 10, I think it's one of the few things, like tackle, quarterback, Where if at 7 you took a tight end, I think that would be like, really?
I'm with you.
You got way too many needs to be doing that.
Yeah, I don't feel. And listen, I love Sadiq. And now the lack of production, I think, was an issue. I know I was kind of doing some reading. It sounds like he was banged up post injury, nowhere near as dynamic. That like 1 catch for 6-yard game in a conference game sort of stands out as a what are you doing if you're going to be a top half of the board pick? But he looks like an action figure. I mean, he literally, to me, reminds me more of Vernon Davis, just in terms of someone that could be a professional bodybuilder model type dude with his shirt off, but a freak athlete.
I saw an internet video that gave me major nostalgia. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.